Simon & Schuster Audio presents Dr. Sleep by Stephen King. Read by Will Patton. With an author's note read by Stephen King.
Hi, this is Stephen King. When I was playing my primitive brand of rhythm guitar with a group called the Rock Bottom Remainders, Warren Zevon used to gig with us. Warren loved gray t-shirts and movies like Kingdom of the Spiders. He insisted I sing lead on his signature tune, Werewolves of London, during the encore portion of our shows. I said I was not worthy. He insisted that I was. Key of G, Warren told me, and howl like you mean it. Most important of all, play like Keith. I'll never be able to play like Keith Richards, but I always did my best, and with Warren beside me, matching me note for note and laughing his fool head off, I always had a blast. Warren, this howl is for you, wherever you are. I miss you, buddy.
We stood at the turning point. Half measures availed us nothing. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. It is the dubious luxury of normal men and women. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Prefatory matters. Fear stands for fuck everything and run. Old AA saying. Lockbox 1. On the second day of December, in a year when a Georgia peanut farmer was doing business in the White House, one of Colorado's great resort hotels burned to the ground. The Overlook was declared a total loss. After an investigation, the fire marshal of Jicarilla County ruled the cause had been a defective boiler. The hotel was closed for the winter when the accident occurred, and only 4 people were present. 3 survived. The hotel's off-season caretaker, John Torrance, was killed during an unsuccessful and heroic effort to dump the boiler's steam pressure, which had mounted to disastrously high levels due to an inoperative relief valve. 2 of the survivors were the caretaker's wife and young son. The third was the Overlook's chef, Richard Halloran, who had left his seasonal job in Florida and come to check on the Torrances because of what he called a powerful hunch that the family was in trouble. Both surviving adults were quite badly injured in the explosion. Only the child was unhurt. Physically, at least. 2. Wendy Torrance and her son received a settlement from the corporation that owned the Overlook. It wasn't huge, but enough to get them by for the 3 years she was unable to work because of back injuries. A lawyer she consulted told her that if she were willing to hold out and play tough, she might get a great deal more because the corporation was anxious to avoid a court case. But she, like the corporation, wanted only to put that disastrous winter in Colorado behind her. She would convalesce, she said, and she did, although back injuries plagued her until the end of her life. Shattered vertebrae and broken ribs heal, but they never cease crying out. Winifred and Daniel Torrance lived in the Mid-South for a while, then drifted down to Tampa. Sometimes Dick Halloran, he of the powerful hunches, came up from Key West to visit with them, to visit with young Danny especially. They shared a bond. One early morning in March of 1981, Wendy called Dick and asked if he could come. Danny, she said, had awakened her in the night and told her not to go in the bathroom. After that, he refused to talk at all. 3. He woke up needing to pee. Outside, a strong wind was blowing. It was warm. In Florida, it almost always was, but he did not like that sound, and supposed he never would. It reminded him of the Overlook, where the defective boiler had been the very least of the dangers. He and his mother lived in a cramped second-floor tenement apartment. Danny left the little room next to his mother's and crossed the hall. The wind gusted, and a dying palm tree beside the building clattered its leaves. The sound was skeletal. They always left the bathroom door open when no one was using the shower or the toilet because the lock was broken. Tonight the door was closed. Not because his mother was in there, however. Thanks to facial injuries she'd suffered at the Overlook, she now snored, a soft queep, queep sound, and he could hear it coming from her bedroom. Well, she closed it by accident, that's all. He knew better. Even then, he was possessed of powerful hunches and intuitions himself. But sometimes you had to know. Sometimes you had to see. This was something he had found out at the Overlook, in a room on the second floor. Reaching with an arm that seemed too long, too stretchy, too boneless, he turned the knob and opened the door. The woman from room 217 was there, as he had known she would be. She was sitting naked on the toilet, with her legs spread and her pallid thighs bulging. Her greenish breasts hung down like deflated balloons. The patch of hair below her stomach was gray. Her eyes were also gray, like steel mirrors. She saw him, and her lips stretched back in a grin. "Close your eyes," Dick Halloran had told him once upon a time. "If you see something bad, close your eyes and tell yourself it's not there, and when you open them again, it will be gone." But it hadn't worked in room 217 when he was 5, and it wouldn't work now. He knew it. He could smell her. She was decaying. The woman, he knew her name, it was Mrs. Massey, lumbered to her purple feet, holding out her hands to him. The flesh on her arms hung down, almost dripping. She was smiling the way you do when you see an old friend, or perhaps something good to eat. With an expression that could have been mistaken for calmness, Danny closed the door softly and stepped back. He watched as the knob turned right, left, right again, then stilled. He was 8 now, and capable of at least some rational thought even in his horror. Partly because, in a deep part of his mind, he had been expecting this. Although he'd always thought it would be Horace Derwent who would eventually show up, or perhaps the bartender, the one his father had called Lloyd. He supposed he should have known it would be Mrs. Massey, though, even before it finally happened, because of all the undead things in the Overlook. She had been the worst. The rational part of his mind told him she was just a fragment of unremembered bad dream that had followed him out of sleep and across the hall to the bathroom. That part insisted that if he opened the door again, there would be nothing there. Surely there wouldn't be, now that he was awake. But another part of him, a part that shone, knew better. The Overlook wasn't done with him. At least one of its vengeful spirits had followed him all the way to Florida. Once he had come upon that woman sprawled in a bathtub. She had gotten out and tried to choke him with her fishy but terribly strong fingers. If he opened the bathroom door now, she would finish the job. He compromised by putting his ear against the door. At first there was nothing. Then he heard a faint sound. Dead fingernails scratching on wood. Danny walked into the kitchen on not their legs, stood on a chair, and peed into the sink. Then he woke his mother and told her not to go into the bathroom because there was a bad thing there. Once that was done, he went back to bed and sank deep beneath the covers. He wanted to stay there forever, only getting up to pee in the sink. Now that he had warned his mother, he had no interest in talking to her. His mother knew about the no-talking thing. It had happened after Danny had ventured into room 217 at the Overlook. "Will you talk to Dick?" Lying in his bed, looking up at her, he nodded. His mother called, even though it was 4 a.m. Late the next day, Dick came. He brought something with him. A present. 4. After Wendy called Dick, she made sure Danny heard her doing it. Danny went back to sleep. Although he was now 8 and in the 3rd grade, he was sucking his thumb. It hurt her to see him do that. She went to the bathroom door and stood looking at it. She was afraid. Danny had made her afraid. But she had to go, and she had no intention of using the sink as he had. The image of how she would look teetering on the edge of the counter with her butt hanging over the porcelain, even if there was no one there to see, made her wrinkle her nose. In one hand, she had the hammer from her little box of widow's tools. As she turned the knob and pushed the bathroom door open, she raised it. The bathroom was empty, of course, but the ring of the toilet seat was down. She never left it that way before going to bed, because she knew if Danny wandered in only 10% awake, he was apt to forget to put it up and piss all over it. Also, there was a smell. A bad one, as if a rat had died in the walls. She took a step in, then 2. She saw movement and whirled, hammer upraised, to hit whoever, whatever, was hiding behind the door. But it was only her shadow. Scared of her own shadow, people sometimes sneered, but who had a better right than Wendy Torrance? After the things she had seen and been through, she knew that shadows could be dangerous. They could have teeth. No one was in the bathroom, but there was a discolored smear on the toilet seat and another one on the shower curtain. Excrement was her first thought, but shit wasn't yellowish purple. She looked more closely and saw bits of flesh and decayed skin. There was more on the bath mat in the shape of footprints. She thought them too small, too dainty to be a man's. "Oh, God," she whispered. She ended up using the sink after all. 5. Wendy nagged her son out of bed at noon. She managed to get a little soup and half a peanut butter sandwich into him, but then he went back to bed. He still wouldn't speak. Halloran arrived shortly after 5 in the afternoon behind the wheel of his now ancient but perfectly maintained and blindingly polished red Cadillac. Wendy had been standing at the window, waiting and watching as she had once waited and watched for her husband, hoping Jack would come home in a good mood and sober. She rushed down the stairs and opened the door just as Dick was about to ring the bell marked Torrance 2A. He held out his arms, and she rushed into them at once, wishing she could be enfolded there for at least an hour, maybe 2. He let go and held her at arm's length by her shoulders. "You're looking fine, Wendy. How's the little man? He talking again?" "No, but he'll talk to you, even if he won't do it out loud to start with. You can—" Instead of finishing, she made a finger gun and pointed it at his forehead. "Not necessarily," Dick said. His smile revealed a bright new pair of false teeth. The Overlook had taken most of the last set on the night the boiler blew. Jack Torrance swung the mallet that took Dick's dentures and Wendy's ability to walk without a hitch in her stride, but they both understood it had really been the Overlook. "He's very powerful, Wendy. If he wants to block me out, he will. I know from my own experience. Besides, it'd be better if we talk with our mouths. Better for him. Now tell me everything that happened." After she did that, Wendy took him into the bathroom. She had left the stains for him to see, like a beat cop preserving the scene of a crime for the forensic team. And there had been a crime, one against her boy. Dick looked for a long time, not touching, then nodded. "Let's see if Danny's up and in the doings." He wasn't, but Wendy's heart was lightened by the look of gladness that came into her son's face when he saw who was sitting beside him on the bed and shaking his shoulder. "Hey, Danny, I brought you a present." "It's not my birthday." Wendy watched them, knowing they were speaking but not knowing what it was about. Dick said, "Get on up, honey. We're going to take a walk on the beach." "Dick, she came back. Mrs. Massey from room 217 came back." Dick gave his shoulder another shake. "Talk out loud, Dan. You're scaring your ma." Danny said, "What's my present?" Dick smiled. "That's better. I like to hear you, and Wendy does too." "Yes," it was all she dared say. Otherwise they'd hear the tremble in her voice and be concerned. She didn't want that. "While we're gone, you might want to give the bathroom a cleaning," Dick said to her. "Have you got kitchen gloves?" She nodded. "Good. Wear them." 6. The beach was 2 miles away. The parking lot was surrounded by tawdry beachfront attractions, funnel cake concessions, hot dog stands, souvenir shops, but this was the tag end of the season and none were doing much business. They had the beach itself almost entirely to themselves. On the ride from the apartment, Danny had held his present, an oblong package, quite heavy, wrapped in silver paper, on his lap. "You can open it after we talk a bit," Dick said. They walked just above the waves where the sand was hard and gleaming. Danny walked slowly because Dick was pretty old. Someday he'd die. Maybe even soon. "I'm good to go another few years," Dick said. "Don't you worry about that. Now tell me about last night. Don't leave anything out." It didn't take long. The hard part would have been finding words to explain the terror he now felt, and how it was mingled with a suffocating sense of certainty. Now that she'd found him, she'd never leave. But because it was Dick, he didn't need words, although he found some. "She'll come back. I know she will. She'll come back and come back until she gets me." "Do you remember when we met?" Although surprised at the change of direction, Danny nodded. It had been Halloran who gave him and his parents the guided tour on their first day at the Overlook. Very long ago, that seemed. "And do you remember the first time I spoke up inside your head?" "I sure do." "What did I say?" "You asked me if I wanted to go to Florida with you." "That's right. And how did it make you feel to know you wasn't alone anymore? That you wasn't the only one?" "It was great," Danny said. "It was so great." "Yeah," Halloran said. "Yeah, of course it was." They walked in silence for a bit. Little birds, peeps, Danny's mother called them, ran in and out of the waves. "Did it ever strike you funny how I showed up when you needed me?" He looked down at Danny and smiled. "No, it didn't. Why would it? You was just a child, but you're a little older now. A lot older in some ways. Listen to me, Danny. The world has a way of keeping things in balance. I believe that. There's a saying, when the pupil is ready, the teacher will appear. I was your teacher." "You were a lot more than that," Danny said. He took Dick's hand. "You were my friend. You saved us." Dick ignored this, or seemed to. "My grandma also had the shining. Do you remember me telling you that?" "Yeah, you said you and her could have long conversations without even opening your mouths." "That's right. She taught me. And it was her great-grandma that taught her way back in the slave days. Someday, Danny, it will be your turn to be the teacher. The pupil will come." "If Mrs. Massey doesn't get me first," Danny said morosely. They came to a bench. Dick sat down. "I don't dare go any further. I might not make it back. Sit beside me. I want to tell you a story." "I don't want stories," Danny said. "She'll come back. Don't you get it? She'll come back and come back and come back." "Shut your mouth and open your ears. Take some instruction." Then Dick grinned, displaying his gleaming new dentures. "I think you'll get the point. You're far from stupid, honey." 7. Dick's mother's mother, the one with the shining, lived in Clearwater. She was the white grandma. Not because she was Caucasian, of course, but because she was good. His father's father lived in Dunbury, Mississippi, a rural community not far from Oxford. His wife had died long before Dick was born. For a man of color in that place and time, he was wealthy. He owned a funeral parlor. Dick and his parents visited 4 times a year, and young Dick Halloran hated those visits. He was terrified of Andy Halloran, and called him, only in his own mind. To speak it aloud would have earned him a smack across the chops, the Black Grandpa. "You know about kitty fiddlers?" Dick asked Danny. "Guys who want children for sex." "Sort of," Danny said cautiously. Certainly he knew not to talk to strangers and never to get into a car with one, because they might do stuff to you. "Well, old Andy was more than a kitty fiddler. He was a damn sadist as well." "What's that?" "Someone who enjoys giving pain." Danny nodded in immediate understanding. "Like Frankie Lestrone at school. He gives kids Indian burns and Dutch rubs. If he can't make you cry, he stops. If he can, he never stops." "That's bad, but this was worse." Dick lapsed into what would have looked like silence to a passerby, but the story went forward in a series of pictures and connecting phrases. Danny saw the Black Grandpa, a tall man in a suit as black as he was, who wore a special kind of fedora hat on his head. He saw how there were always little buds of spittle at the corners of his mouth, and how his eyes were red-rimmed like he was tired or had just gotten over crying. He saw how he would take Dick, younger than Danny was now, probably the same age he'd been that winter at the Overlook, on his lap. If they weren't alone, he might only tickle. If they were, he'd put his hand between Dick's legs and squeeze his balls until Dick thought he'd faint with the pain. "Do you like that?" Grandpa Andy would pant in his ear. He smelled of cigarettes and White Horse Scotch. "'Course you do. Every boy likes that. But even if you don't, you dasn't tell. If you do, I'll hurt you. I'll burn you." "Holy shit," Danny said. "That's gross." "There were other things, too," Dick said. "But I'll just tell you one. Grampy hired a woman to help out around the house after his wife died. She cleaned and cooked. At dinner time, she'd slat out everything on the table at once, from salad to dessert, because that's the way old Black Grandpa liked it. Dessert was always cake or pudding. It was put down on a little plate or in a little dish next to your dinner plate so you could look at it and want it while you plowed through the other muck. Grandpa's hard and fast rule was you could look at dessert, but you couldn't eat dessert unless you finished every bite of fried meat and boiled greens and mashed potatoes. You even had to clean up the gravy, which was lumpy and didn't have much taste. If it wasn't all gone, Black Grandpa'd hand me a hunk of bread and say, "Supper up with that, Dickie Bird. Make that plate shine like the dog licked it." That's what he called me, Dickie Bird. Sometimes I couldn't finish no matter what, and then I didn't get the cake or the pudding. He'd take it and eat it himself. And sometimes when I could finish all my dinner, I'd find he'd smashed a cigarette butt into my piece of cake or my vanilla pudding. He could do that because he always sat next to me. He'd make like it was a big joke. "Oops, Mr. Ashtray," he'd say. My ma and pa never put a stop to it, although they must have known that even if it was a joke, it wasn't a fair one to play on a child. They just made out like it was a joke, too. "That's really bad," Danny said. "Your folks should have stood up for you. My mom does. My daddy would, too." They were scared of him, and they were right to be scared. Andy Halloran was a bad, bad motorcycle. He'd say, "Go on, Dickie, eat around it. That won't poison you." If I took a bite, he'd have Nani, that was his housekeeper's name, bring me a fresh dessert. If I wouldn't, it just sat there. It got so I could never finish my meal because my stomach would get all upset. "You should have moved your cake or pudding to the other side of your plate," Danny said. I tried that, sure, I wasn't born foolish. He'd just move it back, saying dessert went on the right. Dick paused, looking out at the water, where a long white boat was trundling slowly across the dividing line between the sky and the Gulf of Mexico. Sometimes when he got me alone, he bit me. And once, when I said I'd tell my pa if he didn't leave me alone, he put a cigarette out on my bare foot. He said, "Tell him that too and see what good it does you. Your daddy knows my ways already and he'll never say a word because he yeller, and because he wants the money I got in the bank when I die, which I ain't fixin' to do soon." Danny listened in wide-eyed fascination. He had always thought the story of Bluebeard was the scariest of all time, the scariest there ever could be. But this one was worse, because it was true. Sometimes he said that he knew a bad man named Charlie Manx, and if I didn't do what he wanted, he'd call Charlie Manx on the long distance, and he'd come in his fancy car and take me away to a place for bad children. Then Grandpa would put his hand between my legs and commence squeezing. "So you ain't gonna say a thing, Dickie Bird. If you do, old Charlie will come and keep you with the other children he done stole until you die. And when you do, you go to hell, and your body will burn forever, because you peached. It don't matter if anybody believes you or not. Peaching is peaching." For a long time, I believed that old bastard. I didn't even tell my white grandma, the one with the shining, because I was afraid she'd think it was my fault. If I'd been older, I would have known better, but I was just a kid. He paused. There was something else, too. Do you know what it was, Danny? Danny looked into Dick's face for a long time, probing the thoughts and images behind his forehead. At last he said, "You wanted your father to get the money, but he never did." "No. Black Grandpa left it all to a home for Negro orphans in Alabama, and I bet I know why, too. But that's neither here nor there." "And your good grandma never knew? She never guessed?" "She knew there was something, but I kept it blocked away, and she left me alone about it. Just told me that when I was ready to talk, she was ready to listen. Danny, when Andy Halloran died, it was a stroke. I was the happiest boy on earth. My ma said I didn't have to go to the funeral, that I could stay with Grandma Rose, my white grandma, if I wanted to, but I wanted to go. You bet I did. I wanted to make sure old Black Grandpa was really dead." It rained that day. Everybody stood around a grave under black umbrellas. I watched his coffin, the biggest and best one in his shop, I have no doubt, go into the ground. And I thought about all the times he'd twisted my balls, and all the cigarette butts in my cake, and the one he put out on my foot, and how he ruled the dinner table like the crazy old king in that Shakespeare play. But most of all, I thought about Charlie Manx, who Grandpa had no doubt made up out of whole cloth, and how Black Grandpa could never call Charlie Manx on a long distance to come in the night and take me away in his fancy car to live with the other stolen boys and girls. I peeped over the edge of the grave. "Let the boys see," my pa said when my ma tried to pull me back. And I scoped the coffin down in that wet hole, and I thought, down there you're 6 feet closer to hell, Black Grandpa, and pretty soon you'll be all the way, and I hope the devil gives you 1,000 with a hand that's on fire. Dick reached into his pants pocket and brought out a pack of Marlboros with a book of matches tucked under the cellophane. He put a cigarette in his mouth and then had to chase it with the match because his hand was trembling and his lips were trembling too. Danny was astounded to see tears standing in Dick's eyes. Now, knowing where this story was headed, Danny asked, "When did he come back?" Dick dragged deep on his cigarette and exhaled smoke through a smile. "You didn't need to peek inside my head to get that, did you?" "Nope." 6 months later, I came home from school one day, and he was laying naked on my bed with his half-rotted prick all red up. He said, "You come on and sit on this, Dickie Bird. You give me 1,000, and I'll give you 2,000. I screamed, but there was no one there to hear it. My ma and pa, they was both working, my ma in a restaurant, my dad at a printing press. I ran out and slammed the door, and I heard Black Grandpa get up. Thump. and crossed the room. Thump, thump, thump. And what I heard next... "Fingernails," Danny said in a voice that was hardly there. "Scratching on the door." That's right. I didn't go in again until that night when my ma and pa were both home. He was gone, but there were leavings. Sure, like in our bathroom, because he was going bad. That's right. I changed the bed myself, which I could do because my ma showed me how 2 years before. She said I was too old to need a housekeeper anymore, that housekeepers were for little white boys and girls like the one she took care of before she got her hostessing job at Birkin's Steakhouse. About a week later, I see old black Grandpa in the park, a-settin' in a swing. He had his suit on, but it was all covered with gray stuff, the mold that was growing on it down in his coffin, I think. "Yeah," Danny said. He spoke in a glassy whisper. It was all he could manage. His fly was open, though, with his work sticking out. I'm sorry to tell you all this, Danny. You're too young to hear about such things, but you need to know. Did you go to the White Grandma then? Had to, because I knew what you know. He'd just keep coming back. Not like... Danny, have you ever seen dead people? Regular dead people, I mean. He laughed because that sounded funny. It did to Danny, too. Ghosts. A few times. Once there were 3 of them standing around a railroad crossing. 2 boys and a girl. Teenagers. I think maybe they got killed there. Dick nodded. Mostly they stick close to where they crossed over until they finally get used to being dead and move on. Some of the folks you saw in the Overlook were like that. I know. The relief in being able to talk about these things to someone who knew was indescribable. And this one time, there was a woman at a restaurant, the kind, you know, where they have tables outside. Dick nodded again. I couldn't see through that one, but no one else saw her, and when a waitress pushed in the chair she was sitting in, the ghost lady disappeared. Do you see them sometimes? Not for years, but you're stronger in The Shining than I was. It goes back some as you get older. Good, Danny said fervently. But you'll have plenty left even when you're grown up, I think, because you started with so much. Regular ghosts aren't like the woman you saw in room 217 and again in your bathroom. That's right, isn't it? Yes, Danny said. Mrs. Massey's real. She leaves pieces of herself. You saw them. So did Mom. And she doesn't shine. Let's walk back, Dick said. It's time you saw what I brought you. 8. The return to the parking lot was even slower because Dick was winded. Cigarettes, he said. Don't ever start, Danny. Mom smokes. She doesn't think I know, but I do. Dick, what did your white grandma do? She must have done something because your black grandpa never got you. She gave me a present, same like I'm going to give you. That's what a teacher does when a pupil is ready. Learning itself is a present, you know, the best one anybody can give or get. She wouldn't call Grandpa Andy by his name. She just called him, Dick grinned, the prevert. I said what you said, that he wasn't a ghost, he was real. And she said, yes, that was true because I was making him real, with The Shining. She said that some spirits, angry spirits mostly, won't go on from this world because they know what's waiting for them is even worse. Most eventually starve away to nothing, but some of them find food. That's what The Shining is to them, Dick, she told me. Food. You're feeding that prevert. You don't mean to, but you are. He's like a mosquito who keeps circling and then landing for more blood. Can't do nothing about that. What you can do is turn what he came for against him. They were back at the Cadillac. Dick unlocked the doors, then slid behind the steering wheel with a sigh of relief. Once upon a time, I could have walked 10 miles and run another 5. Nowadays, a little walk down the beach and my back feels like a horse kicked it. Go on, Danny. Open your present. Danny stripped off the silver paper and discovered a box made of green painted metal. On the front, below the latch, was a little keypad. Hey, neat. Yeah, you like it? Good. I got it at the Western Auto. Pure American steel. The one white Grandma Rose gave me had a padlock with a little key I wore around my neck, but that was long ago. This is the 1980s, the modern age. See the number pad? What you do is put in 5 numbers you're sure you won't forget, then push the little button that says set. Then any time you want to open a box, you punch your code. Danny was delighted. Thanks, Dick. I'll keep my special things in it. These would include his best baseball cards, his Cub Scouts compass badge, his lucky green rock, and a picture of him and his father, taken on the front lawn of the apartment building where they'd lived in Boulder before the Overlook, before things turned bad. That's fine, Danny. I want you to do that, but I want you to do something else. What? I want you to know this box inside and out. Don't just look at it. Touch it. Feel it all over. Then stick your nose inside and see if there's a smell. It needs to be your closest friend, at least for a while. Why? Because you're going to put another one just like it in your mind. One that's even more special. And the next time that massive bitch comes around, you be ready for her. I'll tell you how, just like old white Grandma told me. Danny didn't talk much on the ride back to the apartment. He had a lot to think about. He held his present, a lockbox made of strong metal, on his lap. 9. Mrs. Massey returned a week later. She was in the bathroom again, this time in the tub. Danny wasn't surprised. A tub was where she had died after all. This time, he didn't run. This time, he went inside and closed the door. She beckoned him forward, smiling. Danny came, also smiling. In the other room, he could hear the television. His mother was watching Three's Company. "Hello, Mrs. Massey," Danny said. "I brought you something." At the last moment, she understood and began to scream. 10. Moments later, his mom was knocking at the bathroom door. "Danny, are you all right?" "Fine, Mom." The tub was empty. There was some goo in it, but Danny thought he could clean that up. A little water would send it right down the drain. "Do you have to go? I'll be out pretty soon." "No, I thought I heard you call." Danny grabbed his toothbrush and opened the door. "I'm 100% cool, see?" He gave her a big smile. It wasn't hard now that Mrs. Massey was gone. The troubled look left her face. "Good. Make sure you brush the back ones. That's where the food goes to hide." "I will, Mom." From inside his head, far inside where the twin of his special lockbox was stored on a special shelf, Danny could hear muffled screaming. He didn't mind. He thought it would stop soon enough, and he was right. 11. 2 years later, on the day before the Thanksgiving break, halfway up a deserted stairwell in Alafia Elementary, Horace Derwent appeared to Danny Torrance. There was confetti on the shoulders of his suit. A little black mask hung from one decaying hand. He reeked of the grave. "Great party, isn't it?" he asked. Danny turned and walked away very quickly. When school was over, he called Dick long distance at the restaurant where Dick worked in Key West. "Another one of the Overlook people found me. How many boxes can I have, Dick? In my head, I mean." Dick chuckled. "As many as you need, honey. That's the beauty of The Shining. You think my black grandpa's the only one I ever had to lock away? Do they die in there?" This time there was no chuckle. This time there was a coldness in Dick's voice the boy had never heard before. "Do you care?" Danny didn't. When the one-time owner of the Overlook showed up again shortly after New Year's, this time in Danny's bedroom closet, Danny was ready. He went into the closet and closed the door. Shortly afterward, a second mental lockbox went up on the high mental shelf beside the one that held Mrs. Massey. There was more pounding and some inventive cursing that Danny saved for his own later use. Pretty soon it stopped. There was silence from the Derwent lockbox as well as the Massey lockbox. Whether or not they were alive, in their undead fashion, no longer mattered. What mattered was they were never getting out. He was safe. That was what he thought then. Of course, he also thought he would never take a drink, not after seeing what it had done to his father. Sometimes we just get it wrong. Rattlesnake. 1. Her name was Andrea Steiner, and she liked movies, but she didn't like men. This wasn't surprising, since her father had raped her for the first time when she was 8. He had gone on raping her for that same number of years. Then she had put a stop to it, first popping his balls, one after the other, with one of her mother's knitting needles, and then putting that same needle, red and dripping, in her rapist sire's left eye socket. The balls had been easy, because he was sleeping, but the pain had been enough to wake him in spite of her special talent. She was a big girl, though, and he was drunk. She had been able to hold him down with her body just long enough to administer the coup de grace. Now she had years, 8 times 4. She was a wanderer on the face of America, and an ex-actor had replaced the peanut farmer in the White House. The new fellow had an actor's unlikely black hair and an actor's charming, untrustworthy smile. Andy had seen one of his movies on TV. In it, the man who would be president played a guy who lost his legs when a train ran over them. She liked the idea of a man without legs. A man without legs couldn't chase you down and rape you. Movies, they were the thing. Movies took you away. You could count on popcorn and happy endings. You got a man to go with you. That way it was a date and he paid. This movie was a good one, with fighting and kissing and loud music. It was called Raiders of the Lost Ark. Her current date had his hand under her skirt high up on her bare thigh, but that was all right. A hand wasn't a prick. She had met him in a bar. She met most of the men she went on dates with in bars. He bought her a drink, but a free drink wasn't a date. It was just a pickup. "What's this about?" he'd asked her, running the tip of his finger over her upper left arm. She was wearing a sleeveless blouse, so the tattoo showed. She liked the tattoo to show when she was out looking for a date. She wanted men to see it. They thought it was kinky. She had gotten it in San Diego the year after she killed her father. "It's a snake," she said. "A rattler. Don't you see the fangs?" Of course he did. They were big fangs, out of all proportion to the head. A drop of poison hung from one. He was a businessman type in an expensive suit, with lots of combed-back presidential hair and the afternoon off from whatever paper-pushing crap he did for work. His hair was mostly white instead of black, and he looked about 60, close to twice her age. But that didn't matter to men. He wouldn't have cared if she was 16 instead of 32, or 8. She remembered something her father had said once. "If they're old enough to pee, they're old enough for me." "Of course I see them," the man who was now sitting beside her had said. "But what does it mean?" "Maybe you'll find out," Andy replied. She touched her upper lip with her tongue. "I have another tattoo, somewhere else." "Can I see it?" "Maybe. Do you like movies?" He had frowned. "What do you mean?" "You want to date me, don't you?" He knew what that meant. or what it was supposed to mean. There were other girls in this place, and when they spoke of dates, they meant one thing, but it was not what Andy meant. "Sure, you're cute." "Then take me on a date. A real date. Raiders of the Lost Ark is playing at the Rialto." "I was thinking more of that little hotel 2 blocks down, darling. A room with a wet bar and a balcony. How does that sound?" She had put her lips close to his ear and let her breasts press against his arm. "Maybe later. Take me to the movies first. Pay my way and buy me popcorn. The dark makes me amorous." And here they were, with Harrison Ford on the screen, big as a skyscraper and snapping a bullwhip in the desert dust. The old guy with the presidential hair had his hand under her skirt, but she had a tub of popcorn placed firmly on her lap, making sure he could get most of the way down the third base line, but not quite to home plate. He was trying to go higher, which was annoying, because she wanted to see the end of the movie and find out what was in the Lost Ark. So... 2. At 2 p.m. on a weekday, the movie theater was almost deserted, but 3 people sat 2 rows back from Andy Steiner and her date. 2 men, one quite old and one appearing on the edge of middle age, but appearances could be deceiving, flanked a woman of startling beauty. Her cheekbones were high, her eyes were gray, her complexion creamy. Her masses of black hair were tied back with a broad velvet ribbon. Usually she wore a hat, an old and battered top hat, but she had left it in her motor home this day. You didn't wear a tall topper in a movie theater. Her name was Rose O'Hara, but the nomadic family she traveled with called her Rose the Hat. The man edging into middle age was Barry Smith. Although 100% Caucasian, he was known in this same family as Barry the Chink because of his slightly upturned eyes. "Now watch this," he said. "It's interesting." "The movie's interesting," the old man Grandpa Flick grunted, but that was just his usual contrariness. He was also watching the couple 2 rows down. "It better be interesting," Rose said, "because the woman's not all that steamy. A little, but—" "There she goes, there she goes," Barry said as Andy leaned over and put her lips to her date's ear. Barry was grinning, the box of gummy bears in his hand forgotten. "I've watched her do it 3 times, and I still get a kick out of it." 3. Mr. Businessman's ear was filled with a thatch of wiry white hairs and clotted with wax the color of shit. But Andy didn't let that stop her. She wanted to blow this town, and her finances were at a dangerously low ebb. "Aren't you tired?" she whispered in the disgusting ear. "Don't you want to go to sleep?" The man's head immediately dropped onto his chest, and he began to snore. Andy reached under her skirt, plucked up the relaxing hand, and placed it on the armrest. Then she reached into Mr. Businessman's expensive-looking suit coat and began to rummage. His wallet was in the inside left pocket. That was good. She wouldn't have to make him get up off his fat ass. Once they were asleep, moving them could be tricky. She opened the wallet, tossed the credit cards on the floor, and looked for a few moments at the pictures. Mr. Businessman with a bunch of other overweight Mr. Businessmen on the golf course. Mr. Businessman with his wife. A much younger Mr. Businessman standing in front of a Christmas tree with his son and 2 daughters. The daughters were wearing Santa hats and matching dresses. He probably hadn't been raping them, but it was not out of the question. Men would rape when they could get away with it, this she had learned. At her father's knee, so to speak. There was over $200 in the bill compartment. She had been hoping for even more. The bar where she had met him catered to a better class of whore than those out by the airport. But it wasn't bad for a Thursday matinee, And there were always men who wanted to take a good-looking girl to the movies where a little heavy petting would only be the appetizer. Or so they hoped. 4. "Okay," Rose murmured and started to get up. "I'm convinced. Let's give it a shot." But Barry put a hand on her arm, restraining her. "No, wait. Watch. This is the best part." 5. Andy leaned close to the disgusting ear again and whispered, "Sleep deeper, as deep as you can. The pain you feel will only be a dream." She opened her purse and took out a pearl-handled knife. It was small, but the blade was razor-sharp. "What will the pain be?" "Only a dream," Mr. Businessman muttered into the knot of his tie. "That's right, sweetie." She put an arm around him and quickly slashed double V's into his right cheek, a cheek so fat it would soon be a jowl. She took a moment to admire her work in the chancy light of the projector's colored dream beam. Then the blood sheeted down. He would wake up with his face on fire, the right arm of his expensive suit coat drenched and in need of an emergency room. "And how will you explain it to your wife? You'll think of something, I'm sure. But unless you have plastic surgery, you'll see my marks every time you look in the mirror. And every time you go looking for a little strange in one of the bars, you'll remember how you got bitten by a rattlesnake. One in a blue skirt and a white sleeveless blouse." She tucked the 250s and 520s into her purse, clicked it shut, and was about to get up when a hand fell on her shoulder, and a woman murmured in her ear, "Hello, dear. You can see the rest of the movie another time. Right now, you're coming with us." Andy tried to turn, but hands seized her head. The terrible thing about them was that they were inside. After that, until she found herself in Rose's earth cruiser in a going-to-seed campground on the outskirts of this Midwestern city, all was darkness. 6. When she woke up, Rose gave her a cup of tea and talked to her for a long time. Andy heard everything, but most of her attention was taken up by the woman who had abducted her. She was a presence, and that was putting it mildly. Rose the Hat was 6 feet tall, with long legs and tapered white slacks and high breasts inside a T-shirt branded with the UNICEF logo and motto, "Whatever it takes to save a child." Her face was that of a calm queen, serene and untroubled. Her hair, now unbound, tumbled halfway down her back. The scuffed top hat cocked on her head was jarring, but otherwise she was the most beautiful woman Andy Steiner had ever seen. "Do you understand what I've been telling you? I'm giving you an opportunity here, Andy, and you should not take it lightly. It's been 20 years or more since we've offered anyone what I'm offering to you." "And if I say no, what then? Do you kill me and take this," what had she called it? "This steam?" Rose smiled. Her lips were rich and coral pink. Andy, who considered herself asexual, nonetheless wondered what that lipstick would taste like. "You don't have enough steam to bother with, dear, and what you do have would be far from yummy. It would taste the way the meat from a tough old cow tastes to a rube." "To a what?" "Never mind. Just listen. We won't kill you. What we'll do, if you say no, is to wipe out all memory of this little conversation. You will find yourself on the side of the road outside some nothing town, Topeka maybe, or Fargo, with no money, no identification, and no memory of how you got there. The last thing you'll remember is going into that movie theater with the man you robbed and mutilated." "He deserved to be mutilated," Andy spat out. Rose stood on her tiptoes and stretched, her fingers touching the roof of the RV. "That's your business, honey doll. I'm not your psychiatrist." She wasn't wearing a bra. Andy could see the shifting punctuation marks of her nipples against her shirt. "But here's something to consider. We'll take your talent as well as your money and your no doubt bogus identification. The next time you suggest that a man go to sleep in a darkened movie theater, he'll turn to you and ask what the fuck you're talking about." Andy felt a cold trickle of fear. "You can't do that." But she remembered the terribly strong hands that had reached inside her brain and felt quite sure this woman could. She might need a little help from her friends, the ones in the RVs and motorhomes gathered around this one like piglets at a sow's teats. But oh yes, she could. Rose ignored this. "How old are you, dear?" 28. She had been shading her age since hitting the big 3-0. Rose looked at her, smiling, saying nothing. Andy met those beautiful gray eyes for 5 seconds, then had to drop her gaze. But what her eyes fell upon when she did were those smooth breasts, unharnessed but with no sign of a sag. And when she looked up again, her eyes only got as far as the woman's lips, those coral pink lips. "You're 32, Rose said. "Oh, it only shows a little, because you've led a hard life, a life on the run. But you're still pretty. Stay with us, live with us, and 10 years from now, you really will be 28. "That's impossible." Rose smiled. 100 years from now, you'll look and feel 35. Until you take steam, that is. Then you'll be 28 again, only you'll feel 10 years younger. And you'll take steam often. Live long, stay young, and eat well. Those are the things I'm offering. How do they sound?" "Too good to be true," Andy said. "Like those ads about how you can get life insurance for $10. She wasn't entirely wrong. Rose hadn't told any lies, at least not yet, but there were things she wasn't saying. Like how steam was sometimes in short supply. Like how not everyone lived through the turning. Rose judged this one might, and Walnut, the True's jack-legged doctor, had cautiously concurred, but nothing was sure. "And you and your friends call yourself—" "They're not my friends. They're my family. We're the True Knot." Rose laced her fingers together and held them in front of Andy's face. "And what's tied can never be untied. You need to understand that." Andy, who already knew that a girl who has been raped can never be unraped, understood perfectly. "Do I really have any other choice?" Rose shrugged. "Only bad ones, dear. But it's better if you want it. It will make the turning easier." "Does it hurt, this turning?" Rose smiled and told the first outright lie. "Not at all." 7. A summer night on the outskirts of a Midwestern city. Somewhere people were watching Harrison Ford snap his bullwhip. Somewhere the actor-president was no doubt smiling his untrustworthy smile. Here, in this campground, Andy Steiner was lying on a discount store lawn recliner, bathed in the headlights of Rose's Earth Cruiser and someone else's Winnebago. Rose had explained to her that, while the True Knot owned several campgrounds, this wasn't one of them. But their advance man was able to four-wall places like this, businesses tottering on the edge of insolvency. America was suffering a recession, but for the True, money was not a problem. "Who is this advance man?" Andy had asked. "Oh, he's a very winning fellow," Rose had said, smiling, "able to charm the birdies down from the trees. You'll meet him soon." "Is he your special guy?" Rose had laughed at that and caressed Andy's cheek. The touch of her fingers caused a hot little worm of excitement in Andy's stomach. Crazy, but there it was. "You've got a twinkle, don't you? I think you'll be fine." Maybe, but as she lay here, Andy was no longer excited, only scared. News stories slipped through her mind, ones about bodies found in ditches, bodies found in wooded clearings, bodies found at the bottom of dry wells. Women and girls. Almost always women and girls. It wasn't Rose who scared her, not exactly. And there were other women here, but there were also men. Rose knelt beside her. The glare of the headlights should have turned her face into a harsh and ugly landscape of blacks and whites, but the opposite was true. It only made her more beautiful. Once again she caressed Andy's cheek. "No fear," she said. "No fear." She turned to one of the other women, a pallidly pretty creature Rose called Silent Sari, and nodded. Sari nodded back and went into Rose's monster RV. The others, meanwhile, began to form a circle around the lawn recliner. Andy didn't like that. There was something sacrificial about it. "No fear. Soon you'll be one of us, Andy. One with us." "Unless," Rose thought, "you cycle out. In which case we'll just burn your clothes in the incinerator behind the comfort stations and move on tomorrow. Nothing ventured, nothing gained." But she hoped that wouldn't happen. She liked this one, and a sleeper talent would come in handy. Sari returned with a steel canister that looked like a thermos bottle. She handed it to Rose, who removed the red cap. Beneath was a nozzle and a valve. To Andy, the canister looked like an unlabeled can of bug spray. She thought about bolting up from the recliner and running for it, then remembered the movie theater. The hands that had reached inside her head, holding her in place. "Grandpa Flick?" Rose asked. "Will you lead us?" "Happy to." It was the old man from the theater. Tonight he was wearing baggy pink Bermuda shorts, white socks that climbed all the way up his scrawny shins to his knees, and Jesus sandals. To Andy, he looked like Grandpa Walton after 2 years in a concentration camp. He raised his hands, and the rest raised theirs with him. Linked that way, and silhouetted in the crisscrossing headlight beams, they looked like a chain of weird paper dolls. "We are the true knot," he said. The voice coming from that sunken chest no longer trembled. It was the deep and resonant voice of a much younger and stronger man. "We are the true knot," they responded. "What is tied may never be untied." "Here is a woman," Grandpa Flick said. "Would she join us? Would she tie her life to our life and be one with us?" "Say yes," Rose said. Yes," Andy managed. Her heart was no longer beating, it was thrumming like a wire. Rose turned the valve on her canister. There was a small, rueful sigh, and a puff of silver mist escaped. Instead of dissipating on the light evening breeze, it hung just above the canister until Rose leaned forward, pursed those fascinating coral lips, and blew gently. The puff of mist, looking a bit like a comic strip dialogue balloon without any words in it, drifted until it hovered above Andy's upturned face and wide eyes. "We are the true knot, and we endure," Grandpa Flick proclaimed. "Sabatha Hanti," the others responded. The mist began to descend very slowly. "We are the chosen ones." "Lodsam Hanti," they responded. "Breathe deep," Rose said, and kissed Andy softly on the cheek. "I'll see you on the other side." Maybe. "We are the fortunate ones." "Kahanna, Risone, Hanti." Then, all together, "We are the true knot, and we—" But Andy lost track of it there. The silvery stuff settled over her face, and it was cold, cold. when she inhaled, it came to some sort of tenebrous life and began screaming inside her. A child made of mist, whether boy or girl she didn't know, was struggling to get away, but someone was cutting. Rose was cutting, while the others stood close around her, in a knot, shining down a dozen flashlights, illuminating a slow-motion murder. Andy tried to bolt up from the recliner, but she had no body to bolt with. Her body was gone. Where it had been was only pain in the shape of a human being, the pain of the child's dying and of her own. Embrace it. The thought was like a cool cloth pressed on the burning wound that was her body. That's the only way through. I can't. I've been running from this pain my whole life. Perhaps so, but you're all out of running room. Embrace it. Swallow it. Take steam or die. 8. The True stood with hands upraised, chanting the old words. Sabatha hante, lodsam hante, kahana, risone hante. They watched as Andy Steiner's blouse flattened where her breasts had been, as her skirt puffed shut like a closing mouth. They watched as her face turned to milk glass. Her eyes remained, though, floating like tiny balloons on gauzy strings of nerve. But they're going to go too, Walnut thought. She's not strong enough. I thought maybe she was, but I was wrong. She may come back a time or two, but then she'll cycle out. Nothing left but her clothes. He tried to recall his own turning and could only remember that the moon had been full and there had been a bonfire instead of headlights. A bonfire, the wicker of horses, and the pain. Could you actually remember pain? He didn't think so. He knew there was such a thing, and that she had suffered it, but that wasn't the same. Andy's face swam back into existence like the face of a ghost above a medium's table. The front of her blouse plumped up in curves. Her skirt swelled as her hips and thighs returned to the world. She shrieked in agony. "We are the true knot, and we endure," they chanted in the crisscrossing beams of the RVs. "Sabatha Hanti, we are the chosen ones. Lodsam Hanti, we are the fortunate ones. Kahana, Risone, Hanti." They would go on until it was over. One way or the other, it wouldn't take long. Andy began to disappear again. Her flesh became cloudy glass through which the True could see her skeleton and the bone grin of her skull. A few silver fillings gleamed in that grin. Her disembodied eyes rolled wildly in sockets that were no longer there. She was still screaming, but now the sound was thin and echoing, as if it came from far down a distant hall. 9. Rose thought she'd give up. That was what they did when the pain became too much. But this one was one tough babe. She came swirling back into existence, screaming all the way. Her newly arrived hand seized Rose's with mad strength and bore down. Rose leaned forward, hardly noticing the pain. "I know what you want, honey doll. Come back, and you can have it." She lowered her mouth to Andy's, caressing Andy's upper lip with her tongue until the lip turned to mist. But the eyes stayed, fixed on Rose's. "Sabatha Hanti," they chanted. "Lodsam Hanti, Kahana, Risone Hanti." Andy came back, growing a face around her staring, pain-filled eyes. Her body followed. For a moment, Rose could see the bones of her arms, the bones in the fingers clutching hers. Then they were once more dressed in flesh. Rose kissed her again. Even in her pain, Andy responded, and Rose breathed her own essence down the younger woman's throat. I want this one, and what I want, I get. Andy began to fade again, but Rose could feel her fighting it, getting on top of it, feeding herself with the screaming life force she had breathed down her throat and into her lungs instead of trying to push it away. Taking steam for the first time. 10. The newest member of the True Knot spent that night in Rose O'Hara's bed, and for the first time in her life found something in sex besides horror and pain. Her throat was raw from the screaming she'd done on the lawn recliner, but she screamed again as this new sensation, pleasure to match the pain of her turning, took her body and once more seemed to render it transparent. "Scream all you want," Rose said, looking up from between her thighs. "They've heard plenty of them, the good as well as the bad."
Is sex like this for everybody?
If so, what she had missed. What her bastard father had stolen from her, and people thought she was a thief. "It's like this for us, when we've taken steam," Rose said. "That's all you need to know." She lowered her head, and it began again. 11. Not long before midnight, Token Charlie and Baba the Russian were sitting on the lower step of Token Charlie's bounder, sharing a joint and looking up at the moon. From Rose's earth cruiser came more screams. Charlie and Baba turned to each other and grinned. "Someone is liking it," Baba remarked. "What's not to like?" Charlie said. 12. Andy woke in the day's first early light with her head pillowed on Rose's breasts. She felt entirely different. She felt no different at all. She lifted her head and saw Rose looking at her with those remarkable gray eyes. "You saved me," Andy said. "You brought me back." "I couldn't have done it alone. You wanted to come." "In more ways than one, honey doll."
What we did after, we can't do it again, can we?
Rose shook her head, smiling. "No, and that's okay. Some experiences absolutely cannot be topped. Besides, my man will be back today."
"What's his name?"
"He answers to Henry Rothman, but that's just for the rubes. His true name is Crow Daddy."
"Do you love him? You do, don't you?"
Rose smiled, drew Andy closer, kissed her, but she did not answer.
"Rose?"
"Yes?"
Am I still human?"
To this Rose gave the same answer Dick Halloran had once given young Danny Torrance, and in the same cold tone of voice. "Do you care?" Andy decided she didn't. She decided she was home. Mama. 1. There was a muddle of bad dreams. Someone swinging a hammer and chasing him down endless halls, an elevator that ran by itself, hedges in the shapes of animals that came to life and closed in on him, and finally one clear thought: I wish I were dead. Dan Torrance opened his eyes. Sunlight shot through them and into his aching head, threatening to set his brains on fire. The hangover to end all hangovers. His face was throbbing. His nostrils were clogged shut, except for a tiny pinhole in the left one that allowed in a thread of air. Left one? No, it was the right. He could breathe through his mouth, but it was foul with the taste of whiskey and cigarettes. His stomach was a ball of lead, full of all the wrong things. Morning after junk belly, some old drinking buddy or other had called that woeful sensation. Loud snoring from beside him. Dan turned his head that way, although his neck screamed in protest, and another bolt of agony shot him through the temple. He opened his eyes again, but just a little. No more of that blazing sun, please. Not yet. He was lying on a bare mattress on a bare floor. A bare woman lay sprawled on her back beside him. Dan looked down and saw that he was also al fresco. Her name is Dolores? No. Debbie? That's closer, but not quite. Deanie. Her name was Deanie. He had met her in a bar called the Milky Way, and it had all been quite hilarious until... He couldn't remember, and one look at his hands, both swollen, the knuckles of the right scuffed and scabbed, made him decide he didn't want to remember. And what did it matter? The basic scenario never changed. He got drunk, someone said the wrong thing, chaos and bar carnage followed. There was a dangerous dog inside his head. Sober, he could keep it on a leash. When he drank, the leash disappeared. Sooner or later, I'll kill someone. For all he knew, he had last night. Hey, Deanie, squeeze my weenie. Had he actually said that? He was terribly afraid he had. Some of it was coming back to him now, and even some was too much. Playing 8-ball, trying to put a little extra spin on the cue and scratching it right off the table, the little chalk-smudged son of a bitch bouncing and rolling all the way to the jukebox that was playing, what else, country music. He seemed to remember Joe Diffie. Why had he scratched so outrageously? Because he was drunk, and because Deanie was standing behind him. Deanie had been squeezing his weenie just below the line of the table, and he was showing off for her. All in good fun. But then the guy in the case cap and the fancy silk cowboy shirt had laughed, and that was his mistake. Chaos and bar carnage. Dan touched his mouth and felt plump sausages where normal lips had been when he left that check-cashing joint yesterday afternoon with a little over $500 in his front pants pocket. At least all my teeth seemed to be. His stomach gave a liquid lurch. He burped up a mouthful of sour gunk that tasted of whiskey and swallowed it back. It burned going down. He rolled off the mattress onto his knees, staggered to his feet, then swayed as the room began to do a gentle tango. He was hungover. His head was bursting. His gut was filled with whatever cheap food he'd put in it last night to tamp down the booze. But he was also still drunk. He hooked his underpants off the floor and left the bedroom with them clutched in his hand, not quite limping, but definitely favoring his left leg. He had a vague memory, one he hoped would never sharpen, of the case cowboy throwing a chair. That was when he and Deanie Squeeze My Weenie had left, not quite running, but laughing like loons. Another lurch from his unhappy gut. This time it was accompanied by a clench that felt like a hand in a slick rubber glove. That released all the puke triggers. The vinegar smell of hard-cooked eggs in a big glass jar, the taste of barbecue-flavored pork rinds, the sight of French fries drowning in a ketchup nosebleed, all the crap he'd crammed into his mouth last night between shots. He was going to spew, but the images just kept on coming, revolving on some nightmare game show prize wheel. "What have we got for our next contestant, Johnny?" "Well, Bob, it's a great big platter of greasy sardines." The bathroom was directly across a short stub of hall. The door was open, the toilet seat up. Dan lunged, fell on his knees, and spewed a great flood of brownish-yellow stuff on top of a floating turd. He looked away, groped for the flush, found it, pushed it. Water cascaded, but there was no accompanying sound of draining water. He looked back and saw something alarming. The turd, probably his own, rising toward the pea-splashed rim of the toilet bowl on a sea of half-digested bar snacks. Just before the toilet could overspill, making this morning's banal horrors complete, something cleared its throat in the pipe and the whole mess flushed away. Dan threw up again, then sat on his heels with his back against the bathroom wall and his throbbing head lowered, waiting for the tank to refill so he could flush a second time. No more, I swear it. No more booze, no more bars, no more fights. Promising himself this for the 100th time, or the 1000th. One thing was certain, he had to get out of this town or he might be in trouble. Serious trouble was not out of the question. Johnny, what have we got for today's grand prize winner? Bob, it's 2 years in state for assault and battery. And the studio audience goes wild. The toilet tank had quieted its noisy refill. He reached for the handle to flush away the morning after, part 2, then paused, regarding the black hole of his short-term memory. Did he know his name? Yes. Daniel Anthony Torrance. Did he know the name of the chick snoring on the mattress in the other room? Yes. Deanie. He didn't recall her last name, but it was likely she had never told him. Did he know the current president's name? To Dan's horror, he didn't. Not at first. The guy had a funky Elvis haircut and played the sax quite badly. But the name... Do you even know where you are? Cleveland? Charleston? It was one or the other. As he flushed the toilet, the president's name arrived in his head with splendid clarity. And Dan wasn't in either Cleveland or Charleston. He was in Wilmington, North Carolina. He worked as an orderly at Grace of Mary Hospital. Or had. It was time to move on. If he got to some other place, some good place, he might be able to quit the drinking and start over. He got up and looked in the mirror. The damage wasn't as bad as he'd feared. Nose swelled, but not actually broken. At least he didn't think so. Crusts of dried blood above his puffy upper lip. There was a bruise on his right cheekbone. The case cowboy must have been a lefty, with the bloody imprint of a ring sitting in the middle of it. Another bruise, a big one, was spreading in the cup of his left shoulder. That, he seemed to remember, had been from a pool cue. He looked in the medicine cabinet. Amid tubes of makeup and cluttered bottles of over-the-counter medicine, he found 3 prescription bottles. The first was diflucan, commonly prescribed for yeast infections. It made him glad he was circumcised. The second was Darvon Comp 65. He opened it, saw 6 capsules, and put 3 in his pocket for later reference. The last script was for Furacet, and the bottle, thankfully, was almost full. He swallowed 3 with cold water. Bending over the basin made his headache worse than ever, but he thought he would soon get relief. Furacet, intended for migraine and tension headaches, was a guaranteed hangover killer. Well, almost guaranteed. He started to close the cabinet, then took another look. He moved some of the crap around. No birth control ring. Maybe it was in her purse. He hoped so, because he hadn't been carrying a rubber. If he'd fucked her, and although he couldn't remember for sure, he probably had, he'd ridden in bareback. He put on his underwear and shuffled back to the bedroom, standing in the doorway for a moment and looking at the woman who had brought him home last night. Arms and legs splayed, everything showing. Last night she had looked like the goddess of the Western world in her thigh-high leather skirt and cork sandals, her cropped top and hoop earrings. This morning he saw the sagging white dough of a growing booze gut and the second chin starting to appear under the first. He saw something worse. She wasn't a woman, after all. probably not jailbait, please God, not jailbait, but surely no more than 20 and maybe still in her late teens. On one wall, chillingly childish, was a poster of Kiss with Gene Simmons spewing fire. On another was a cute kitten with startled eyes dangling from a tree branch. "Hang in there, baby," this poster advised. He needed to get out of here. Their clothes were tangled together at the foot of the mattress. He separated his T-shirt from her panties, yanked it over his head, then stepped into his jeans. He froze with the zipper halfway up, realizing that his left front pocket was much flatter than it had been when he left the check-cashing joint the previous afternoon. No, it can't be. His head, which had begun to feel the teeniest bit better, started to throb again as his heartbeat picked up speed, and when he shoved his hand into the pocket, it brought up nothing but a $10 bill and 2 toothpicks, one of which poked under his index fingernail and into the sensitive meat beneath. He hardly noticed. We didn't drink up $500. No way we did. We'd be dead if we drank up that much. His wallet was still at home in his hip pocket. He pulled it out, hoping against hope, but no joy. He must have transferred the 10 he usually kept there to his front pocket at some point. The front pocket made it tougher for barroom dips, which now seemed like quite the joke. He looked at the snoring, splayed girl-woman on the mattress and started for her, meaning to shake her awake and ask her what she'd done with his fucking money. Choke her awake, if that was what it took. But if she'd stolen from him, why had she brought him home? And hadn't there been something else? Some other adventure after they left the Milky Way? Now that his head was clearing, he had a memory, hazy but probably valid, of them taking a cab to the train station. "I know a guy who hangs out there, honey." Had she really said that, or was it only his imagination? She said it all right. "I'm in Wilmington. Bill Clinton's the president, and we went to the train station, where there was indeed a guy, the kind who likes to do his deals in the men's room, especially when the customer has a slightly rearranged face. When he asked who teed off on me, I told him he should mind his beeswax," Dan muttered. When the two of them went in, Dan had been meaning to buy a gram to keep his date happy, no more than that, and only if it wasn't half mannitol. Coke might be Deanie's thing, but it wasn't his. Rich man's Anacin, he'd heard it called, and he was far from rich. But then someone had come out of one of the stalls, a business type with a briefcase banging his knee. And when Mr. Businessman went to wash his hands at one of the basins, Dan had seen flies crawling all over his face. Death flies. Mr. Businessman was a dead man walking and didn't know it. So instead of going small, he was pretty sure he'd gone big. Maybe he'd changed his mind at the last moment, though. It was possible he could remember so little. I remember the flies, though. Yes, he remembered those. Booze tamped down the shining, knocked it unconscious, but he wasn't sure the flies were even a part of the shining. They came when they would, drunk or sober. He thought again, I need to get out of here. He thought again, I wish I were dead. 2. Deanie made a soft snorting sound and turned away from the merciless morning light. Except for the mattress on the floor, the room was devoid of furniture. There wasn't even a thrift shop bureau. The closet stood open, and Dan could see the majority of Deanie's meager wardrobe heaped in 2 plastic laundry baskets. The few items on hangers looked like bar-hopping clothes. He could see a red T-shirt with "Sexy Girl" printed in spangles on the front, and a denim skirt with a fashionably frayed hem. There were 2 pairs of sneakers, 2 pairs of flats, and one pair of strappy high-heel fuck-me shoes. No cork sandals, though. No sign of his own beat-up Reeboks, for that matter. Dan couldn't remember them kicking off their shoes when they came in, but if they had, they'd be in the living room, which he could remember vaguely. Her purse might be there, too. He might have given her whatever remained of his cash for safekeeping. It was unlikely, but not impossible. He walked his throbbing head down the short hall to what he assumed was the apartment's only other room. On the far side was a kitchenette, the amenities consisting of a hot plate and a bar refrigerator tucked under the counter. In the living area was a sofa hemorrhaging stuffing and propped up at one end with a couple of bricks. It faced a big TV with a crack running down the middle of the glass. The crack had been mended with a strip of packing tape that now dangled by one corner. A couple of flies were stuck to the tape, one still struggling feebly. Dan eyed it with morbid fascination, reflecting, not for the first time, that the hungover eye had a weird ability to find the ugliest things in any given landscape. There was a coffee table in front of the sofa. On it was an ashtray filled with butts, a baggie filled with white powder, and a People magazine with more blow scattered across it. Beside it, completing the picture, was a dollar bill still partly rolled up. He didn't know how much they had snorted, but judging by how much still remained, he could kiss his $500 goodbye. Fuck! I don't even like coke. And how did I snort it anyway? I can hardly breathe. He hadn't. She had snorted it. He had rubbed it on his gums. It was all starting to come back to him. He would have preferred it to stay away, but too late. The death flies in the restroom, crawling in and out of Mr. Businessman's mouth and over the wet surfaces of his eyes. Mr. Dealer Man asking what Dan was looking at. Dan telling him it was nothing, it didn't matter. Let's see what you've got. It turned out Mr. Dealerman had plenty. They usually did. Next came the ride back to her place in another taxi. Deanie already snorting from the back of her hand, too greedy or too needy to wait. The two of them trying to sing Mr. Roboto. He spied her sandals and his Reeboks right inside the door, and here were more golden memories. She hadn't kicked the sandals off, only dropped them from her feet, because by then he'd had his hands planted firmly on her ass, and she had her legs wrapped around his waist. Her neck smelled of perfume, her breath of barbecue-flavored pork rinds. They had been gobbling them by the handful before moving on to the pool table. Dan put on his sneakers, then walked across to the kitchenette, thinking there might be instant coffee in the single cupboard. He didn't find coffee, but he did see her purse lying on the floor. He thought he could remember her tossing it at the sofa and laughing when it missed. Half the crap had spilled out, including a red imitation leather wallet. He scooped everything back inside and took it over to the kitchenette. Although he knew damn well that his money was now living in the pocket of Mr. Dealer Man's designer jeans, part of him insisted that there must be some left, if only because he needed some to be left. $10 was enough for 3 drinks or 2 six-packs, but it was going to take more than that today. He fished out her wallet and opened it. There were some pictures. A couple of Deanie with some guy who looked too much like her not to be a relative. A couple of Deanie holding a baby. One of Deanie in a prom dress next to a buck-toothed kid in a gruesome blue tux. The bill compartment was bulging. This gave him hope until he pulled it open and saw a swatch of food stamps. There was also some currency, 2 20s and 3 10s. That's my money. What's left of it, anyway. He knew better. He never would have given some shit-faced pick up his week's pay for safekeeping. It was hers. Yes. But hadn't the coke been her idea? Wasn't she the reason he was broke as well as hungover this morning? No, you're hungover because you're a drunk. You're broke because you saw the death flies. It might be true, but if she hadn't insisted they go to the train station and score, he never would have seen the death flies. She might need that $70 for groceries. Right, a jar of peanut butter and a jar of strawberry jam, also a loaf of bread to spread it on. She had food stamps for the rest. Or rent. She might need it for that. If she needed rent money, she could peddle the TV. Maybe her dealer would take it, crack and all. $70 wouldn't go very far in a month's rent anyway, he reasoned, even for a dump like this one. That's not yours, Doc. It was his mother's voice, the last one he needed to hear when he was savagely hungover and in desperate need of a drink. Fuck you, Ma. His voice was low but sincere. He took the money, stuffed it in his pocket, put the billfold back in the purse, and turned around. A kid was standing there. He looked about 18 months old. He was wearing an Atlanta Braves t-shirt. It came down to his knees, but the diaper underneath showed anyway because it was loaded and hanging just above his ankles. Dan's heart took an enormous leap in his chest, and his head gave a sudden terrific whammo, as if Thor had swung his hammer in there. For a moment, he was absolutely sure he was going to stroke out, have a heart attack, or both. Then he drew in a deep breath and exhaled. "Where did you come from, little hero?" "Mama," the kid said, which in a way made perfect sense. Dan, too, had come from his mama, but it didn't help. A terrible deduction was trying to form itself in his thumping head, but he didn't want anything to do with it. He saw you take the money. Maybe so, but that wasn't the deduction. If the kid saw him take it, so what? He wasn't even 2. Kids that young accepted everything adults did. If he saw his mama walking on the ceiling with fire shooting from her fingertips, he'd accept that. "What's your name, hero?" His voice was throbbing in time with his heart, which still hadn't settled down. "Mama." Really, the other kids are going to have fun with that when you get to high school. "Did you come from next door or down the hall?" Please say yes, because here's the deduction. If this kid is Deanie's, then she went out bar hopping and left him locked in this shitty apartment, alone. "Mama!" Then the kid spied the Coke on the coffee table and trotted toward it with the sodden crotch of his diaper swinging. "Candy!" "No, that's not candy," Dan said, although of course it was nose candy. Paying no attention, the kid reached for the white powder with one hand. As he did, Dan saw bruises on his upper arm, the kind left by a squeezing hand. He grabbed the kid around the waist and between the legs. As he swung him up and away from the table, the sodden diaper squeezing pee through his fingers to patter on the floor, Dan's head filled with an image that was brief but excruciatingly clear. The Deanie look-alike in the wallet photo, picking the kid up and shaking him, leaving the marks of his fingers. "Hey, Tommy, what part of get the fuck out don't you understand?"
"Randy, don't. He's just a baby."
Then it was gone, but that second voice, weak and remonstrating, had been Deanie's, and he understood that Randy was her older brother. It made sense. Not every abuser was the boyfriend. Sometimes it was the brother, sometimes the uncle. Sometimes, "Come out, you worthless pup, come out and take your medicine." It was even dear old Dad. He carried the baby, Tommy, his name was Tommy, into the bedroom. The kid saw his mother and immediately began wriggling. "Mama! Mama! Mama!" When Dan set him down, Tommy trotted to the mattress and crawled up beside her. Although sleeping, Deanie put her arm around him and hugged him to her. The Braves shirt pulled up, and Dan saw more bruises on the kid's legs. The brother's name is Randy. I could find him. This thought was as cold and clear as lake ice in January. If he handled the picture from the wallet and concentrated, ignoring the pounding of his head, he probably could find the big brother. He had done such things before. I could leave a few bruises of my own. Tell him the next time I'll kill him. Only there wasn't going to be a next time. Wilmington was done. He was never going to see Deanie or this desperate little apartment again. He was never going to think of last night or this morning again. This time, it was Dick Halloran's voice. "No, honey. Maybe you can put the things from the Overlook away in lockboxes, but not memories. Never those. They're the real ghosts." He stood in the doorway, looking at Deanie and her bruised boy. The kid had gone back to sleep, and in the morning sun the two of them looked almost angelic. She's no angel. Maybe she didn't leave the bruises, but she went out partying and left him alone. If you hadn't been there when he woke up and walked into the living room... "Kenny," the kid had said, reaching for the blow. Not good. Something needed to be done. "Maybe, but not by me. I'd look good showing up at DHS to complain about child neglect with this face, wouldn't I? Reeking of booze and puke, just an upstanding citizen doing his civic duty." "You can put her money back," Wendy said. "You can do that much." He almost did. Really. He took it out of his pocket and had it right there in his hand. He even strolled it over to her purse. And the walk must have done him good, because he had an idea. Take the coke if you've got to take something. You can sell what's left for $100. Maybe even $200 if it hasn't been stomped on too much. Only, if his potential buyer turned out to be a narc, it would be just his luck. He'd wind up in jail, where he might also find himself nailed for whatever stupid shit had gone down in the Milky Way. The cash was way safer, $70 in all. "I'll split it," he decided. 40 for her and 30 for me. Only 30 wouldn't do him much good. And there were the food stamps, a wad big enough to choke a horse. She could feed the kid with those. He picked up the Coke and the Dusty People magazine and put them on the kitchenette counter, safely out of the kid's reach. There was a scrubby in the sink, and he used it on the coffee table, cleaning up the leftover shake, telling himself that if she came stumbling out while he was doing it, he would give her back her goddamn money, telling himself that if she went on snoozing, she deserved whatever she got. Deanie didn't come out. She went on snoozing. Dan finished cleaning up, tossed the scrubby back in the sink, and thought briefly about leaving a note. But what would it say? "Take better care of your kid, and by the way, I took your cash." Okay, no note. He left with the money in his left front pocket, being careful not to slam the door on his way out. He told himself he was being considerate. 3. Around noon, his hangover headache a thing of the past thanks to Deanie's Fioracet and a Darvon chaser, he approached an establishment called Golden's Discount Liquors and Import Beers. This was in the old part of town where the establishments were brick, the sidewalks were largely empty, and the pawn shops, each displaying an admirable selection of straight razors, were many. His intention was to buy a very large bottle of very cheap whiskey, but what he saw out front changed his mind. It was a shopping cart loaded with a bum's crazy assortment of possessions. The bum in question was inside, haranguing the clerk. There was a blanket, rolled up and tied with twine on top of the cart. Dan could see a couple of stains, but on the whole it didn't look bad. He took it and walked briskly away with it under his arm. After stealing $70 from a single mother with a substance abuse problem, taking a bum's magic carpet seemed like small shit indeed, which might have been why he felt smaller than ever. I am the incredible shrinking man, he thought, hurrying around the corner with his new prize. Steal a few more things and I will vanish entirely from sight. He was listening for the outraged caws of the bum. The crazier they were, the louder they cawed, but there was nothing. One more corner and he could congratulate himself on a clean getaway. Dan turned it. 4. That evening found him sitting at the mouth of a large storm drain on the slope beneath the Cape Fear Memorial Bridge. He had a room, but there was the small matter of stacked-up back rent which he had absolutely promised to pay as of 5 p.m. yesterday. Nor was that all. If he returned to his room, he might be invited to visit a certain fortress-like municipal building on Best Street to answer questions about a certain bar altercation. On the whole, it seemed safer to stay away. There was a downtown shelter called Hope House, which the winos, of course, called Hopeless House, but Dan had no intention of going there. You could sleep free, but if you had a bottle, they'd take it away. Wilmington was full of by-the-night flops and cheap motels where nobody gave a shit what you drank, snorted, or injected, but why would you waste good drinking money on a bed and a roof when the weather was warm and dry? He could worry about beds and roofs when he headed north, not to mention getting his few possessions out of the room on Burney Street without his landlady's notice. The moon was rising over the river. The blanket was spread out behind him. Soon he would lie down on it, pull it around him in a cocoon and sleep. He was just high enough to be happy. The takeoff and the climb out had been rough, but now all that low-altitude turbulence was behind him. He supposed he wasn't leading what straight America would call an exemplary life, but for the time being all was fine. He had a bottle of Old Sun, purchased at a liquor store a prudent distance from Golden's Discount, and half a hero sandwich for breakfast tomorrow. The future was cloudy, but tonight the moon was bright. All was as it should be. Canny. Suddenly the kid was with him. Tommy. Right here with him, reaching for the blow. Bruises on his arm, blue eyes. Canny. He saw this with an excruciating clarity that had nothing to do with The Shining. And more, Deanie lying on her back snoring. The red imitation leather wallet, the wad of food stamps with U.S. Department of Agriculture printed on them, the money, the $70, which he had taken. Think about the moon. Think about how serene it looks rising over the water. For a while he did, but then he saw Deanie on her back, the red imitation leather wallet, the wad of food stamps, the pitiful crumple of cash, much of it now gone. Most clearly of all, he saw the kid reaching for the blow with a hand that looked like a starfish. Blue eyes, bruised arm. Canny, he said. Mama, he said. Dan had learned the trick of measuring out his drinks. That way the booze lasted longer, the high was mellower, and the next day's headache lighter and more manageable. Sometimes, though, the measuring thing went wrong. Shit happened, like at the Milky Way. That had been more or less an accident, but tonight, finishing the bottle in 4 long swallows was on purpose. Your mind was a blackboard. Booze was the eraser. He lay down and pulled the stolen blanket around him. He waited for unconsciousness, and it came. But Tommy came first. Atlanta Braves shirt, sagging diaper, blue eyes, bruised arm, starfish hand. Canny. Mama. I will never speak of this, he told himself. Not to anyone. As the moon rose over Wilmington, North Carolina, Dan Torrance lapsed into unconsciousness. There were dreams of the Overlook, but he would not remember them upon waking. What he remembered upon waking were the blue eyes, the bruised arm, the reaching hand. He managed to get his possessions and went north, first to upstate New York, then to Massachusetts. 2 years passed. Sometimes he helped people, mostly old people. He had a way of doing that. On too many drunk nights, the kid would be the last thing he thought of, and the first thing that came to mind on the hungover mornings after. It was the kid he always thought of when he told himself he was going to quit the drinking. Maybe next week, next month for sure. The kid. The eyes. The arm. The reaching starfish hand. Kenny. Mama. Part 1. Abra. Chapter 1. Welcome to Teeny Town. 1. After Wilmington, the daily drinking stopped. He'd go a week, sometimes 2, without anything stronger than diet soda. He'd wake up without a hangover, which was good. He'd wake up thirsty and miserable, wanting, which wasn't. Then there would come a night, or a weekend. Sometimes it was a Budweiser ad on TV that set him off, fresh-faced young people with nary a beer gut among them, having cold ones after a vigorous volleyball game. Sometimes it was seeing a couple of nice-looking women having after-work drinks outside some pleasant little cafe, the kind of place with a French name and lots of hanging plants. The drinks were almost always the kind that came with little umbrellas. Sometimes it was a song on the radio. Once it was Styx singing Mr. Roboto. When he was dry, he was completely dry. When he drank, he got drunk. If he woke up next to a woman, he thought of Deanie and the kid in the Braves t-shirt. He thought of the $70. He even thought of the stolen blanket which he had left in the storm drain. Maybe it was still there. If so, it would be moldy now. Sometimes he got drunk and missed work. They'd keep him on for a while. He was good at what he did, but then would come a day. When it did, he would say thank you very much and board a bus. Wilmington became Albany, and Albany became Utica. Utica became New Paltz. New Paltz gave way to Sturbridge, where he got drunk at an outdoor folk concert and woke up the next day in jail with a broken wrist. Next up was Weston. After that came a nursing home on Martha's Vineyard, and boy, that gig didn't last long. On his 3rd day, the head nurse smelled booze on his breath, and it was see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. Once he crossed the path of the true knot without realizing it. Not in the top part of his mind, anyway. Although lower down, in the part that shone, there was something. A smell, fading and unpleasant, like the smell of burned rubber on a stretch of turnpike where there has been a bad accident not long before. From Martha's Vineyard he took Mass Lines to Newburyport. There he found work in a don't-give-much-of-a-shit veterans' home, the kind of place where old soldiers were sometimes left in wheelchairs outside empty consulting rooms until their pee bags overflowed onto the floor. A lousy place for patients. A better one for frequent fuck-ups like himself, although Dan and a few others did as well by the old soldiers as they could. He even helped a couple get over when their time came. That job lasted a while, long enough for the saxophone president to turn the White House keys over to the cowboy president. Dan had a few wet nights in Newburyport, but always with the next day off, so it was okay. After one of these mini-sprees, he woke up thinking, at least I left the food stamps. That brought on the old psychotic game show duo. Sorry, Deanie, you lose, but nobody leaves empty-handed. What have we got for her, Johnny? Well, Bob, Deanie didn't win any money, but she's leaving with our new home game, several grams of cocaine, and a great big wad of food stamps. What Dan got was a whole month without booze. He did it, he guessed, as a weird kind of penance. It occurred to him more than once that if he'd had Deanie's address, he would have sent her that crappy $70 long ago. He would have sent her twice that much if it could have ended the memories of the kid in the Braves t-shirt and the reaching starfish hand. But he didn't have the address, so he stayed sober instead, scourging himself with whips, dry ones. Then, one night, he passed a drinking establishment called the Fisherman's Rest, and through the window spied a good-looking blonde sitting alone at the bar. She was wearing a tartan skirt that ended at mid-thigh, and she looked lonely, and he went in, and it turned out she was newly divorced, and wow, that was a shame. Maybe she'd like some company, and 3 days later he woke up with that same old black hole in his memory. He went to the Veterans Center where he had been mopping floors and changing light bulbs, hoping for a break, but no dice. Don't give much of a shit wasn't quite the same as don't give any shit. Close, but no cigar. Leaving with the few items that had been in his locker, he recalled an old Bobcat Goldthwait line. My job was still there, but somebody else was doing it. So he boarded another bus, this one headed for New Hampshire, and before he got on, he bought a glass container of intoxicating liquid. He sat all the way in back in the drunk seat, the one by the toilet. Experience had taught him that if he intended to spend a bus trip getting smashed, that was the seat to take. He reached into the brown paper sack, loosened the cap on the glass container of intoxicating liquid, and smelled the brown smell. That smell could talk, although it only had one thing to say. Hello, old friend. He thought, can he? He thought, Mama. He thought of Tommy going to school by now, always assuming good old Uncle Randy hadn't killed him. He thought, the only one who can put on the brakes is you. This thought had come to him many times before, but now it was followed by a new one. You don't have to live this way if you don't want to. You can, of course, but you don't have to. That voice was so strange, so unlike any of his usual mental dialogues that he thought at first he must be picking it up from someone else. He could do that, but he rarely got uninvited transmissions anymore. He'd learned to shut them off. Nevertheless, he looked up the aisle, almost positive he could see someone looking back at him. No one was. Everyone was sleeping, talking with their seatmates, or staring out at the gray New England day. You don't have to live this way if you don't want to. If only that were true. Nevertheless, he tightened the cap on the bottle and put it on a seat beside him. Twice he picked it up. The first time he put it down. The second time he reached into the bag and unscrewed the cap again, but as he did, the bus pulled into the New Hampshire welcome area just across the state line. Dan filed into the Burger King with the rest of the passengers, pausing only long enough to toss the paper bag into one of the trash containers. Stenciled on the side of the tall green can were the words, "If you no longer need it, leave it here." Wouldn't that be nice, Dan thought, hearing the clink as it landed. Oh, God, wouldn't that be nice? 2. An hour and a half later, the bus passed a sign reading, "Welcome to Frasier, where there's a reason for every season," and, below that, "Home of Teeny Town." The bus stopped at the Frasier Community Center to take on passengers, and from the empty seat next to Dan, where the bottle had rested for the first part of the trip, Tony spoke up. Here was a voice Dan recognized, although Tony hadn't spoken so clearly in years. This is the place. As good as any, Dan thought. He grabbed his duffel from the overhead rack and got off. He stood on the sidewalk and watched the bus pull away. To the west, the white mountains sawed at the horizon. In all his wanderings, he had avoided mountains, especially the jagged monsters that broke the country in two. Now, he thought, I've come back to the high country after all. I guess I always knew I would. But these mountains were gentler than the ones that still sometimes haunted his dreams, and he thought he could live with them, at least for a little while. If he could stop thinking about the kid in the Braves t-shirt, that is. If he could stop using the booze. There came a time when you realized that moving on was pointless, that you took yourself with you wherever you went. A snow flurry, fine as wedding lace, danced across the air. He could see that the shops lining the wide main street catered mostly to the skiers who'd come in December and the summer people who'd come in June. There would probably be leaf peepers in September and October, too, but this was what passed for spring in northern New England, an edgy 8 weeks chrome-plated with cold and damp. Fraser apparently hadn't figured out a reason for this season yet because the main drag, Cranmore Avenue, was all but deserted. Dan slung the duffel over his shoulder and strolled slowly north. He stopped outside a wrought-iron fence to look at a rambling Victorian home flanked on both sides by newer brick buildings. These were connected to the Victorian by covered walkways. There was a turret at the top of the mansion on the left side, but none on the right, giving the place a queerly unbalanced look that Dan sort of liked. It was as if the big old girl were saying, "Yeah, part of me fell off. What the fuck? Someday it'll happen to you." He started to smile. Then the smile died. Tony was in the window of the turret room, looking down at him. He saw Dan looking up and waved. The same solemn wave Dan remembered from his childhood, when Tony had come often. Dan closed his eyes, then opened them. Tony was gone. Had never been there in the first place. How could he have been? The window was boarded up. The sign on the lawn, gold letters on a green background, the same shade as the house itself, read, Helen Rivington House. They have a cat in there, he thought. A gray cat named Audrey. This turned out to be partly right and partly wrong. There was a cat, and it was gray, but it was a neutered Tom, and its name wasn't Audrey. Dan looked at the sign for a long time, long enough for the clouds to part and send down a biblical beam, and then he walked on. Although the sun was now bright enough to twinkle the chrome of the few slant-parked cars in front of Olympia Sports and the Fresh Day Spa, the snow still swirled, making Dan think of something his mother had said during similar spring weather long ago when they had lived in Vermont. The devil's beating his wife. 3. A block or two up from the hospice, Dan stopped again. Across the street from the town municipal building was the Fraser Town Common. There was an acre or two of lawn, just beginning to show green, a bandstand, a softball field, a paved basketball half-court, picnic tables, even a putting green, all very nice, but what interested him was a sign reading, Visit Teeny Town, Fraser's Small Wonder, and ride the Teeny Town Railway. It didn't take a genius to see that Teeny Town was a teeny replica of Cranmore Avenue. There was the Methodist church he had passed, its steeple rising all of 7 feet into the air. There was the Music Box Theater, Spondulix ice cream, Mountain Books, shirts and stuff, the Fraser Gallery, fine prints our specialty. There was also a perfect waist-high miniature of the single-turreted Helen Rivington house, although the 2 flanking brick buildings had been omitted. Perhaps, Dan thought, because they were butt ugly, especially compared to the centerpiece. Beyond Teeny Town was a miniature train with Teeny Town Railway painted on passenger cars that were surely too small to hold anyone larger than toddler size. Smoke was puffing from the stack of a bright red locomotive about the size of a Honda Gold Wing motorcycle. He could hear the rumble of a diesel engine. Printed on the side of the loco, in old-fashioned gold-flake letters, was the Helen Rivington. Town patroness, Dan supposed. Somewhere in Fraser there was probably a street named after her, too. He stood where he was for a bit, although the sun had gone back in and the day had grown cold enough for him to see his breath. As a kid, he'd always wanted an electric train set and had never had one. Yonder in Teeny Town was a jumbo version kids of all ages could love. He shifted his duffel bag to his other shoulder and crossed the street. Hearing Tony again, and seeing him, was unsettling, but right now he was glad he'd stopped here. Maybe this really was the place he'd been looking for, the one where he'd finally find a way to right his dangerously tipped life. You take yourself with you wherever you go. He pushed the thought into a mental closet. It was a thing he was good at. There was all sorts of stuff in that closet. 4. A cowling surrounded the locomotive on both sides, but he spied a footstool standing beneath one low eave of the teeny town station, carried it over, and stood on it. The driver's cockpit contained 2 sheepskin-covered bucket seats. It looked to Dan as if they had been scavenged from an old Detroit muscle car. The cockpit and controls also looked like modified Detroit stock, with the exception of an old-fashioned Z-shaped shifter jutting up from the floor. There was no shift pattern. The original knob had been replaced with a grinning skull wearing a bandana faded from red to pallid pink by years of gripping hands. The top half of the steering wheel had been cut off, so that what remained looked like the steering yoke of a light plane. Painted in black on the dashboard, fading but legible, was "Top speed 40, do not exceed." "Like it?" The voice came from directly behind him. Dan wheeled around, almost falling off the stool. A big weathered hand gripped his forearm, steadying him. It was a guy who looked to be in his late 50s or early 60s, wearing a padded denim jacket and a red-checked hunting cap with the ear flaps down. In his free hand was a toolkit with "Property of Fraser Municipal Department" Dymo taped across the top. "Hey, sorry," Dan said, stepping off the stool. "I didn't mean to." "It's all right. People stop to look all the time. Usually model train buffs. It's like a dream come true for 'em. We keep 'em away in the summer when the place is jumping and the riv runs every hour or so. But this time of year, there's no we, just me. And I don't mind." He stuck out his hand. "Billy Freeman, town maintenance crew. The riv's my baby." Dan took the offered hand. "Dan Torrance." Billy Freeman eyed the duffel. "Just got off the bus, I imagine. Or are you riding your thumb?" "Bus," Dan said. "What does this thing have for an engine?" "Well, now, that's interesting. Probably never heard of the Chevrolet Veraneo, did ya?" He hadn't, but knew anyway, because Freeman knew. Dan didn't think he'd had such a clear shine in years. It brought a ghost of delight that went back to earliest childhood before he had discovered how dangerous the shining could be. Brazilian Suburban, wasn't it? Turbo diesel. Freeman's bushy eyebrows shot up and he grinned. "Goddamn right! Casey Kingsley, he's the boss, bought it at an auction last year. It's a corker. Pulls like a son of a bitch. The instrument panel's from a Suburban, too. The seats I put in myself." The shine was fading now, but Dan got one last thing. "From a GTO judge." Freeman beamed. "That's right. Found him in a junkyard over Sunapee way. The shifter's a hi-hat from a 1961 Mac 9-speed. Nice, huh? You looking for work or just looking?" Dan blinked at the sudden change of direction. Was he looking for work? He supposed he was. The hospice he'd passed on his amble up Cranmore Avenue would be the logical place to start, and he had an idea, didn't know if it was a shining or just ordinary intuition, that they'd be hiring, but he wasn't sure he wanted to go there just yet. Seeing Tony in the turret window had been unsettling. "Also, Danny, you want to be a little bit farther down the road from your last drink before you show up there asking for a job application form, even if the only thing they got is running a buffalo on the night shift." Dick Halloran's voice. Christ. Dan hadn't thought of Dick in a long time. Maybe not since Wilmington. With summer coming, a season for which Fraser most definitely had a reason, people would be hiring for all sorts of things. But if he had to choose between a Chili's at the local mall and Teeny Town, he definitely chose Teeny Town. He opened his mouth to answer Freeman's question, but Halloran spoke up again before he could. "You closing in on the big 3-0, honey? You could be running out of chances." Meanwhile, Billy Freeman was looking at him with open and artless curiosity. "Yes," he said, "I'm looking for work." "Working in Teeny Town wouldn't last long, you know. Once summer comes and the school's let out, Mr. Kingsley hires local. 18 to 22, mostly. The select men expect it. Also, kids work cheap. He grinned, exposing holes where a couple of teeth had once resided. "Still, there are worse places to make a buck. Outdoor work don't look so good today, but it won't be cold like this much longer." No, it wouldn't be. There were tarps over a lot of stuff on the common, but they'd be coming off soon, exposing the superstructure of small-town resort summer. Hot dog stands, ice cream booths, a circular something that looked to Dan like a merry-go-round. And there was the train, of course, the one with the teeny passenger cars and the big turbo-diesel engine. If he could stay off the sauce and prove trustworthy, Freeman, or the boss, Kingsley, might let him drive it a time or two. He'd like that. Farther down the line, when the municipal department hired the just-out-of-school local kids, there was always the hospice. If he decided to stay, that was. "You better stay somewhere," Halloran said. This was Dan's day for hearing voices and seeing visions, it seemed. "You better stay somewhere soon, or you won't be able to stay anywhere." He surprised himself by laughing. "It sounds good to me, Mr. Freeman. It sounds really good." 5. "Done any grounds maintenance?" Billy Freeman asked. They were walking slowly along the flank of the train. The tops of the cars only came up to Dan's chest, making him feel like a giant. "I can weed, plant, and paint. I know how to run a leaf blower and a chainsaw. I can fix small engines if the problem isn't too complicated. And I can manage a riding mower without running over any little kids. The train now, that I don't know about." "You'd need to get cleared by Kingsley for that. Insurance and shit. Listen, if you get references, Mr. Kingsley won't hire without 'em." "A few, mostly janitorial and hospital orderly stuff. Mr. Freeman, just Billy'll do." "Your train doesn't look like it could carry passengers, Billy. Where would they sit?" Billy grinned. "Wait here. See if you think this is as funny as I do. I never get tired of it." Freeman went back to the locomotive and leaned in. The engine, which had been idling lazily, began to rev and send up rhythmic jets of dark smoke. There was a hydraulic whine along the whole length of the Helen Rivington. Suddenly, the roofs of the passenger wagons and the yellow caboose, 9 cars in all, began to rise. To Dan, it looked like the tops of 9 identical convertibles all going up at the same time. He bent down to look in the windows and saw hard plastic seats running down the center of each car. 6 in the passenger wagons and 2 in the caboose, 50 in all. When Billy came back, Dan was grinning. "Your train must look very weird when it's full of passengers." "Oh, yeah. People laugh their asses off and burn yay film taking pictures. Watch this." There was a steel-plated step at the end of each passenger car. Billy used one, walked down the aisle, and sat. A peculiar optical illusion took hold, making him look larger than life. He waved grandly to Dan, who could imagine 50 Brobdingnagians dwarfing the train upon which they rode, pulling grandly out of Teeny Town Station. As Billy Freeman rose and stepped back down, Dan applauded. "I'll bet you sell about 1 billion postcards between Memorial Day and Labor Day." "Bet your ass." Billy rummaged in his coat pocket, brought out a battered pack of Duke's cigarettes, a cut-rate brand Dan knew well, sold in bus stations and convenience stores all over America, and held it out. Dan took one. Billy lit them up. "I better enjoy it while I can," Billy said, looking at his cigarette. "Smoking'll be banned here before too many more years. Fraser Women's Club's already talking about it. Bunch of old biddies, if you ask me, but you know what they say. The hand that rocks the fucking cradle rules the fucking world." He jetted smoke from his nostrils. "Not that most of them have rocked a cradle since Nixon was president, or needed a Tampax for that matter." "Might not be the worst thing," Dan said. "Kids copy what they see in their elders." He thought of his father. The only thing Jack Torrance had liked better than a drink, his mother had once said, not long before she died, was a dozen drinks. Of course, what Wendy had liked was her cigarettes, and they had killed her. Once upon a time, Dan had promised himself he'd never get going with that habit either. He had come to believe that life was a series of ironic ambushes. Billy Freeman looked at him, one eye squinted mostly shut. "I got feelings about people sometimes, and I got one about you." He pronounced got as gut in the New England fashion. "Had it even before you turned around and I saw your face. I think you might be the right guy for the spring cleaning I'm looking at between now and the end of May. That's how it feels to me, and I trust my feelings. Probably crazy." Dan didn't think it was crazy at all, and now he understood why he had heard Billy Freeman's thoughts so clearly and without even trying. He remembered something Dick Halloran had told him once. Dick, who had been his first adult friend. "Lots of people have got a little of what I call a shining, but mostly it's just a twinkle, the kind of thing that lets them know what the DJ is going to play next on the radio or that the phone's going to ring pretty soon." Billy Freeman had that little twinkle, that gleam. "I guess this Carrie Kingsley would be the one to talk to, huh?" "Casey, not Carrie. But yeah, he's the man. He's run municipal services in this town for 25 years. "When would be a good time?" "Right about now, I should think," Billy pointed. "Yonder pile of bricks across the street's the Frazier Municipal Building and town offices. Mr. Kingsley's in the basement, end of the hall. You'll know you're there when you hear disco music coming down through the ceiling. There's a ladies' aerobics class in the gym every Tuesday and Thursday." "All right," Dan said. "That's just what I'm going to do." "Got your references?" "Yes." Dan patted the duffel which he had leaned against Teeny Town Station. "And you didn't write them yourself, nor nothing?" Danny smiled. "No, they're straight goods." "Then go get 'em, Tiger." "Okay." "One other thing," Billy said as Dan started away. "He's death on drinking. If you're a drinking man and he asks you, my advice is lie." Dan nodded and raised his hand to show he understood. That was a lie he had told before. 6. Judging by his vein congested nose, Casey Kingsley had not always been death on drinking. He was a big man who didn't so much inhabit his small, cluttered office as wear it. Right now, he was rocked back in the chair behind his desk, going through Dan's references, which were neatly kept in a blue folder. The back of Kingsley's head almost touched the downstroke of a plain wooden cross hanging on the wall beside a framed photo of his family. In the picture, a younger, slimmer Kingsley posed with his wife and 3 bathing-suited kiddos on a beach somewhere. Through the ceiling, only slightly muted, came the sound of the village people singing YMCA, accompanied by the enthusiastic stomp of many feet. Dan imagined a gigantic centipede, one that had recently been to the local hairdresser and was wearing a bright red leotard about 9 yards long. "Uh-huh," Kingsley said. "Uh-huh. Yep. Right. There was a glass jar filled with hard candies on the corner of his desk. Without looking up from Dan's thin sheaf of references, he took off the top, fished one out, and popped it into his mouth. "Help yourself," he said. "No, thank you," Dan said. A queer thought came to him. Once upon a time, his father had probably sat in a room like this, being interviewed for the position of caretaker at the Overlook Hotel. What had he been thinking? That he really needed a job? That it was his last chance? Maybe. Probably. But of course Jack Torrance had had hostages to fortune. Dan did not. He could drift on for a while if this didn't work out, or try his luck at the hospice. But he liked the town common. He liked the train, which made adults of ordinary size look like Goliaths. He liked Teeny Town, which was absurd and cheerful, and somehow brave in its self-important small-town America way. And he liked Billy Freeman, who had a pinch of the shining and probably didn't even know it. Above them, YMCA was replaced by I Will Survive. As if he had just been waiting for a new tune, Kingsley slipped Dan's references back into the folder's pocket and passed them across the desk. He's going to turn me down. But after a day of accurate intuitions, this one was off the mark.
These look fine, but it strikes me that you'd be a lot more comfortable working at Central New Hampshire Hospital or the hospice here in town. You might even qualify for home helpers. I see you've got a few medical and first aid qualifications. Know your way around a defibrillator, according to these. Heard of home helpers?
Yes, and I thought about the hospice. Then I saw the town common and teeny town and the train.
Kingsley grunted. Probably wouldn't mind taking a turn at the controls, would you?
Dan lied without hesitation. No, sir, I don't think I'd care for that. To admit he'd like to sit in the scavenged GTO driver's seat and lay his hands on that cut-down steering wheel would almost certainly lead to a discussion of his driver's license, then to a further discussion of how he'd lost it, and then to an invitation to leave Mr. Casey Kingsley's office forthwith. I'm more of a rake and lawnmower guy.
More of a short-term employment guy, too, from the looks of this paperwork.
I'll settle someplace soon. I've worked most of the wanderlust out of my system, I think. He wondered if that sounded as bullshitty to Kingsley as it did to him.
Short term's about all I can offer you, Kingsley said. Once the schools are out for the summer.
Billy told me if I decide to stay once summer comes, I'll try the hospice. In fact, I might put in an early application unless you'd rather I don't do that.
I don't care either way.
Kingsley looked at him curiously.
Dying people don't bother you?
Your mother died there, Danny thought. The shine wasn't gone after all, it seemed. It was hardly even hiding. You were holding her hand when she passed. Her name was Ellen. No, he said. Then with no reason why, he added, we're all dying. The world's just a hospice with fresh air.
A philosopher yet? Well, Mr. Torrance, I think I'm going to take you on. I trust Billy's judgment. He rarely makes a mistake about people. Just don't show up late, don't show up drunk, and don't show up with red eyes and smelling of weed. If you do any of those things, down the road you'll go, because the Rivington house won't have a thing to do with you. I'll make sure of it. Are we clear on that?
Dan felt a throb of resentment. A vicious prick, but suppressed it. This was Kingsley's playing field and Kingsley's ball. Crystal.
You can start tomorrow, if that suits. There are plenty of rooming houses in town. I'll make a call or two if you want. Can you stand paying $90 a week until your first paycheck comes in?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kingsley.
Kingsley waved a hand. In the meantime, I'd recommend the Red Roof Inn. My ex-brother-in-law runs it. He'll give you a rate. We good?
We are. It had all happened with remarkable speed, the way the last few pieces drop into a complicated 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. Dan told himself not to trust the feeling. Kingsley rose. He was a big man, and it was a slow process. Dan also got to his feet, and when Kingsley stuck his ham of a hand over the cluttered desk, Dan shook it. Now from overhead came the sound of KC and the Sunshine Band telling the world that's the way they liked it, oh-ho, uh-huh. I hate that boogie-down shit, Kingsley said. No, Danny thought, you don't. It reminds you of your daughter, the one who doesn't come around much anymore, because she still hasn't forgiven you.
You all right? Kingsley asked. You look a little pale.
Just tired. It was a long bus ride. The shining was back and strong. The question was, why now? 7. 3 days into the job, ones Dan spent painting the bandstand and blowing last fall's dead leaves off the common, Kingsley ambled across Cranmore Avenue and told him he had a room on Elliott Street if he wanted it. Private bathroom part of the deal, tub and shower, $85 a week. Dan wanted it.
Go on over on your lunch break, Kingsley said. Ask for Mrs. Robertson. He pointed a finger that was showing the first gnarls of arthritis. And don't you fuck up, Sonny Jim, because she's an old pal of mine. Remember that I vouched for you on some pretty thin paper and Billy Freeman's intuition." Dan said he wouldn't fuck up, but the extra sincerity he tried to inject into his voice sounded phony to his own ears. He was thinking of his father again, reduced to begging jobs from a wealthy old friend after losing his teaching position in Vermont. It was strange to feel sympathy for a man who had almost killed you, but the sympathy was there. Had people felt it necessary to tell his father not to fuck up? Probably. And Jack Torrance had fucked up anyway, spectacularly. 5 stars. Drinking was undoubtedly a part of it, but when you were down, some guys just seemed to feel an urge to walk up your back and plant a foot on your neck instead of helping you to stand. It was lousy, but so much of human nature was. Of course, when you were running with the bottom dogs, what you mostly saw were paws, claws, and assholes. "And see if Billy can find some boots that'll fit you. He's squirreled away about a dozen pairs in the equipment shed, although the last time I looked, only half of them matched." The day was sunny, the air balmy. Dan, who was working in jeans and a Utica Blue Sox T-shirt, looked up at the nearly cloudless sky and then back at Casey Kingsley. "Yeah, I know how it looks. But this is mountain country, pal. Noah claims we're going to have a nor'easter, and it'll drop maybe a foot. Won't last long. Poor man's fertilizer is what New Hampshire folks call April snow, but there's also going to be gale-force winds. So they say. I hope you can use a snowblower as well as a leaf blower." He paused. "I also hope your back's okay, because you and Billy'll be picking up plenty of dead limbs tomorrow. Might be cutting up some fallen trees, too. You okay with the chainsaw?"
"Yes, sir," Dan said.
"Good."
8. Dan and Mrs. Robertson came to amicable terms. She even offered him an egg salad sandwich and a cup of coffee in the communal kitchen. He took her up on it, expecting all the usual questions about what had brought him to Fraser and where he had been before. Refreshingly, there were none. Instead, she asked him if he had time to help her close the shutters on the downstairs windows in case they really did get what she called a cap o' wind. Dan agreed. There weren't many mottos he lived by, but one was always get in good with the landlady. You never know when you might have to ask her for a rent extension. Back on the common, Billy was waiting with a list of chores. The day before, the two of them had taken the tarps off all the kiddie rides. That afternoon they put them back on and shuttered the various booths and concessions. The day's final job was backing the Riv into her shed. Then they sat in folding chairs beside the teeny town station, smoking. "Tell you what, Dan'l," Billy said. "I'm one tired, hired man." "You're not the only one." But he felt okay, muscles limber and tingling. He'd forgotten how good outdoors work could be when you weren't also working off a hangover. The sky had scummed over with clouds. Billy looked up at them and sighed. "I hope to God it don't snow and blow as hard as the radio says, but it probably will. I found you some boots. They don't look like much, but at least they match." Dan took the boots with him when he walked across town to his new accommodations. By then the wind was picking up and the day was growing dark. That morning Fraser had felt on the edge of summer. This evening the air held the face-freezing dampness of coming snow. The side streets were deserted and the houses buttoned up. Dan turned the corner from Moorhead Street onto Elliott and paused. Blowing down the sidewalk, attended by a skeletal scutter of last year's autumn leaves, was a battered top hat, such as a magician might wear. Or maybe an actor in an old musical comedy, he thought. Looking at it made him feel cold in his bones, because it wasn't there. Not really. He closed his eyes, slow counted to 5 with the strengthening wind flapping the legs of his jeans around his shins, then opened them again. The leaves were still there, but the top hat was gone. It had just been The Shining, producing one of its vivid, unsettling, and usually senseless visions. It was always stronger when he'd been sober for a little while, but never as strong as it had been since coming to Fraser. It was as if the air here were different somehow, more conducive to those strange transmissions from planet elsewhere. Special. The way the Overlook was special. "No," he said. "No, I don't believe that. A few drinks and it all goes away, Danny. Do you believe that?" Unfortunately, he did. 9. Mrs. Robertson's was a rambling old colonial, and Dan's third-floor room had a view of the mountains to the west. That was a panorama he could have done without. His recollections of the Overlook had faded to hazy gray over the years, but as he unpacked his few things, a memory surfaced. And it was a kind of surfacing, like some nasty organic artifact, the decayed body of a small animal, say, floating to the surface of a deep lake. It was dusk when the first real snow came. We stood on the porch of that big old empty hotel, my dad in the middle, my mom on one side, me on the other. He had his arms around us. It was okay then. He wasn't drinking then. At first the snow fell in perfectly straight lines, but then the wind picked up and it started to blow sideways, drifting against the sides of the porch and coating those. He tried to block it off, but it got through. Those hedge animals, the ones that sometimes moved around when you weren't looking. He turned away from the window, his arms rashed out in goose flesh. He'd gotten a sandwich from the Red Apple store and had planned to eat it while he started the John Sandford paperback he'd also picked up at the Red Apple, but after a few bites he rewrapped the sandwich and put it on the windowsill where it would stay cold. He might eat the rest later, although he didn't think he'd be staying up much past 9 tonight. If he got 100 pages into the book, he'd be doing well. Outside, the wind continued to rise. Every now and then it gave a blood-curdling scream around the eaves that made him look up from his book. Around 8:30, the snow began. It was heavy and wet, quickly coating his window and blocking his view of the mountains. In a way, that was worse. The snow had blocked the windows in the Overlook, too. First just on the first floor, then on the second, and finally on the third. And then they had been entombed with the lively dead. My father thought they'd make him the manager. All he had to do was show his loyalty by giving them his son. His only begotten son, Dan muttered, then looked around as if someone else had spoken. And indeed, he did not feel alone. Not quite alone. The wind shrieked down the side of the building again, and he shuddered. Not too late to go back down to the Red Apple, grab a bottle of something, put all these unpleasant thoughts to bed. No, he was going to read his book. Lucas Davenport was on the case, and he was going to read his book. He closed it at 9:15 and got into another rooming house bed. I won't sleep, he thought, not with the wind screaming like that. But he did. 10. He was sitting at the mouth of the storm drain, looking down a scrub-grass slope at the Cape Fear River and the bridge that spanned it. The night was clear, and the moon was full. There was no wind, no snow, and the Overlook was gone. Even if it hadn't burned to the ground during the tenure of the peanut farmer president, it would have been over 1,000 miles from here. So why was he so frightened? Because he wasn't alone. That was why. There was someone behind him. Want some advice, honey bear? The voice was liquid, wavering. Dan felt a chill go rushing down his back. His legs were colder still, prickled out in star points of goose flesh. He could see those white bumps because he was wearing shorts. Of course he was wearing shorts. His brain might be that of a grown man, but it was currently sitting on top of a 5-year-old's body. Honey Bear? Who? But he knew. He had told Deanie his name, but she didn't use it, just called him Honey Bear instead. You don't remember that. And besides, this is just a dream. Of course it was. He was in Fraser, New Hampshire, sleeping while a spring snowstorm howled outside Mrs. Robertson's rooming house. Still, it seemed wiser not to turn around. And safer, that too. No advice, he said, looking out at the river in the full moon. I've been advised by experts. The bars and barber shops are full of them. Stay away from the woman in the hat, Honey Bear. What hat? He could have asked, but really, why bother? He knew the hat she was talking about because he had seen it blowing down the sidewalk, black as sin on the outside, lined with white silk on the inside. She's the queen bitch of Castle Hell. If you mess with her, she'll eat you alive. He turned his head. He couldn't help it. Deanie was sitting behind him in the storm drain with the bum's blanket wrapped around her naked shoulders. Her hair was plastered to her cheeks. Her face was bloated and dripping. Her eyes were cloudy. She was dead, probably years in her grave. You're not real, Dan tried to say, but no words came out. He was 5 again. Danny was 5. The overlook was ashes and bones, but here was a dead woman, one he had stolen from. It's all right, she said, bubbling voice coming from a swollen throat. I sold the coke, stepped on it first with a little sugar, and got 200. She grinned, and water spilled through her teeth. I liked you, Honey Bear. That's why I came to warn you. Stay away from the woman in the hat. False face, Dan said, but it was Danny's voice, the high, frail, chanting voice of a child. False face, not there, not real. He closed his eyes as he had often closed them when he had seen terrible things in the overlook. The woman began to scream, but he wouldn't open his eyes. The screaming went on, rising and falling, and he realized it was the scream of the wind. He wasn't in Colorado, and he wasn't in North Carolina. He was in New Hampshire. He'd had a bad dream, but the dream was over. 11. According to his Timex, it was 2 in the morning. The room was cold, but his arms and chest were slimy with sweat. Want some advice, Honey Bear? No, he said, not from you. She's dead. There was no way he could know that, but he did. Deanie, who had looked like the goddess of the Western world in her thigh-high leather skirt and cork sandals, was dead. He even knew how she had done it. Took pills, pinned up her hair, climbed into a bathtub filled with warm water, went to sleep, slid under, drowned. The roar of the wind was dreadfully familiar, loaded with hollow threat. Wind blew everywhere, but it only sounded like this in the high country. It was as if some angry god were pounding the world with an air mallet. I used to call his booze the bad stuff, Dan thought. Only sometimes it's the good stuff. When you wake up from a nightmare that you know is at least 50% shining, it's the very good stuff. 1 drink would send him back to sleep. 3 would guarantee not just sleep, but dreamless sleep. Sleep was nature's doctor, and right now Dan Torrance felt sick and in need of strong medicine. Nothing's open. You looked out there. Well, maybe. He turned on his side and something rolled against his back when he did. No, not something. Someone. Someone had gotten into bed with him. Deanie had gotten into bed with him. Only it felt too small to be Deanie. It felt more like a... He scrambled out of bed, landed awkwardly on the floor, and looked over his shoulder. It was Deanie's little boy, Tommy. The right side of his skull was caved in. Bone splinters protruded through blood-stained fair hair. Gray, scaly muck. Brains was drying on one cheek. He couldn't be alive with such a hellacious wound, but he was. He reached out to Dan with one starfish hand. "Kenny," he said. The screaming began again, only this time it wasn't Deanie, and it wasn't the wind. This time it was him. 12. When he woke for the second time, real waking this time, he wasn't screaming at all, only making a kind of low growling deep in his chest. He sat up gasping, the bedclothes puddled around his waist. There was no one else in his bed, but the dream hadn't yet dissolved, and looking wasn't enough. He threw back the bedclothes, and that still wasn't enough. He ran his hands down the bottom sheet, feeling for fugitive warmth or a dent that might have been made by small hips and buttocks. Nothing. Of course not. So then he looked under the bed and saw only his borrowed boots. The wind was blowing less strongly now. The storm wasn't over, but it was winding down. He went to the bathroom, then whirled and looked back, as if expecting to surprise someone. There was just the bed, with the covers now lying on the floor at the foot. He turned on the light over the sink, splashed his face with cold water, and sat down on the closed lid of the commode, taking long breaths, one after the other. He thought about getting up and grabbing a cigarette from the pack lying beside his book on the room's one small table, but his legs felt rubbery and he wasn't sure they'd hold him. Not yet, anyway. So he sat. He could see the bed, and the bed was empty. The whole room was empty. No problem there. Only it didn't feel empty. Not yet. When it did, he supposed he would go back to bed, but not to sleep. For this night, sleep was done. 13. 7 years before, working as an orderly in a Tulsa hospice, Dan had made friends with an elderly psychiatrist who was suffering from terminal liver cancer. One day when Emil Kimmer had been reminiscing, not very discreetly, about a few of his more interesting cases, Dan had confessed that ever since childhood he had suffered from what he called double dreaming. Was Kimmer familiar with the phenomenon? Was there a name for it? Kimmer had been a large man in his prime. The old black-and-white wedding photo he kept on his bedside table attested to that. But cancer is the ultimate diet program, and on the day of this conversation his weight had been approximately the same as his age, which was 91. His mind had still been sharp, however, and now, sitting on the closed toilet and listening to the dying storm outside, Dan remembered the old man's sly smile. "Usually," he had said in his heavy German accent, "I am paid for my diagnosis, Daniel." Dan had grinned. "Guess I'm out of luck, then." "Perhaps not." Kimmer studied Dan. His eyes were bright blue. Although he knew it was outrageously unfair, Dan couldn't help imagining those eyes under a Waffen-SS coal-scuttle helmet. "There's a rumor in this death house that you are a kid with a talent for helping people die. Is this true?" "Sometimes," Dan said cautiously. "Not always." The truth was, almost always. "When the time comes, will you help me?" "If I can, of course." "Good." Kimmer sat up, a laboriously painful process, but when Dan moved to help, Kimmer had waved him away. "What you call double dreaming is well known to psychiatrists, and of particular interest to Jungians, who call it false awakening. The first dream is usually a lucid dream, meaning the dreamer knows he is dreaming. Yes, Dan cried, but the second one. The dreamer believes he is awake, Kemmer said. Jung made much of this, even ascribing precognitive powers to these dreams. But of course, we know better, don't we, Dan? Of course, Dan had agreed. The poet Edgar Allan Poe described the false awakening phenomenon long before Carl Jung was born. He wrote, "All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream." Have I answered your question? I think so. Thanks. You're welcome. Now I believe I could drink a little juice. Apple, please. 14. Precognitive powers. But of course we know better. Even if he hadn't kept the shining almost entirely to himself over the years, Dan would not have presumed to contradict a dying man, especially one with such coldly inquisitive blue eyes. The truth, however, was that one or both of his double dreams were often predictive, usually in ways he only half understood or did not understand at all. But as he sat on the toilet seat in his underwear, now shivering, and not just because the room was cold, he understood much more than he wanted to. Tommy was dead, murdered by his abusive uncle, most likely. The mother had committed suicide not long after. As for the rest of the dream, or the phantom hat he'd seen earlier spinning down the sidewalk, stay away from the woman in the hat. She's the queen bitch of Castle Hell. I don't care, Dan said. If you mess with her, she'll eat you alive. He had no intention of meeting her, let alone messing with her. As for Deanie, he wasn't responsible for either her short-fused brother or her child neglect. He didn't even have to carry around the guilt about her lousy $70 anymore. She had sold the cocaine. He was sure that part of the dream was absolutely true, and they were square. More than square, actually. What he cared about was getting a drink. Getting drunk, not to put too fine a point on it. Standing up, falling down, pissy-ass drunk. Warm morning sunshine was good, and the pleasant feeling of muscles that had been worked hard and waking up in the morning without a hangover. But the price, all these crazy dreams and visions, not to mention the random thoughts of passing strangers that sometimes found their way past his defenses, was too high. Too high to bear. 15. He sat in the room's only chair and read his John Sandford novel by the light of the room's only lamp until the 2 town churches with bells rang in 7 o'clock. Then he pulled on his new to him anyway, boots and duffel coat. He headed out into a world that had changed and softened. There wasn't a sharp edge anywhere. The snow was still falling, but gently now. I should get out of here. Go back to Florida. Fuck New Hampshire, where it probably even snows on the 4th of July in odd-numbered years. Halloran's voice answered him, the tone as kind as he remembered from his childhood when Dan had been Danny, but there was hard steel underneath. You better stay somewhere, honey, or you won't be able to stay anywhere. Fuck you, old-timer, he muttered. He went back to the Red Apple because the stores that sold hard liquor wouldn't be open for at least another hour. He walked slowly back and forth between the wine cooler and the beer cooler, debating, and finally decided if he was going to get drunk, he might as well do it as nastily as possible. He grabbed 2 bottles of Thunderbird, 18% alcohol, a good enough number when whiskey was temporarily out of reach, started up the aisle to the register, then stopped. Give it one more day. Give yourself one more chance. He supposed he could do that. But why? So he could wake up in bed with Tommy again? Tommy with half his skull caved in? Or maybe next time it would be Deanie, who had lain in that tub for 2 days before the super finally got tired of knocking, used his passkey and found her. He couldn't know that. If Emil Kimmer had been here, he would have agreed most emphatically, but he did. He did know. So why bother? Maybe this hyper-awareness will pass. Maybe it's just a phase, the psychic equivalent of the DTs. Maybe if you just give it a little more time. But time changed. That was something only drunks and junkies understood. When you couldn't sleep, when you were afraid to look around because of what you might see, time elongated and grew sharp teeth. "Help you?" the clerk asked, and Dan knew, fucking shining fucking thing, that he was making the clerk nervous. Why not? With his bedhead, dark circled eyes, and jerky, unsure movements, he probably looked like a meth freak who was deciding whether or not to pull out his trusty Saturday night special and ask for everything in the register. "No," Dan said. "I just realized I left my wallet home." He put the green bottles back in the cooler. As he closed it, they spoke to him gently, as one friend speaks to another. "See you soon, Danny." 16. Billy Freeman was waiting for him, bundled up to the eyebrows. He held out an old-fashioned ski hat with Anniston Cyclones embroidered on the front. "What the hell are the Anniston Cyclones?" Dan asked. "Anniston's 20 miles north of here. When it comes to football, basketball, and baseball, they're our arch rivals. Someone sees that on you, you'll probably get a snowball upside your head, but it's the only one I've got." Dan hauled it on. "Then go Cyclones." "Right. Fuck you and the hoss you rode in on." Billy looked him over. "You all right, Dano?" "Didn't get much sleep last night." "I hear that. Damn wind really screamed, didn't it? Sounded like my ex when I suggested a little Monday night lovin' might do us good. Ready to go to work?" "Ready as I'll ever be."
"Good. Let's dig in. Gonna be a busy day."
17. It was indeed a busy day, but by noon the sun had come out and the temperature had climbed back into the mid-50s. Teeny Town was filled with the sound of 100 small waterfalls as the snow melted. Dan's spirits rose with the temperature, and he even caught himself singing, "Young man, I was once in your shoes," as he followed his snowblower back and forth in the courtyard of the little shopping center adjacent to the common. Overhead, flapping in a mild breeze far removed from the shrieking wind of the night before, was a banner reading, "Huge spring bargains at Teeny Town prices." There were no visions. After they clocked out, he took Billy to the chuck wagon and ordered them steak dinners. Billy offered to buy the beer. Dan shook his head. "Staying away from alcohol. Reason being, once I start, it's sometimes hard to stop."
"You could talk to Kingsley about that," Billy said. "He got himself a booze divorce about 15 years ago. He's all right now, but his daughter still don't talk to him."
They drank coffee with the meal, a lot of it. Dan went back to his third-floor Elliott Street lair tired, full of hot food, and glad to be sober. There was no TV in his room, but he had the last part of the Sanford novel and lost himself in it for a couple of hours. He kept an ear out for the wind, but it did not rise. He had an idea that last night's storm had been winter's final shot, which was fine with him. He turned in at 10 and fell asleep almost immediately. His early morning visit to the Red Apple now seemed hazy, as if he had gone there in a fever delirium and the fever had now passed. 18. He woke in the small hours, not because the wind was blowing, but because he had to piss like a racehorse. He got up, shuffled to the bathroom, and turned on the light inside the door. The top hat was in the tub and full of blood. "No," he said, "I'm dreaming." Maybe double dreaming, or triple, quadruple even. There was something he hadn't told Emil Kimmer. He was afraid that eventually he would get lost in a maze of phantom nightlife and never be able to find his way out again. All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. Only this was real. So was the hat. No one else would see it, but that changed nothing. The hat was real. It was somewhere in the world. He knew it. From the corner of his eye, he saw something written on the mirror over the sink. Something written in lipstick. I must not look at it. Too late. His head was turning. He could hear the tendons in his neck creaking like old door hinges. And what did it matter? He knew what it said. Mrs. Massey was gone. Horace Derwent was gone. They were securely locked away in the boxes he kept far back in his mind. But the Overlook was still not done with him. Written on the mirror, not in lipstick, but in blood, was a single word. Red rum. Beneath it, lying in the sink, was a blood-stained Atlanta Braves t-shirt. It will never stop, Danny thought. The Overlook burned, and the most terrible of its revenants went into the lockboxes. But I can't lock away the shining, because it isn't just inside me. It is me. Without booze to at least stun it, these visions will go on until they drive me insane. He could see his face in the mirror with red rum floating in front of it, stamped on his forehead like a brand. This was not a dream. There was a murdered child's shirt in his wash basin and a hat full of blood in his tub. Insanity was coming. He could see its approach in his own bulging eyes. Then, like a flashlight beam in the dark, Halloran's voice. Son, you may see things, but they're like pictures in a book. You weren't helpless in the Overlook when you were a child, and you're not helpless now. Far from it. Close your eyes, and when you open them, all this crap will be gone. He closed his eyes and waited. He tried to count off the seconds, but only made it to 14 before the numbers were lost in the roaring confusion of his thoughts. He half expected hands, perhaps those of whoever owned the hat, to close around his neck. But he stood there. There was really nowhere else to go. Summoning all his courage, Dan opened his eyes. The tub was empty. The wash basin was empty. There was nothing written on the mirror. But it will be back. Next time, maybe it'll be her shoes. Those cork sandals. Or I'll see her in the tub. Why not? That's where I saw Mrs. Massey, and they died the same way. Except I never stole Mrs. Massey's money and ran out on her. I gave it a day, he told the empty room. I did that much. Yes, and although it had been a busy day, it had also been a good day. He'd be the first to admit it. The days weren't the problem. As for the nights, the mind was a blackboard. Booze was the eraser. 19. Dan lay awake until 6. Then he dressed and once more made the trek to the Red Apple. This time he did not hesitate, only instead of extracting 2 bottles of bird from the cooler, he took 3. What was it they used to say? Go big or go home. The clerk bagged the bottles without comment. He was used to early wine purchases. Dan strolled to the town common, sat on one of the benches in Teeny Town, and took one of the bottles out of the bag, looking down at it like Hamlet with Yorick's skull. Through the green glass, what was inside looked like rat poison instead of wine. You say that like it's a bad thing, Dan said, and loosened the cap. This time, it was his mother who spoke up. Wendy Torrance, who had smoked right to the bitter end, because if suicide was the only option, you could at least choose your weapon. Is this how it ends, Danny? Is this what it was all for? He turned the cap widdershins, then tightened it, then back the other way. This time he took it off. The smell of the wine was sour, the smell of jukebox music and crappy bars and pointless arguments followed by fistfights in parking lots. In the end, life was as stupid as one of those fights. The world wasn't a hospice with fresh air. The world was the Overlook Hotel where the party never ended, where the dead were alive forever. He raised the bottle to his lips. "Is this why we fought so hard to get out of that damned hotel, Danny? Why we fought to make a new life for ourselves?" There was no reproach in her voice, only sadness. Danny tightened the cap again, then loosened it, tightened it, loosened it. He thought, if I drink, the Overlook wins. Even though it burned to the ground when the boiler exploded, it wins. If I don't drink, I go crazy. He thought, all that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. He was still tightening the cap and loosening it when Billy Freeman, who had awakened early with the vague, alarmed sense that something was wrong, found him. "Are you going to drink that, Dan, or just keep jacking it off?" "Drink it, I guess. I don't know what else to do." So Billy told him. 20. Casey Kingsley wasn't entirely surprised to see his new hire sitting outside his office when he arrived at 8:15 that morning. Nor was he surprised to see the bottle Torrance was holding in his hands, first twisting the cap off, then putting it back on and turning it tight again. He'd had that special look from the start, the 1,000-yard Cappy's discount liquor store stare. Billy Freeman didn't have as much shine as Dan himself, not even close, but a bit more than just a twinkle. On that first day, he had called Kingsley from the equipment shed as soon as Dan headed across the street to the municipal building. There was a young fellow looking for work, Billy said. He wasn't apt to have much in the way of references, but Billy thought he was the right man to help out until Memorial Day. Kingsley, who'd had experiences, good ones with Billy's intuitions before, had agreed. "I know we've got to have someone," he said. Billy's reply had been peculiar, but then Billy was peculiar. Once, 2 years ago, he had called an ambulance 5 minutes before that little kid had fallen off the swings and fractured his skull. "He needs us more than we need him," Billy had said. And here he was, sitting hunched forward as if he were already riding his next bus or bar stool, and Kingsley could smell the wine from 12 yards down the hallway. He had a gourmet's nose for such scents, and could name each one. This was Thunderbird, as in the old saloon rhyme. "What's the word? Thunderbird. What's the price? 50 twice." But when the young guy looked up at him, Kingsley saw the eyes were clear of everything but desperation. "Billy sent me." Kingsley said nothing. He could see the kid gathering himself, struggling with it. It was in his eyes. It was in the way his mouth turned down at the corners. Mostly it was the way he held the bottle, hating it and loving it and needing it all at the same time. At last Dan brought out the words he had been running from all his life. "I need help." He swiped an arm across his eyes. As he did, Kingsley bent down and grasped the bottle of wine. The kid held on for a moment, then let go. "You're sick and you're tired," Kingsley said. "I can see that much. But are you sick and tired of being sick and tired?" Dan looked up at him, throat working. He struggled some more, then said, "You don't know how much." "Maybe I do." Kingsley produced a vast keyring from his vast trousers. He stuck one in the lock of the door with Fraser Municipal Services painted on the frosted glass. "Come on in. Let's talk about it." Chapter 2. Bad Numbers. 1. The elderly poet, with the Italian given name and the absolutely American surname, sat with her sleeping great-granddaughter in her lap and watched the video her granddaughter's husband had shot in the delivery room 3 weeks before. It began with a title card, "Abra Enters the World." The footage was jerky, and David had kept away from anything too clinical, thank God. But Conchetta Reynolds saw the sweat-plastered hair on Lucia's brow, heard her cry out, "I am!" when one of the nurses exhorted her to push, and saw the droplets of blood on the blue drape. Not many, just enough to make what Chetta's own grandmother would have called a fair show. But not in English, of course. The picture jiggled when the baby finally came into view, and she felt goose flesh chase up her back and arms when Lucy screamed, "She has no face!" Sitting beside Lucy now, David chuckled, because, of course, Abra did have a face, a very sweet one. Chetta looked down at it as if to reassure herself of that. When she looked back up, the new baby was being placed in the new mother's arms. 30 or 40 jerky seconds later, another title card appeared. "Happy Birthday, Abra Rafaela Stone." David pushed stop on the remote. "You're one of the very few people who will ever get to see that," Lucy announced in a firm, take-no-prisoners voice. "It's embarrassing." "It's wonderful," Dave said. "And there's one person who gets to see it for sure, and that's Abra herself." He glanced at his wife sitting next to him on the couch. "When she's old enough, and if she wants to, of course." He patted Lucy's thigh, then grinned at his granny-in-law, a woman for whom he had respect but no great love. "Until then, it goes in the safe deposit box with the insurance papers, the house papers, and my millions in drug money." Conchetta smiled to show she got the joke, but thinly, to show she didn't find it particularly funny. In her lap, Abra slept and slept. In a way, all babies were born with a call, she thought, their tiny faces drapes of mystery and possibility. Perhaps it was a thing to write about. Perhaps not. Conchetta had come to America when she was 12 and spoke perfect idiomatic English. Not surprising, since she was a graduate of Vassar and professor, now emeritus, of that very subject. But in her head, every superstition and old wives' tale still lived. Sometimes they gave orders, and they always spoke Italian when they did. Chetta believed that most people who worked in the arts were high-functioning schizophrenics, and she was no different. She knew superstition was shit. She also spat between her fingers if a crow or black cat crossed her path. For much of her own schizophrenia, she had the Sisters of Mercy to thank. They believed in God. They believed in the divinity of Jesus. They believed mirrors were bewitching pools, and the child who looked into one too long would grow warts. These were the women who had been the greatest influence on her life between the ages of 7 and 12. They carried rulers in their belts for hitting, not measuring, and never saw a child's ear they did not desire to twist in passing. Lucy held out her arms for the baby. Chetta handed her over, not without reluctance. The kid was one sweet bundle. 2. 20 miles southeast of where Abra slept in Conchetta Reynolds' arms, Dan Torrance was attending an AA meeting while some chick droned on about sex with her ex. Casey Kingsley had ordered him to attend 90 meetings in 90 days, and this one, a nooner in the basement of Fraser Methodist Church, was his 8th. He was sitting in the first row because Casey, known in the halls as Big Casey, had ordered him to do that too. "Sick people who want to get well, sit in front, Danny. We call the back row at AA meetings the denial aisle." Casey had given him a little notebook with a photo on the front that showed ocean waves crashing into a rock promontory. Printed above the picture was a motto Dan understood but didn't much care for. "No great thing is created suddenly." You write down every meeting you go to in that book, and any time I ask to see it, you better be able to haul it out of your back pocket and show me perfect attendance. Don't I even get a sick day? Casey laughed. You're sick every day, my friend. You're a drunk-ass alcoholic. Want to know something my sponsor told me? I think you already did.
You can't turn a pickle back into a cucumber, right? Don't be a smartass. Just listen. Dan sighed. Listening. Get your ass to a meeting, he said. If your ass falls off, put it in a bag and take it to a meeting. Charming. What if I just forget? Casey had shrugged. Then you find yourself another sponsor, one who believes in forgetfulness. I don't. Dan, who felt like some breakable object that has skittered to the edge of a high shelf but hasn't quite fallen off, didn't want another sponsor or changes of any kind. He felt okay, but tender. Very tender. Almost skinless. The visions that had plagued him following his arrival in Frasier had ceased, and although he often thought of Deanie and her little boy, the thoughts were not as painful. At the end of almost every AA meeting, someone read the promises. One of these was, "We will not regret the past, nor wish to shut the door on it." Dan thought he would always regret the past, but he had quit trying to shut the door. Why bother when it would just come open again? The fucking thing had no latch, let alone a lock. Now, he began to print a single word on the current page of the little book Casey had given him. He made large, careful letters. He had no idea why he was doing it or what it meant. The word was Abra. Meanwhile, the speaker reached the end of her qualification and burst into tears, through them declaring that even though her ex was a shit and she loved him still, she was grateful to be straight and sober. Dan applauded along with the rest of the lunch bunch, then began to color in the letters with his pen, fattening them, making them stand out. Do I know this name? I think I do. As the next speaker began and he went to the urn for a fresh cup of coffee, it came to him. Abra was the name of a girl in a John Steinbeck novel, East of Eden. He'd read it. He couldn't remember where. At some stop along the way. Somewhere. It didn't matter. Another thought, "Did you save it?" rose to the top of his mind like a bubble and popped. Save what? Frankie P., the lunch bunch old-timer who was chairing the meeting, asked if someone wanted to do the Chip Club. When no one raised a hand, Frankie pointed. "How about you, lurking back there by the coffee?" Feeling self-conscious, Dan walked to the front of the room, hoping he could remember the order of the chips. The first, white for beginners, he had. As he took the battered cookie tin with the chips and medallions scattered inside it, the thought came again. Did you save it? 3. That was the day the True Knot, which had been wintering at a KOA campground in Arizona, packed up and began meandering back east. They drove along Route 77 toward Show Low in the usual caravan. 14 campers, some towing cars, some with lawn chairs or bicycles clamped to the backs. There were South Winds and Winnebagos, Monacos and Bounders. Rose's Earth Cruiser, $700,000 worth of imported rolling steel, the best RV money could buy, led the parade. But slowly, just double-nickeling it. They were in no hurry. There was plenty of time. The feast was still months away. 4. Did you save it? Conchetta asked as Lucy opened her blouse and offered Abra the breast. Abby blinked sleepily, rooted a little, then lost interest. Once your nipples get sore, you won't offer until she asks, Chetta thought. And at the top of her lungs. Save what? David asked. Lucy knew. I passed out right after they put her in my arms. Dave says I almost dropped her. There was no time, Momo. Oh, that goop over her face, David said it dismissively. They stripped it off and threw it away. Damn good thing, if you ask me. He was smiling, but his eyes challenged her. You know better than to go on with this, they said. You know better, so just drop it. She did know better, and didn't.
Had she been this two-minded when she was younger? She couldn't remember, although it seems she could remember every lecture on the blessed mysteries and the everlasting pain of hell administered by the Sisters of Mercy, those banditti in black. The story of the girl who had been struck blind for peeping at her brother while he was naked in the tub, and the one about the man who had been struck dead for blaspheming against the Pope. Give them to us when they're young, and it doesn't matter how many honors classes they've taught, or how many books of poetry they've written, or even that one of those books won all the big prizes. Give them to us when they're young, and they're ours forever. You should have saved Il Amnio. It's good luck. She spoke directly to her granddaughter, cutting David out entirely. He was a good man, a good husband to her Lucia, but fuck his dismissive tone, and double fuck his challenging eyes. I would have, but I didn't have a chance, Momo, and Dave didn't know, buttoning her blouse again. Chetta leaned forward and touched the fine skin of Abra's cheek with the tip of her finger, old flesh sliding across new. Those born with El Amnio are supposed to have double sight. You don't actually believe that, do you? David asked. A caul is nothing but a scrap of fetal membrane. He was saying more, but Concetta paid no attention. Abra had opened her eyes. In them was a universe of poetry, lines too great to ever be written, or even remembered. Never mind, Concetta said. She raised the baby and kissed the smooth skull where the fontanelle pulsed, the magic of the mind so close beneath. What's done is done. 5. One night, about 5 months after the not-quite argument over Abra's call, Lucy dreamed her daughter was crying as if her heart would break. In this dream, Abby was no longer in the master bedroom of the house on Richland Court, but somewhere down a long corridor. Lucy ran in the direction of the weeping. At first there were doors on both sides, then seats, blue ones with high backs. She was on a plane, or maybe an Amtrak train. After running for what seemed like miles, she came to a bathroom door. Her baby was crying behind it. Not a hungry cry, but a frightened cry. Maybe, oh God, oh Mary, a hurt cry. Lucy was terribly afraid the door would be locked and she would have to break it down. Wasn't that the kind of thing that always happened in bad dreams? But the knob twisted and she opened it. As she did, a new fear struck her. What if Abra was in the toilet? You read about that happening. Babies in toilets, babies in dumpsters. What if she were drowning in one of those ugly steel bowls they had on public conveyances up to her mouth and nose in disinfected blue water? But Abra lay on the floor. She was naked. Her eyes, swimming with tears, stared at her mother. Written on her chest in what looked like blood was the number 11. 6. David Stone dreamed he was chasing his daughter's cries up an endless escalator that was running slowly but inexorably in the wrong direction. Worse, the escalator was in a mall, and the mall was on fire. He should have been choking and out of breath long before he reached the top, but there was no smoke from the fire, only a hell of flames. Nor was there any sound other than Abra's cries, although he saw people burning like kerosene-soaked torches. When he finally made it to the top, he saw Abby lying on the floor like someone's cast-off garbage. Men and women ran all around her, unheeding, and in spite of the flames, no one tried to use the escalator even though it was going down. They simply sprinted aimlessly in all directions, like ants whose hill has been torn open by a farmer's harrow. One woman in stilettos almost stepped on his daughter, a thing that would almost surely have killed her. Abra was naked. Written on her chest was the number 175. 7. The Stones woke together, both initially convinced that the cries they heard were a remnant of the dreams they had been having. But no, the cries were in the room with them. Abby lay in her crib beneath her Shrek-mobile, eyes wide, cheeks red, tiny fists pumping, howling her head off. A change of diapers did not quiet her, nor did the breast, nor did what felt like miles of laps up and down the hall and at least 1,000 verses of The Wheels on the Bus. At last, very frightened now, Abby was her first, and Lucy was at her wit's end. She called Conchetta in Boston. Although it was 2 in the morning, Momo answered on the second ring. She was 85, and her sleep was as thin as her skin. She listened more closely to her wailing great-granddaughter than to Lucy's confused recital of all the ordinary remedies they had tried, then asked the pertinent questions. Is she running a fever? Pulling at one of her ears? Jerking her legs like she has to make merda? No, Lucy said, none of that. She's a little warm from crying, but I don't think it's a fever. Momo, what should I do? Chetta, now sitting at her desk, didn't hesitate. Give her another 15 minutes. If she doesn't quiet and begin feeding, take her to the hospital. What? Brigham and Women's? Confused and upset, it was all Lucy could think of. It was where she had given birth. That's 150 miles. No. Bridgeton, across the border in Maine. That's a little closer than C&H. Are you sure? Am I looking at my computer right now? Abra did not quiet. The crying was monotonous, maddening, terrifying. When they arrived at Bridgeton Hospital, it was 4:15 and Abra was still at full volume. Rides in the Acura were usually better than a sleeping pill, but not this morning. David thought about brain aneurysms and told himself he was out of his mind. Babies didn't have strokes, did they? Davy? Lucy asked in a small voice as they pulled up to the sign reading emergency drop-off only. Babies don't have strokes or heart attacks, do they? No, I'm sure they don't. But a new idea occurred to him then. Suppose the kiddo had somehow swallowed a safety pin, and it had popped open in her stomach. That's stupid. We use Huggies. She's never even been near a safety pin. Something else, then. A bobby pin from Lucy's hair. An errant tack that had fallen into the crib. Maybe even, God help them, a broken-off piece of plastic from Shrek, Donkey, or Princess Fiona. Davy, what are you thinking? Nothing. The mobile was fine. He was sure of it. Almost sure. Abra continued to scream. 8. David hoped the doc on duty would give his daughter a sedative, but it was against protocol for infants who could not be diagnosed, and Abra Rafaela Stone seemed to have nothing wrong with her. She wasn't running a fever. She wasn't showing a rash. An ultrasound had ruled out pyloric stenosis. An X-ray showed no foreign objects in her throat or stomach or a bowel obstruction. Basically, she just wouldn't shut up. The Stones were the only patients in the ER at that hour on a Tuesday morning, and each of the 3 nurses on duty had a try at quieting her. Nothing worked. Shouldn't you give her something to eat? Lucy asked the doctor when he came back to check. The phrase Ringer's lactate occurred to her, something she'd heard on one of the doctor's shows she'd watched ever since her teenage crush on George Clooney. But for all she knew, Ringer's lactate was foot lotion, or an anticoagulant, or something for stomach ulcers. She won't take the breast or the bottle. When she gets hungry enough, she'll eat, the doctor said, but neither Lucy nor David was much comforted. For one thing, the doctor looked younger than they were. For another, this was far worse, he didn't sound completely sure. Have you called your pediatrician? He checked the paperwork. Dr. Dalton? Left a message with his service, David said. We probably won't hear from him until mid-morning, and by then this will be over. One way or the other, he thought, and his mind, made ungovernable by too little sleep and too much anxiety, presented him with a picture as clear as it was horrifying. Mourners standing around a small grave, and an even smaller coffin. 9. At 7:30, Cheddar Reynolds blew into the examining room where the Stones and their ceaselessly screaming baby daughter had been stashed. The poet, rumored to be on the short list for a Presidential Medal of Freedom, was dressed in straight-leg jeans and a BU sweatshirt with a hole in one elbow. The outfit showed just how thin she'd become over the last 3 or 4 years. "No cancer, if that's what you're thinking," she'd say if anyone commented on her runway model thinness, which she ordinarily disguised with billowing dresses or caftans. "I'm just in training for the final lap around the track." Her hair, as a rule braided or put up in complicated swoops arranged to showcase her collection of vintage hair clips, stood out around her head in an unkempt Einstein cloud. She wore no makeup, and even in her distress, Lucy was shocked by how old Conchetta looked. Well, of course she was old. 85 was very old, but until this morning she had looked like a woman in her late 60s at most. "I would have been here an hour earlier if I'd found someone to come in and take care of Betty." Betty was her elderly, ailing boxer. Cheddar caught David's reproachful glance. "Bets is dying, David, and based on what you could tell me over the phone, I wasn't all that concerned about Abra." "Are you concerned now?" David asked. Lucy flashed him a warning glance, but Chetta seemed willing to accept the implied rebuke. "Yes." She held out her hands. "Give her to me, Lucy. Let's see if she'll quiet for Momo." But Abra would not quiet for Momo, no matter how she was rocked. Nor did a soft and surprisingly tuneful lullaby, for all David knew it was the wheels on the bus in Italian, do the job. They all tried the walking cure again, first squiring her around the small exam room, then down the hall, then back to the exam room. The screaming went on and on. At some point, there was a commotion outside. Someone with actual visible injuries being wheeled in, David assumed, but those in exam room 4 took little notice. At 5 to 9, the exam room door opened and the Stones' pediatrician walked in. Dr. John Dalton was a fellow Dan Torrance would have recognized, although not by last name. To Dan, he was just Dr. John, who made the coffee at the Thursday night big book meeting in North Conway. "Thank God," Lucy said, thrusting her howling child into the pediatrician's arms. "We've been left on our own for hours." "I was on my way when I got the message." Dalton hoisted Abra onto his shoulder. "Rounds here, then over in Castle Rock. You've heard about what's happened, haven't you?" "Heard what?" David asked. With the door open, he was for the first time consciously aware of a moderate uproar outside. People were talking in loud voices. Some were crying. The nurse who had admitted them walked by, her face red and blotchy, her cheeks wet. She didn't even glance at the screaming infant. "A passenger jet hit the World Trade Center," Dalton said, "and no one thinks it was an accident." That was American Airlines Flight 11. United Airlines Flight 175 struck the Trade Center's South Tower 17 minutes later at 9:03 a.m. At 9:03, Abra Stone abruptly stopped crying. By 9:04, she was sound asleep. On their ride back to Anniston, David and Lucy listened to the radio while Abra slept peacefully in her car seat behind them. The news was unbearable, but turning it off was unthinkable, at least until a newscaster announced the names of the airlines and the flight numbers of the aircraft. 2 in New York, 1 near Washington, 1 cratered in rural Pennsylvania. Then David finally reached over and silenced the flood of disaster. "Lucy, I have to tell you something. I dreamed—" "I know." She spoke in the flat tone of one who has just suffered a shock. "So did I." By the time they crossed back into New Hampshire, David had begun to believe there might be something to that call business after all. 10. In a New Jersey town on the west bank of the Hudson River, there's a park named for the town's most famous resident. On a clear day, it offers a perfect view of lower Manhattan. The True Knot arrived in Hoboken on September 8th, parking in a private lot which they had four-walled for 10 days. Crow Daddy did the deal. Handsome and gregarious, looking about 40, Crow's favorite T-shirt read, "I'm a people person." Not that he ever wore a T when negotiating for the True Knot, then it was strictly suit and tie. It was what the rubes expected. His straight name was Henry Rothman. He was a Harvard-educated lawyer, class of 38, and he always carried cash. The True had over $1 billion in various accounts across the world, some in gold, some in diamonds, some in rare books, stamps, and paintings, but never paid by check or credit card. Everyone, even P and Pod, who looked like kids, carried a roll of 10s and 20s. As Jimmy Numbers had once said, "We're a cash and carry outfit. We pay cash and the rubes carry us." Jimmy was the True's accountant. In his rube days, he had once ridden with an outfit that became known, long after their war was over, as Quantrill's Raiders. Back then he had been a wild kid who wore a buffalo coat and carried a Sharps, but in the years since he had mellowed. These days he had a framed, autographed picture of Ronald Reagan in his RV. On the morning of September 11th, the True watched the attacks on the Twin Towers from the parking lot, passing around 4 pairs of binoculars. They would have had a better view from Sinatra Park, but Rose didn't need to tell them that gathering early might attract suspicion. And in the months and years ahead, America was going to be a very suspicious nation. If you see something, say something. Around 10 that morning, when crowds had gathered all along the riverbank and it was safe, they made their way to the park. The little twins, P and Pod, pushed Grandpa Flick in his wheelchair. Grandpa wore his cap stating, "I am a vet." His long, baby-fine white hair floated around the cap's edges like milkweed. There had been a time when he'd told folks he was a veteran of the Spanish-American War. Then it was World War I. Nowadays, it was World War II. In another 20 years or so, he expected to switch his story to Vietnam. Verisimilitude had never been a problem. Grandpa was a military history buff. Sinatra Park was jammed. Most folks were silent, but some wept. Apron Annie and Black-Eyed Sue helped in this respect. Both were able to cry on demand. The others put on suitable expressions of sorrow, solemnity, and amazement. Basically, the True Knot fit right in. It was how they rolled. Spectators came and went, but the True stayed for most of the day, which was cloudless and beautiful, except for the thick billows of dreck rising in lower Manhattan, that is. They stood at the iron rail, not talking among themselves, just watching, and taking long, slow, deep breaths, like tourists from the Midwest standing for the first time on Pemaquid Point or Quoddy Head in Maine, breathing deep of the fresh sea air. As a sign of respect, Rose took off her top hat and held it by her side. At 4 o'clock, they trooped back to their encampment in the parking lot, invigorated. They would return the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. They would return until the good steam was exhausted, and then they would move on again. By then, Grandpa Flick's white hair would have become iron gray, and he would no longer need the wheelchair. Chapter 3. Spoons. 1. It was a 20-mile drive from Fraser to North Conway, but Dan Torrance made it every Thursday night, partly because he could. He was now working at Helen Rivington House, making a decent salary, and he had his driver's license back. The car he'd bought to go with it wasn't much, just a 3-year-old Caprice with Blackwall tires and an iffy radio, but the engine was good, and every time he started it up, he felt like the luckiest man in New Hampshire. He thought if he never had to ride another bus, he could die happy. It was January of 2004. Except for a few random thoughts and images, plus the extra work he sometimes did at the hospice, of course, the shining had been quiet. He would have done that volunteer work in any case, but after his time in AA, he also saw it as making amends, which recovering people considered almost as important as staying away from the first drink. If he could manage to keep the plug in the jug another 3 months, he would be able to celebrate 3 years sober. Driving again figured large in the daily gratitude meditations upon which Casey K. insisted, because, he said, and with all the dour certainty of the program long-timer, a grateful alcoholic doesn't get drunk. But mostly Dan went on Thursday nights because the big book gathering was soothing. Intimate, really. Some of the open discussion meetings in the area were uncomfortably large, but that was never true on Thursday nights in North Conway. There was an old AA saying that went, "If you want to hide something from an alcoholic, stick it in the big book." And attendance at the North Conway Thursday night meeting suggested that there was some truth in it. Even during the weeks between the 4th of July and Labor Day, the height of the tourist season, it was rare to have more than a dozen people in the AmVets Hall when the gavel fell. As a result, Dan had heard things he suspected would never have been spoken aloud in the meetings that drew 50 or even 70 recovering alkies and druggies. In those, speakers had a tendency to take refuge in the platitudes, of which there were hundreds, and avoid the personal. You'd hear, "Serenity pays dividends," and "You can take my inventory if you're willing to make my amends," but never, "I fucked my brother's wife one night when we were both drunk." At the Thursday night We Study Sobriety meetings, the little enclave read Bill Wilson's big blue how-to manual from cover to cover, each new meeting picking up where the last meeting had left off. When they got to the end of the book, they went back to the doctor's statement and started all over again. Most meetings covered 10 pages or so. That took about half an hour. In the remaining half hour, the group was supposed to talk about the material just read. Sometimes they actually did. Quite often, however, the discussion veered off in other directions, like an unruly planchette scurrying around a Ouija board beneath the fingers of neurotic teenagers. Dan remembered a Thursday night meeting he'd attended when he was about 8 months sober. The chapter under discussion, To Wives, was full of antique assumptions that almost always provoked a hot response from the younger women in the program. They wanted to know why, in the 65 years or so since the big book's original publication, no one had ever added a chapter called To Husbands. When Gemma T., a 30-something whose only 2 emotional settings seemed to be angry and profoundly pissed off, raised her hand on that particular night, Dan had expected a fem-lib tirade. Instead, she said, much more quietly than usual, "I need to share something. I've been holding on to it ever since I was 17, and unless I let go, I'll never be able to stay away from coke and wine." The group waited. "I hit a man with my car when I was coming home drunk from a party," Gemma said. "This was back in Somerville. I left him lying by the side of the road. I didn't know if he was dead or alive. I still don't. I waited for the cops to come and arrest me, but they never did. I got away with it." She had laughed at this the way people do when the joke's an especially good one, then put her head down on the table and burst into sobs so deep that they shook her rail-thin body. It had been Dan's first experience with how terrifying honesty in all our affairs could be when it was actually put into practice. He thought, as he still did every so often, of how he had stripped Deanie's wallet of cash, and how the little boy had reached for the cocaine on the coffee table. He was a little in awe of Gemma, but that much raw honesty wasn't in him. If it came down to a choice between telling that story and taking a drink, I'd take the drink, no question. 2. Tonight the reading was Gutter Bravado, one of the stories from the section of the big book cheerily titled They Lost Nearly All. The tale followed a pattern with which Dan had become familiar. Good family, church on Sundays, first drink, first binge, Business success spoiled by booze, escalating lies, first arrest, broken promises to reform, institutionalization, and the final happy ending. All the stories in the big book had happy endings. That was part of its charm. It was a cold night, but overwarm inside, and Dan was edging into a doze when Dr. John raised his hand and said, "I've been lying to my wife about something, and I don't know how to stop." That woke Dan up. He liked DJ a lot. It turned out that John's wife had given him a watch for Christmas, quite an expensive one, and when she had asked him a couple of nights ago why he wasn't wearing it, John said he'd left it at the office. "Only it's not there. I looked everywhere, and it's just not. I do a lot of hospital rounds, and if I have to change into scrubs, I use one of the lockers in the doctor's lounge. There are combo locks, but I hardly ever use them because I don't carry much cash and I don't have anything else worth stealing. Except for the watch, I guess. I can't remember taking it off and leaving it in a locker, not at C&H or over in Bridgeton, but I think I must have. It's not the expense. It just brings back a lot of the old stuff from the days when I was drinking myself stupid every night and chipping speed the next morning to get going." There were nodding heads at this, followed by similar stories of guilt-driven deceit. No one gave advice. That was called crosstalk and frowned on. They simply told their tales. John listened with his head down and his hands clasped between his knees. After the basket was passed, "We are self-supporting through our own contributions," he thanked everyone for their input. From the look of him, Dan didn't think said input had helped a whole hell of a lot. After the Lord's Prayer, Dan put away the leftover cookies and stacked the group's tattered big books in the cabinet marked "For AA Use." A few people were still hanging around the butt can outside, the so-called meeting after the meeting, but he and John had the kitchen to themselves. Dan hadn't spoken during the discussion. He was too busy having an interior debate with himself. The Shining had been quiet, but that didn't mean it was absent. He knew from his volunteer work that it was actually stronger than it had been since childhood, though now he seemed to have a greater degree of control over it. That made it less frightening and more useful. His co-workers at Rivington House knew he had something, but most of them called it empathy and let it go at that. The last thing he wanted now that his life had begun to settle down was to get a reputation as some sort of parlor psychic. Best to keep the freaky shit to himself. Dr. John was a good guy, though, and he was hurting. DJ placed the coffee urn upside down in the dish drainer, used a length of towel hanging from the stove handle to dry his hands, then turned to Dan, offering a smile that looked as real as the coffee mate Dan had stored away next to the cookies in the sugar bowl. "Well, I'm off. See you next week, I guess." In the end, the decision made itself. Dan simply could not let the guy go looking like that. He held his arms out. Give it up. The fabled AA man hug. Dan had seen many, but never given a single one. John looked dubious for a moment, then stepped forward. Dan drew him in, thinking, there'll probably be nothing. But there was. It came as quickly as it had when, as a child, he had sometimes helped his mother and father find lost things. "Listen to me, Doc," he said, letting John go. "You were worried about the kid with the Goochers." John stepped back. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not saying it right. I know that. Goochers? Glutchers? It's some sort of bone thing." John's mouth dropped open. "Are you talking about Norman Lloyd?" "You tell me." "Normie's got Gaucher's disease. It's a lipid disorder. Hereditary and very rare. Causes an enlarged spleen, neurological disorders, and usually an early unpleasant death. Poor kid's basically got a glass skeleton, and he'll probably die before he's 10. But how do you know that?" "From his parents. The Lloyds live way the hell down in Nashua." You were worried about talking to him. The terminal ones drive you crazy. That's why you stopped in the Tigger bathroom to wash your hands even though your hands didn't need washing. You took off your watch and put it up on the shelf where they keep that dark red disinfectant shit that comes in the plastic squeeze bottles. I don't know the name. John D. was staring at him as though he had gone mad. "Which hospital is this kid in?" Dan asked.
"Elliot. The time frame's about right, and I did stop in the bathroom near the peds nursing station to wash my hands."
He paused, frowning.
"And yeah, I guess there are Milne characters on the wall in that one. But if I'd taken off my watch, I'd remember—"
He trailed off. "You do remember," Dan said and smiled. "Now you do, don't you?" John said,
"I checked the Elliot Lost and Found. Bridgeton and C&H, too, for that matter. Nothing."
"Okay, so maybe somebody came along, saw it, and stole it. If so, you're shit out of luck. But at least you can tell your wife what happened and why it happened. You were thinking about the kid, worrying about the kid, and you forgot to put your watch back on before you left the can. Simple as that. And hey, maybe it's still there. That's a high shelf, and hardly anybody uses what's in those plastic bottles because there's a soap dispenser right beside the sink."
"It's betadine on that shelf," John said, "and up high so the kids can't reach it. I never noticed, but... Dan, have you ever been in Elliot?"
This wasn't a question he wanted to answer. "Just check the shelf, Doc. Maybe you'll get lucky." 3. Dan arrived early at the following Thursday's We Study Sobriety meeting. If Dr. John had decided to trash his marriage and possibly his career over a missing $700 watch, Alkies routinely trashed marriages and careers over far less, someone would have to make the coffee. But John was there. So was the watch. This time, it was John who initiated the man-hug, an extremely hearty one. Dan almost expected to receive a pair of Gallic kisses on the cheeks before DJ let him go.
"It was right where you said it would be. 10 days and still there. It's like a miracle."
"Nah," Dan said. "Most people rarely look above their own eye line. It's a proven fact."
"How did you know?"
Dan shook his head. "I can't explain it. Sometimes I just do."
"How can I thank you?"
This was the question Dan had been waiting and hoping for. "By working the 12th step, dummocks." John D. raised his eyebrows. "Anonymity. In words of one syllable, keep your fucking mouth shut." Understanding broke on John's face. He grinned.
"I can do that."
"Good. Now make the coffee. I'll put out the books." 4. In most New England AA groups, anniversaries are called birthdays and celebrated with a cake and an after-meeting party. Shortly before Dan was due to celebrate his 3rd year of sobriety in this fashion, David Stone and Abra's great-grandmother came to see John Dalton, known in some circles as either Dr. John or DJ, and invite him to another 3rd birthday party. This was the one the Stones were throwing for Abra.
"That's very kind," John said, "and I'll be more than happy to drop by if I can. Only, why do I feel there's a little more to it?"
"Because there is," Chetta said.
"And Mr. Stubborn here has decided that it's finally time to talk about it. Is there a problem with Abra? If there is, fill me in. Based on her last checkup, she's fine. Fearsomely bright. Social skills terrific. Verbal skills through the roof. Reading ditto. Last time she was here, she read me Alligators All Around. Probably rote memory, but still remarkable for a child who's not yet 3. Does Lucy know you're here?"
"Lucy and Chetta are the ones who ganged up on me," David said. "Lucy's home with Abra making cupcakes for the party. When I left, the kitchen looked like hell in a high wind."
"So what are we saying here? That you want me at her party in an observational capacity?"
"That's right," Conchetta said. None of us can say for sure that something will happen, but it's more likely to when she's excited, and she's very excited about her party. All her little pals from daycare are coming, and there's going to be a fellow who does magic tricks." John opened a desk drawer and took out a yellow legal pad. "What kind of something are you expecting?" David hesitated. "That's hard to say." Chetta turned to face him. "Go on, Carl. Too late to back out now." Her tone was light, almost gay, but John Dalton thought she looked worried. He thought they both did. "Begin with the night she started crying and wouldn't stop." 5. David Stone had been teaching American history and 20th century European history to undergraduates for 10 years and knew how to organize a story so the interior logic was hard to miss. He began this one by pointing out that their infant daughter's marathon crying spree had ended almost immediately after the second jetliner had struck the World Trade Center. Then he doubled back to the dreams in which his wife had seen the American Airlines flight number on Abra's chest and he had seen the United Airlines number. In Lucy's dream, she found Abra in an airplane bathroom. In mine, I found her in a mall that was on fire. Draw your own conclusions about that part. Or not. To me, those flight numbers seem pretty conclusive, but of what, I don't know. He laughed without much humor, raised his hands, then dropped them again. Maybe I'm afraid to know. John Dalton remembered the morning of 9/11 and Abra's non-stop crying jag very well. Let me get this straight. You believe your daughter, who was then only 5 months old, had a premonition of those attacks and somehow sent word to you, telepathically? Yes, Chetta said. Put very succinctly. Bravo. I know how it sounds, David said, which is why Lucy and I kept it to ourselves. Except for Chetta, that is. Lucy told her that night. Lucy tells her Momo everything. He sighed. Conchetta gave him a cool look. You didn't get one of these dreams? John asked her. She shook her head. I was in Boston, out of her, I don't know, transmitting range. It's been almost 3 years since 9/11, John said. I assume other stuff has happened since then. A lot of other stuff had happened, and now that he had managed to speak of the first and most unbelievable thing, Dave found himself able to talk about the rest easily enough. The piano, that was next. You know Lucy plays? John shook his head. Well, she does, since she was in grammar school. She's not great or anything, but she's pretty good. We've got a Vogel that my parents gave her as a wedding present. It's in the living room, which is also where Abra's playpen used to be. Well, one of the presents I gave Lucy for Christmas in 2001 was a book of Beatles tunes arranged for piano. Abra used to lie in her playpen, goofing with her toys and listening. You could tell by the way she smiled and kicked her feet that she liked the music. John didn't question this. Most babies loved music, and they had their ways of letting you know. The book had all the hits, Hey Jude, Lady Madonna, Let It Be, but the one Abra liked best was one of the minor songs, a B-side called Not a Second Time. Do you know it? Not offhand, John said. I might if I heard it. It's upbeat, but unlike most of the Beatles' fast stuff, it's built around a piano riff rather than the usual guitar sound. It isn't a boogie-woogie, but close. Abra loved it. She wouldn't just kick her feet when Lucy played that one, she'd actually bicycle them. Dave smiled at the memory of Abra on her back in her bright purple onesie, not yet able to walk, but crib dancing like a disco queen. The instrumental break is almost all piano, and it's simple as pie. The left hand just picks out the notes. There are only 29, I counted. A kid could play it, and our kid did. John raised his eyebrows until they almost met his hairline. It started in the spring of 2002. Lucy and I were in bed, reading. The weather report was on TV, and that comes about halfway through the 11 p.m. newscast. Abra was in her room, fast asleep as far as we knew. Lucy asked me to turn off the TV because she wanted to go to sleep. I clicked the remote, and that's when we heard it. The piano break of Not a Second Time. Those 29 notes. Perfect. Not a single miss. And coming from downstairs. Doc, we were scared shitless. We thought we had an intruder in the house, only what kind of burglar stops to play a little Beatles before grabbing the silverware? I don't have a gun, and my golf clubs were in the garage, so I just picked up the biggest book I could find and went down to confront whoever was there. Pretty stupid, I know. I told Lucy to grab the phone and dial 911 if I yelled, but there was no one, and all the doors were locked. Also, the cover was down over the piano keys. I went back upstairs and told Lucy I hadn't found anything or anyone. We went down the hall to check the baby. We didn't talk about it, we just did it. I think we knew it was Abra, but neither of us wanted to say it right out loud. She was awake, just lying there in her crib and looking at us. You know the wise little eyes that they have? John knew, as if they could tell you all the secrets of the universe if they were only able to talk. There were times when he thought that might even be so, only God had arranged things in such a way so that by the time they could get beyond goo-goo gaga, they had forgotten it all, the way we forget even our most vivid dreams a couple of hours after waking. She smiled when she saw us, closed her eyes, and dropped off. The next night it happened again. Same time. Those 29 notes from the living room. Then silence. Then down to Abra's room and finding her awake. Not fussing, not even sucking her bink, just looking at us through the bars of her crib. Then off to sleep. This is the truth, John said. Not really questioning, only wanting to get it straight. You're not pulling my leg. David didn't smile. Not even twitching the cuff of your pants. John turned to Chetta. Have you heard it yourself? No. Let David finish. We got a couple of nights off, and you know how you say that the secret of successful parenting is always make a plan? Sure. This was John Dalton's chief sermon to new parents. How are you going to handle night feedings? Draw up a schedule so someone's always on call and no one gets too ragged. How are you going to handle bathing and feeding and dressing and playtime so the kid has a regular and hence comforting routine? Draw up a schedule, make a plan. Do you know how to handle an emergency? Anything from a collapsed crib to a choking incident? If you make a plan, you will, and 19 times out of 20, things will turn out fine. So that's what we did. For the next 3 nights, I slept on the sofa right across from the piano. On the 3rd night, the music started just as I was snugging down for the night. The cover on the Vogel was closed, so I hustled over and raised it. The keys weren't moving, which didn't surprise me much because I could tell the music wasn't coming from the piano. Beg pardon? It was coming from above it, from thin air. By then, Lucy was in Abra's room. The other times we hadn't said anything, we were too stunned, but this time she was ready. She told Abra to play it again. There was a little pause, and then she did. I was standing so close I almost could have snatched those notes out of the air. Silence in John Dalton's office. He had stopped writing on the pad. Chetta was looking at him gravely. At last he said, "Is this still going on?" "No." Lucy took Abra on her lap and told her not to play any more at night because we couldn't sleep, and that was the end of it. He paused to consider. Almost the end. Once, about 3 weeks later, we heard the music again, but very soft and coming from upstairs this time, from her room. She was playing to herself, Conchetta said. She woke up. She couldn't get back to sleep right away. so she played herself a little lullaby. 6. One Monday afternoon, just about a year after the fall of the Twin Towers, Abra, walking by now and with recognizable words beginning to emerge from her all but constant gabble, teetered her way to the front door and plopped down there with her favorite doll in her lap. "What you doing, sweetheart?" Lucy asked. She was sitting at the piano playing a Scott Joplin rag. "Dada," Abra announced. "Honey, Dada won't be home until supper," Lucy said. But 15 minutes later, the Acura pulled up the drive and Dave got out, hauling his briefcase. There had been a water main break in the building where he taught his Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes, and everything had been canceled. "Lucy told me about that," Conchetta said. "And of course I already knew about the 9/11 crying jag and the phantom piano. I took a run up there a week or two later. I told Lucy not to say a word to Abra about my visit, but Abra knew. She planted herself in front of the door 10 minutes before I showed up. When Lucy asked who was coming, Abra said, 'Momo.'" "She does that a lot," David said. "Not every time someone's coming, but if it's someone she knows and likes, almost always." In the late spring of 2003, Lucy found her daughter in their bedroom, tugging at the second drawer of Lucy's dresser. "Mun," she told her mother. "Mun, mun." "I don't get you, sweetie," Lucy said, "but you can look in the drawer if you want to. It's just some old underwear and leftover cosmetics." But Abra had no interest in the drawer, it seemed. Didn't even look in it when Lucy pulled it out to show her what was inside. "Hind, mun." Then drawing a deep breath, "Mun, hind, mama." Parents never become absolutely fluent in baby. There's not enough time, but most learn to speak it to some degree, and Lucy finally understood that her daughter's interest wasn't in the contents of the dresser, but in something behind it. Curious, she pulled it out. Abra darted into the space immediately. Lucy, thinking that it would be dusty in there even if there weren't bugs or mice, made a swipe for the back of the baby's shirt and missed. By the time she got the dresser out far enough to slip into the gap herself, Abra was holding up a $20 bill that had found its way through the hole between the dresser's surface and the bottom of the mirror. "Look," she said gleefully. "Mun! My mun!" "Nope," Lucy said, plucking it out of the small fist. "Babies don't get mun because they don't need mun. But you did just earn yourself an ice cream cone." "Ikeem!" Abra shouted. "My Ikeem!" "Now tell Dr. John about Mrs. Judkins," David said. "You were there for that?" "Indeed I was," Conchetta said. "That was some 4th of July weekend." By the summer of 2003, Abra had begun speaking in more or less full sentences. Conchetta had come to spend the holiday weekend with the Stones. On the Sunday, which happened to be July 6th, Dave had gone to the 7-Eleven to buy a fresh canister of Blue Rhino for the backyard barbecue. Abra was playing with blocks in the living room. Lucy and Chetta were in the kitchen, one of them checking periodically on Abra to make sure she hadn't decided to pull out the plug on the TV and chew it or go climbing Mount Sofa. But Abra showed no interest in those things. She was busy constructing what looked like a Stonehenge made out of her plastic toddler blocks. Lucy and Chetta were unloading the dishwasher when Abra began to scream. "She sounded like she was dying," Chetta said. "You know how scary that is, right?" John nodded. He knew. "Running doesn't come naturally to me at my age, but I ran like Wilma Rudolph that day. Beat Lucy to the living room by half a length. I was so convinced the kid was hurt that for a second or two I actually saw blood. But she was okay. Physically, anyhow. She ran to me and threw her arms around my legs. I picked her up. Lucy was with me by then, and we managed to get her soothed a little. "Wani," she said. "Help Wani, Momo. Wani fall down." I didn't know who Wani was, but Lucy did. Wanda Judkins, the lady across the street.
She's Abra's favorite neighbor, David said, because she makes cookies and usually brings one over for Abra with her name written on it, sometimes in raisins, sometimes in frosting. She's a widow, lives alone. So we went across, Chetta resumed, me in the lead and Lucy holding Abra. I knocked. No one answered.
"Wani in the dinner room,"
Abra said.
"Help Wani, Momo. Help Wani, Mama. She hurted herself, and blood is coming out."
The door was unlocked. We went in. First thing I smelled was burning cookies. Mrs. Judkins was lying on the dining room floor next to a stepladder. The rag she'd been using to dust out the moldings was still in her hand, but there was blood, all right, a puddle of it around her head in a kind of halo. I thought she was finished. I couldn't see her breathing, but Lucy found a pulse. The fall fractured her skull, and there was a small brain bleed, but she woke up the next day. She'll be at Abra's birthday party. You can say hello to her if you come. She looked at Abra Stone's pediatrician unflinchingly. The doctor at the ER said that if she'd lain there much longer, she would have either died or ended up in a persistent vegetative state. Far worse than death, in my humble opinion. Either way, the kid saved her life. John tossed his pen on top of the legal pad. I don't know what to say. There's more, Dave said, but the other stuff's hard to quantify. Maybe just because Lucy and I have gotten used to it. The way I guess you'd get used to living with a kid who was born blind. Except this is almost the opposite of that. I think we knew even before the 9/11 thing. I think we knew there was something, almost from the time we brought her home from the hospital. It's like... He huffed out a breath and looked at the ceiling as if for inspiration. Concetta squeezed his arm. Go on. At least he hasn't called for the men with the butterfly nets yet. Okay. It's like there's always a wind blowing through the house, only you can't exactly feel it or see what it's doing. I keep thinking the curtains are going to billow and the pictures are going to fly off the walls, but they never do. Other stuff does happen, though. 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, the circuit breakers trip. We've had 2 different electricians out on 4 different occasions. They check the circuits and tell us everything is hunky-dory. Some mornings we come downstairs and the cushions from the chairs and the sofa are on the floor. We tell Abra to put her toys away before bed, and unless she's overtired and cranky, she's very good about it. But sometimes the toy box will be open the next morning and some of the toys will be back on the floor. Usually the blocks. They're her favorites. He paused for a moment, now looking at the eye chart on the far wall. John thought Concetta would prod him to go on, but she kept silent. Okay, this is totally weird, but I swear to you it happened. One night, when we turned on the TV, The Simpsons were on every channel. Abra laughed like it was the biggest joke in the world. Lucy freaked out. She said, Abra Raffaella Stone, if you're doing that, stop it right now. Lucy hardly ever speaks sharply to her, and when she does, Abra just dissolves, which is what happened that night. I turned off the TV, and when I turned it on again, everything was back to normal. I could give you a half a dozen other things, incidents, phenomena, but most of it's so small you'd hardly even notice. He shrugged. Like I say, you get used to it. John said, I'll come to the party. After all that, how can I resist? Probably nothing will happen, Dave said. You know the old joke about how to stop a leaky faucet, don't you? Call the plumber. Concetta snorted. If you really believe that, sonny boy, I think you might get a surprise. And to Dalton, just getting him here was like pulling teeth. Give it a rest, Momo. Color had begun to rise in Dave's cheeks. John sighed. He had sensed the antagonism between these two before. He didn't know the cause of it, some kind of competition for Lucy, perhaps, but he didn't want it breaking out into the open now. Their bizarre errand had turned them into temporary allies, and that was the way he wanted to keep it. "Save the sniping." He spoke sharply enough so they looked away from each other and back at him, surprised. "I believe you. I've never heard of anything remotely like this before." Or had he? He trailed off, thinking of his lost watch. "Doc," David said. "Sorry, brain cramp." At this they both smiled. Allies again. Good. Anyway, no one's going to send for the men in the white coats. I accept you both as level-headed folks, not prone to hysteria or hallucination. I might guess some bizarre form of Munchausen syndrome was at work if it was just one person claiming these psychic outbreaks. But it's not. It's all three of you, which raises the question, what do you want me to do? Dave seemed at a loss, but his grandmother-in-law was not. "Observe her, the way you would any child with a disease." The color had begun to leave David Stone's cheeks, but now it rushed back. Slammed back. "Abra is not sick," he snapped. She turned to him. "I know that. Cristo, will you let me finish?" Dave put on a long, suffering expression and raised his hands. "Sorry, sorry, sorry." "Just don't jump down my throat, David." John said, "If you insist on bickering, children, I'll have to send you to the quiet room." Conchetta sighed. "This is very stressful. For all of us. I'm sorry, Davy. I used the wrong word." "No prob, Cara. We're in this together." She smiled briefly. "Yes, we are. Observe her as you'd observe any child with an undiagnosed condition, Dr. Dalton. That's all we can ask, and I think it's enough for now. You may have some ideas. I hope so. You see," she turned to David Stone with an expression of helplessness that John thought was probably rare on that firm face. "We're afraid," Dave said. "Me, Lucy, Chetta. Scared to death. Not of her, but for her. Because she's just little. Do you see? What if this power of hers, I don't know what else to call it. What if it hasn't topped out yet? What if it's still growing? What do we do then? She could... I don't know." "He does know," Chetta said. "She could lose her temper and hurt herself or someone else. I don't know how likely that is, but just thinking it could happen." She touched John's hand. "It's awful." 7. Dan Torrance knew he would be living in the turret room of the Helen Rivington house from the moment he had seen his old friend Tony waving to him from a window that on second look turned out to be boarded shut. He asked Mrs. Clausen, the Rivingtons' chief supervisor, about the room 6 months or so after going to work at the hospice as janitor orderly and unofficial doctor in residence, along with his faithful sidekick, Azzy, of course. "That room's junk from one end to the other," Mrs. Clausen had said. She was a 60-something with implausibly red hair. She was possessed of a sarcastic, often dirty mouth, but she was a smart and compassionate administrator. Even better, from the standpoint of HRH's board of directors, she was a tremendously effective fundraiser. Dan wasn't sure he liked her, but he had come to respect her. "I'll clean it out, on my own time. It would be better for me to be right here, don't you think? On call?" "Danny, tell me something. How come you're so good at what you do?" "I don't really know." This was at least half true, maybe even 70%. He had lived with The Shining all his life and still didn't understand it. "Junk aside, the turret's hot in the summer and cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey in the winter." "That can be rectified," Dan had said. "Don't talk to me about your rectum." Mrs. Clausen peered sternly at him from above her half-glasses. "If the board knew what I was letting you do, they'd probably have me weaving baskets in that assisted living home down in Nashua, the one with the pink walls and the piped-in Mantovani." She snorted. "Doctor sleep, indeed." "I'm not the doctor," Dan said mildly. He knew he was going to get what he wanted. "Azzy's the doctor. I'm just his assistant." "Azrael's the fucking cat," she said. "A raggedy-ass stray that wandered in off the street and got adopted by guests who have now all gone to the great who knows. All he cares about is his twice-daily bowl of Friskies." To this Dan hadn't responded. There was no need, because they both knew it wasn't true. "I thought you had a perfectly good place on Elliott Street. Pauline Robertson thinks the sun shines out of your asshole. I know because I sing with her in the church choir." "What's your favorite hymn?" Dan asked. "What a fucking friend we have in Jesus?" She showed the Rebecca Clausen version of a smile. "Oh, very well. Clean out the room. Move in. Have it wired for cable. Put in quadraphonic sound. Set up a wet bar. What the hell do I care? I'm only the boss." "Thanks, Mrs. C." "Oh, and don't forget the space heater, okay? See if you can't find something from a yard sale with a nice frayed cord. Burn the fucking place down some cold February night. Then they can put up a brick monstrosity to match the abortions on either side of us." Dan stood up and raised the back of his hand to his forehead in a half-assed British salute. "Whatever you say, boss." She waved a hand at him. "Get out of here before I change my mind, Doc." 8. He did put in a space heater, but the cord wasn't frayed, and it was the kind that shut off immediately if it tipped over. There was never going to be any air conditioning in the third-floor turret room, but a couple of fans from Walmart placed in the open windows provided a nice cross-draft. It got plenty hot just the same on summer days, but Dan was almost never there in the daytime, and summer nights in New Hampshire were usually cool. Most of the stuff that had been stashed up there was disposable junk, but he kept a big grammar school-style blackboard he found leaning against one wall. It had been hidden for 50 years or more behind an ironmongery of ancient and grievously wounded wheelchairs. The blackboard was useful. On it, he listed the hospice's patients and their room numbers, erasing the names of the folks who passed away and adding names as new folks checked in. In the spring of 2004, there were 32 names on the board. 10 were in Rivington 1 and 12 in Rivington 2. These were the ugly brick buildings flanking the Victorian home where the famous Helen Rivington had once lived and written thrilling romance novels under the pulsating name of Jeanette Montpals. The rest of the patients were housed on the 2 floors below Dan's cramped but serviceable turret apartment. Was Mrs. Rivington famous for anything besides writing bad novels? Dan had asked Claudette Albertson not long after starting work at the hospice. They were in the smoking area at the time, practicing their nasty habit. Claudette, a cheerful African-American RN with the shoulders of an NFL left tackle, threw back her head and laughed. "You bet. For leaving this town a shitload of money, honey. And giving away this house, of course. She thought old folks should have a place where they could die with dignity." And in Rivington House, most of them did. Dan, with Azzy to assist, was now a part of that. He thought he had found his calling. The hospice now felt like home. 9. On the morning of Abra's birthday party, Dan got out of bed and saw that all the names on his blackboard had been erased. Written where they had been, in large and straggling letters, was a single word, Hello. There was a smiley face inside of the O. Dan sat on the edge of the bed in his underwear for a long time, just looking. Then he got up and put one hand on the letters, smudging them a little, hoping for a shine, even a little twinkle. At last he took his hand away, rubbing chalk dust on his bare thigh. "Hello yourself," he said, and then, "Would your name be Abra, by any chance?" Nothing. He put on his robe, got his soap and towel, and went down to the staff shower on 2. When he came back, he picked up the eraser he'd found to go with the board and began erasing the word. Halfway through, a thought, "Daddy says we'll have balloons," came to him, and he stopped, waiting for more. But no more came, so he finished erasing the board and then began replacing the names and room numbers, working from that Monday's attendance memo. When he came back upstairs at noon, he half expected the board to be erased again, the names and numbers replaced by hello, but all was as he had left it. 10. Abra's birthday party was in the Stones' backyard, a restful sweep of green grass with apple and dogwood trees that were just coming into blossom. At the foot of the yard was a chain-link fence and a gate secured by a combination padlock. The fence was decidedly unbeautiful, but neither David nor Lucy cared because beyond it was the Saco River, which wound its way southeast through Fraser, through North Conway and across the border into Maine. Rivers and small children did not mix, in the Stones' opinion, especially in the spring when this one was wide and turbulent with melting snows. Each year, the local weekly reported at least one drowning. Today, the kids had enough to occupy them on the lawn. The only organized game they could manage was a brief round of follow the leader, but they weren't too young to run around and sometimes roll around on the grass, to climb like monkeys on Abra's playset, to crawl through the fun tunnels David and a couple of the other dads had set up, and to bat around the balloons now drifting everywhere. These were all yellow, Abra's professed favorite color, and there were at least 6 dozen, as John Dalton could attest. He had helped Lucy and her grandmother blow them up. For a woman in her 80s, Chetta had an awesome set of lungs. There were 9 kids, counting Abra, and because at least one of every parental set had come, there was plenty of adult supervision. Lawn chairs had been set up on the back deck, and as the party hit cruising speed, John sat in one of these next to Conchetta, who was dolled up in designer jeans and her world's best great-grandma sweatshirt. She was working her way through a giant slice of birthday cake. John, who had taken on a few pounds of ballast during the winter, settled for a single scoop of strawberry ice cream. "I don't know where you put it," he said, nodding at the rapidly disappearing cake on her paper plate. "There's nothing to you. You're a stuffed string." "Maybe so, Carlo, but I've got a hollow leg." She surveyed the roistering children and fetched a deep sigh. "I wish my daughter could have lived to see this. I don't have many regrets, but that's one of them." John decided not to venture out on this conversational limb. Lucy's mother had died in a car accident when Lucy was younger than Abra was now. This he knew from the family history the Stones had filled out jointly. In any case, Chetta turned the conversation herself. "Do you know what I like about 'em at this age?" "Nope." John liked them at all ages, at least until they turned 14. When they turned 14, their glands went into hyperdrive, and most of them felt obliged to spend the next 5 years being booger snots. "Look at them, Johnny. It's the kiddie version of that Edward Hicks painting, The Peaceable Kingdom. You've got 6 white ones. Of course you do. It's New Hampshire. But you've also got 2 black ones, and one gorgeous Korean-American baby who looks like she should be modeling clothes in the Hannah Anderson catalog. You know the Sunday school song that goes, 'Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight.' That's what we have here. 2 hours, and not one of them has raised a fist or given a push in anger." John, who had seen plenty of toddlers who kicked, pushed, punched, and bit, gave a smile in which cynicism and wistfulness were exactly balanced. "I wouldn't expect anything different. They all go to little chums. It's the Smart Set daycare in these parts, and they charge Smart Set prices. That means their parents are all at least upper middle. They're all college grads, and they all practice the gospel of go along to get along. These kids are your basic domesticated social animals." John stopped there because she was frowning at him, but he could have gone farther. He could have said that until the age of 7 or thereabouts, the so-called age of reason, Most children were emotional echo chambers. If they grew up around people who got along and didn't raise their voices, they did the same. If they were raised by biters and shouters, well, 20 years of treating little ones, not to mention raising 2 of his own, now away at good go-along-to-get-along prep schools, hadn't destroyed all the romantic notions he'd held when first deciding to specialize in pediatric medicine, but those years had tempered them. Perhaps kids really did come into the world trailing clouds of glory, as Wordsworth had so confidently proclaimed, but they also shit in their pants until they learned better. 11. A silvery run of bells, like those on an ice cream truck, sounded in the afternoon air. The kids turned to see what was up. Riding onto the lawn from the Stones' driveway was an amiable apparition, a young man on a wildly oversized red tricycle. He was wearing white gloves and a zoot suit with comically wide shoulders. In one lapel was a boutonniere the size of a hothouse orchid. His pants, also oversized, were currently hiked up to his knees as he worked the pedals. The handlebars were hung with bells, which he rang with one finger. The trike rocked from side to side, but never quite fell over. On the newcomer's head, beneath a huge brown derby, was a crazy blue wig. David Stone was walking behind him, carrying a large suitcase in one hand and a fold-up table in the other. He looked bemused. "Hey, kids! Hey, kids!" the man on the trike shouted. Gather round, because the show is about to start." He didn't need to ask them twice. They were already flocking toward the trike, laughing and shouting. Lucy came over to John, and Chetta sat down and blew hair out of her eyes with a comical foof of her lower lip. She had a smudge of chocolate frosting on her chin. Behold the magician. He's a street performer in Fraser and North Conway during the summer season. Dave saw an ad in one of those freebie newspapers, auditioned the guy, and hired him. His name is Reggie Pelletier, but he styles himself the Great Mysterio. Let's see how long he can hold their attention once they've all had a good close look at the fancy trike. I'm thinking 3 minutes tops. John thought she might be wrong about that. The guy's entrance had been perfectly calculated to capture the imaginations of little ones, and his wig was funny rather than scary. His cheerful face was unmarked by grease paint, and that was also good. Clowns, in John's opinion, were highly overrated. They scared the shit out of kids under 6. Kids over that age merely found them boring. My, you're in a bilious mood today. Maybe because he'd come ready to observe some sort of freaky-deaky and nothing had transpired. To him, Abra seemed like a perfectly ordinary little kid. Cheerier than most, maybe, but good cheer seemed to run in the family, except when Chetta and Dave were sniping at each other, that was. Don't underestimate the attention spans of the wee folk. He leaned past Chetta and used his napkin to wipe the smudge of frosting from Lucy's chin. If he has an act, he'll hold them for 15 minutes at least, maybe 20. If he does, Lucy said skeptically. It turned out that Reggie Pelletier, a.k.a. the Great Mysterio, did have an act, and a good one. While his faithful assistant, the not-so-great Dave, set up his table and opened the suitcase, Mysterio asked the birthday girl and her guests to admire his flower. When they drew close, it shot water into their faces, first red, then green, then blue. They screamed with sugar-fueled laughter. "Now, boys and girls!" "Ooh! Ah! Yike! That tickles!" He took off his derby and pulled out a white rabbit. The kids gasped. Mysterio passed the bunny to Abra, who stroked it and then passed it on without having to be told. The rabbit didn't seem to mind the attention. Maybe, John thought, it had snarked up a few Valium-laced pellets before the show. The last kid handed it back to Mysterio, who popped it into his hat, passed a hand over it, and then showed them the inside of the derby. Except for the American flag lining, it was empty. "Where did the bunny go?" little Susie Song Bartlett asked. "Into your dreams, darling," Mysterio said. "It'll hop there tonight. Now who wants a magic scarf?" There were cries of, "I do," from boys and girls alike. Mysterio produced them from his fists and passed them out. This was followed by more tricks in rapid-fire succession. By Dalton's watch, the kids stood around Mysterio in a bug-eyed semicircle for at least 25 minutes. And just as the first signs of restiveness began to appear in the audience, Mysterio wrapped things up. He produced 5 plates from his suitcase, which when he showed it had appeared to be as empty as his hat, and juggled them, singing "Happy Birthday to You" as he did it. All the kids joined in, and Abra seemed almost to levitate with joy. The plates went back into the suitcase. He showed it to them again so they could see it was empty, then produced 6 spoons from it. These he proceeded to hang on his face, finishing with one on the tip of his nose. The birthday girl liked that one. She sat down on the grass, laughing and hugging herself with glee. "Abba can do that," she said. She was currently fond of referring to herself in the third person. It was what David called her Ricky Henderson phase. "Abba can do spoons." "Good for you, honey," Mysterio said. He wasn't really paying attention, and John couldn't blame him for that. He had just put on one hell of a kiddie matinee. His face was red and damp with sweat in spite of the cool breeze blowing up from the river, and he still had his big exit to make, this time pedaling the oversized trike uphill. He bent and patted Abra's head with one white-gloved hand. "Happy birthday to you, and thank all you kids for being such a good odd." From inside the house came a large and musical jangling, not unlike the sound of the bells hanging from the Godzilla trike's handlebars. The kids only glanced in that direction before turning to watch Mysterio pedal away, but Lucy got up to see what had fallen over in the kitchen. 2 minutes later, she came back outside. "John," she said, "you better look at this. I think it's what you came to see." 12. John, Lucy, and Conchetta stood in the kitchen, looking up at the ceiling and saying nothing. None of them turned when Dave joined them. They were hypnotized. "What?" he began, then saw what. "Holy shit." To this no one replied. David stared a little longer, trying to get the sense of what he was seeing, then left. A minute or two later he returned, leading his daughter by the hand. Abra was holding a balloon. Around her waist, worn like a sash, was the scarf she'd received from the great Mysterio. John Dalton dropped to one knee beside her. "Did you do that, honey?" It was a question to which he felt sure he knew the answer, but he wanted to hear what she had to say. He wanted to know how much she was aware of. Abra first looked at the floor where the silverware drawer lay. Some of the knives and forks had bounced free when the drawer shot from its socket, but they were all there. Not the spoons, however. The spoons were hanging from the ceiling, as if drawn upward and held by some exotic magnetic attraction. A couple swung lazily from the overhead light fixtures. The biggest, a serving spoon, dangled from the exhaust hood of the stove. All kids had their own self-comforting mechanisms. John knew from long experience that for most it was a thumb socked securely in the mouth. Abra's was a little different. She cupped her right hand over the lower half of her face and rubbed her lips with her palm. As a result, her words were muffled. John took the hand away gently. "What, honey?" In a small voice she said, "Am I in trouble? I... Her small chest began to hitch. She tried to put her comfort hand back, but John held it. "I wanted to be like Minstrosio." She began to weep. John let her hand go, and it went to her mouth, rubbing furiously. David picked her up and kissed her cheek. Lucy put her arms around them both and kissed the top of her daughter's head. "No, honey, no. No trouble. You're fine." Abra buried her face against her mother's neck. As she did it, the spoons fell. The clatter made them all jump. 13. 2 months later, with summer just beginning in the White Mountains of New Hampshire, David and Lucy Stone sat in John Dalton's office, where the walls were papered with smiling photographs of the children he had treated over the years, many now old enough to have kids of their own. John said, "I hired a computer-savvy nephew of mine, at my own expense, and don't worry about it, he works cheap, to see if there were any other documented cases like your daughter's and to research them if there were. He restricted his search to the last 30 years and found over 900. David whistled. "That many?" John shook his head. "Not that many. If it were a disease, and we don't need to revisit that discussion because it's not, it would be as rare as elephantiasis or Blaschko's lines, which basically turns those who have it into human zebras. Blaschko's affects about 1 in every 7 million. This thing of Abra's would be on that order." "What exactly is Abra's thing?" Lucy had taken her husband's hand and was holding it tightly. "Telepathy? Telekinesis? Some other telly?"
Those things clearly play a part. Is she telepathic? Since she knows when people are coming to visit and knew Mrs. Judkins had been hurt, the answer seems to be yes. Is she telekinetic? Based on what we saw in your kitchen on the day of her birthday party, the answer is a hard yes. Is she psychic? A precognate, if you want to fancy it up. We can't be so sure of that, although the 9/11 thing and the story of the $20 bill behind the dresser are both suggestive. But what about the night your television showed The Simpsons on all the channels? What do you call that? Or what about the Phantom Beatles tune? It would be telekinesis if the notes came from the piano, but you say they didn't.
"So what's next?" Lucy asked. "What do we watch out for?"
I don't know. There's no predictive path to follow. The trouble with the field of psychic phenomena is that it isn't a field at all. There's too much charlatanry and too many people who are just off their damn rockers.
"So you can't tell us what to do," Lucy said. "That's the long and short of it."
John smiled. "I can tell you exactly what to do. Keep on loving her. If my nephew is right, you have to remember that A, he's only 17, and B, he's basing his conclusions on unstable data. You're apt to keep seeing weird stuff until she's a teenager. Some of it may be gaudy, weird stuff. Around 13 or 14, it'll plateau and then start to subside. By the time she's in her 20s, the various phenomena she's generating will probably be negligible." He smiled. "But she'll be a terrific poker player all her life."
"What if she starts seeing dead people like the little boy in that movie?" Lucy asked. "What do we do then?"
"Then I guess you'd have proof of life after death. In the meantime, don't buy trouble, and keep your mouth shut, right?"
"Oh, you bet," Lucy said. She managed a smile, but given the fact she'd nibbled most of her lipstick off, it didn't look very confident. "The last thing we want is our daughter on the cover of Inside View." "Thank God none of the other parents saw that thing with the spoons," David said.
"Here's a question," John said. "Do you think she knows how special she is?"
The Stones exchanged a look. "I don't think so," Lucy said at last. "Although, after the spoons, we made sort of a big deal about it."
"A big deal in your mind," John said. "Probably not hers." She cried a little, then went back out with a smile on her face. There was no shouting, scolding, spanking, or shaming. My advice is to let it ride for the time being. When she gets a little older, you can caution her about not doing any of her special tricks at school. Treat her as normal, because mostly she is, right?
"Right," David said.
And it's not like she's got spots or swellings or a third eye."
"Oh, yes, she does," Lucy said. She was thinking of the call. "She does so have a third eye. You can't see it, but it's there." John stood up. "I'll get all my nephew's printouts and send them to you if you'd like that." "I would," David said, "very much. I think dear old Momo would, too." He wrinkled his nose a bit at this. Lucy saw it and frowned. "In the meantime, enjoy your daughter," John told him. "From everything I've seen, she's a very enjoyable child. You're going to get through this." For a while, it seemed he was right. Chapter 4. Paging Dr. Sleep. 1. It was January of 2007. In the turret room of Rivington House, Dan's space heater was running full blast, but the room was still cold. A nor'easter, driven by a 50-mile-an-hour gale, had blown down from the mountains, piling 5 inches of snow an hour on the sleeping town of Fraser. When the storm finally eased the following afternoon, some of the drifts against the north and east sides of the buildings on Cranmore Avenue would be 12 feet deep. Dan wasn't bothered by the cold. Nestled beneath 2 down comforters, he was warm as tea and toast. Yet the wind had found its way inside his head, just as it found its way under the sashes and door sills of the old Victorian he now called home. In his dream, he could hear it moaning around the hotel where he had spent one winter as a little boy. In his dream, he was that little boy. He's on the 2nd floor of the Overlook. Mommy is sleeping and Daddy's in the basement looking at old papers. He's doing research. The research is for the book he's going to write. Danny isn't supposed to be up here, and he's not supposed to have the pass key that's clutched in one hand, but he hasn't been able to stay away. Right now, he's staring at a fire hose that's bolted to the wall. It's folded over and over on itself, and it looks like a snake with a brass head. A sleeping snake. Of course it's not a snake. That's canvas he's looking at, not scales. Well, it sure does look like a snake. Sometimes it is a snake. "Go on," he whispers to it in this dream. He's trembling with terror, but something drives him on. And why? Because he's doing his own research. That's why. "Go on. Bite me. You can't, can you? Because you're just a stupid hose." The nozzle of the stupid hose stirs, and all at once, instead of looking at it sideways, Danny is looking into its bore. Or maybe into its mouth. A single clear drop appears below the black hole, elongating. In it, he can see his own wide eyes reflected back at him. A drop of water or a drop of poison? Is it a snake or a hose? Who can say, my dear? Red rum, my dear. Who can say? It buzzes at him, and terror jumps up his throat from his rapidly beating heart. Rattlesnakes buzz like that. Now the nozzle of the hose snake rolls away from the stack of canvas it's lying on and drops to the carpet with a dull thud. It buzzes again, and he knows he should step back before it can rush forward and bite him. But he's frozen, he can't move, and it's buzzing. "Wake up, Danny!" Tony calls from somewhere. "Wake up! Wake up!" But he can wake up no more than he can move. This is the Overlook. They are snowed in, and things are different now. Hoses become snakes. Dead women open their eyes. And his father... Oh, dear God, we have to get out of here, because my father is going crazy. The rattlesnake buzzes. It buzzes. It... 2. Dan heard the wind howling, but not outside the Overlook. No, outside the turret of Rivington House. He heard snow rattle against the north-facing window. It sounded like sand, and he heard the intercom giving off its low buzz. He threw back the comforters and swung his legs out, wincing as his warm toes met the cold floor. He crossed the room, almost prancing on the balls of his feet. He turned on the desk lamp and blew out his breath. No visible vapor, but even with the space heater's element coils glowing a dull red, the room temperature tonight had to be in the mid-40s. Buzz. He pushed talk on the intercom and said, "I'm here. Who's there?" "Claudette. I think you've got one, Doc." "Mrs. Winnick?" He was pretty sure it was her, and that would mean putting on his parka because Vera Winnick was in Rivington, too, and the walkway between here and there would be colder than a witch's belt buckle, or a well-digger's tit, or whatever the saying was. Vera had been hanging by a thread for a week now, comatose, in and out of Shane Stokes' respiration, and this was exactly the sort of night the frail ones picked to go out on, usually at 4 a.m. He checked his watch. Only 3:20, but that was close enough for government work. Claudette Albertson surprised him. "No, it's Mr. Hayes, right down here on the first floor with us." "Are you sure?" Dan had played a game of checkers with Charlie Hayes just that afternoon, and for a man with acute myelogenous leukemia, he'd seemed as lively as a cricket. "Nope, but Azzy's in there, and you know what you say." What he said was Azzy was never wrong, and he had almost 6 years' worth of experience on which to base that conclusion. Azriel wandered freely around the 3 buildings that made up the Rivington complex, spending most of his afternoons curled up on a sofa in the rec room, although it wasn't unusual to see him draped across one of the card tables, with or without a half-completed jigsaw puzzle on it, like a carelessly thrown stole. All the residents seemed to like him. If there had been complaints about the house cat, they hadn't reached Dan's ears, and Azzy liked them all right back. Sometimes he would jump up in some half-dead oldster's lap, but lightly, never seeming to hurt, which was remarkable given his size, as he was a 12-pounder. Other than during his afternoon naps, Az rarely stayed in one location for long. He always had places to go, people to see, things to do. "That cat's a playa," Claudette had once told Danny. You might see him visiting the spa, licking a paw and taking a little heat, relaxing on a stopped treadmill in the health suite, sitting atop an abandoned gurney and staring into thin air at those things only cats can see. Sometimes he stalked the back lawn with his ears flattened against his skull, the very picture of feline predation. But if he caught birds and chipmunks, he took them into one of the neighboring yards or across to the town common and dismembered them there. The rec room was open round the clock, but as he rarely visited there once the TV was off and the residents were gone. When evening gave way to night and the pulse of Rivington House slowed, as he became restless, patrolling the corridors like a sentry on the edge of enemy territory. Once the lights dimmed, you might not even see him unless you were looking right at him. His unremarkable mouse-colored fur blended in with the shadows. He never went into the guest rooms unless one of the guests was dying. Then he would either slip in, if the door was unlatched, or sit outside with his tail curled around his haunches, wayowing in a low, polite voice to be admitted. When he was, he would jump up on the guest's bed — they were always guests at Rivington House, never patients — and settle there, purring. If the person so chosen happened to be awake, he or she might stroke the cat. To Dan's knowledge, no one had ever demanded that Azzy be evicted. They seemed to know he was there as a friend. "Who's the doctor on call?" Dan asked. "You," Claudette promptly came back. "You know what I mean, the real doctor." "Emerson. But when I phoned his service, the woman told me not to be silly. Everything's socked in, from Berlin to Manchester. She said that except for the ones on the turnpikes, even the plows are waiting for daylight." "All right," Dan said. "I'm on my way." 3. After working at the hospice for a while, Dan had come to realize there was a class system even for the dying. The guest accommodations in the main house were bigger and more expensive than those in Rivington 1 and 2. In the Victorian manse, where Helen Rivington had once hung her hat and written her romances, the rooms were called suites and named after famous New Hampshire residents. Charlie Hayes was in Alan Shepard. To get there, Dan had to pass the snack alcove at the foot of the stairs where there were vending machines and a few hard plastic chairs. Fred Carling was plopped down in one of these, munching peanut butter crackers and reading an old issue of Popular Mechanics. Carling was one of 3 orderlies on the midnight to 8 shift. The other 2 rotated to days twice a month. Carling never did. A self-proclaimed night owl, he was a beefy time server whose arms, sleeved out in a tangle of tats, suggested a biker past. "Well, look at here," he said. "It's Danny boy. Are you in your secret identity tonight?" Dan was still only half awake and in no mood for joshing. "What do you know about Mr. Hayes?" "Nothing except the cat's in there, and that usually means they're going to go tits up." "No bleeding?" The big man shrugged. "Well, yeah, he had a little noser. I put the bloody towels in a plague bag just like I'm supposed to. They're in laundry A if you want to check." Dan thought of asking how a nosebleed that took more than 1 towel to clean up could be characterized as little, and decided to let it go. Carling was an unfeeling dolt, and how he'd gotten a job here, even on the night shift when most of the guests were either asleep or trying to be quiet so they wouldn't disturb anyone else, was beyond Dan. He suspected somebody might have pulled a wire or two. It was how the world worked. Hadn't his own father pulled a wire to get his final job as caretaker at the Overlook Hotel? Maybe that wasn't proof positive that who you knew was a lousy way to get a job, but it certainly seemed suggestive. "Enjoy your evening, Dr. Sleep," Carling called after him, making no effort to keep his voice down. At the nurse's station, Claudette was charting meds while Janice Barker watched a small TV with the sound turned down low. The current program was one of those endless ads for colon cleanser, but Jan was watching with her eyes wide and her mouth hung ajar. She started when Dan tapped his fingernails on the counter and he realized she hadn't been fascinated but half asleep. "Can either of you tell me anything substantive about Charlie? Carling knows from nothing." Claudette glanced down the hall to make sure Fred Carling wasn't in view, then lowered her voice anyway. "That man's as useless as boobs on a bull. I keep hoping he'll get fired." Dan kept his similar opinion to himself. Constant sobriety, he had discovered, did wonders for one's powers of discretion. "I checked him 15 minutes ago," Jan said. "We check them a lot when Mr. Pussycat comes to visit." "How long's Azzy been in there?" "He was meowing outside the door when we came on duty at midnight," Claudette said, "so I opened it for him. He jumped right up on the bed. You know how he does. I almost called you then, but Charlie was awake and responsive. When I said hi, he hied me right back and started petting Azzy, so I decided to wait. About an hour later, he had a nosebleed. Fred cleaned him up. I had to tell him to put the towels in a plague bag." Plague bags were what the staff called the dissolvable plastic sacks in which clothing, linen, and towels contaminated with bodily fluids or tissue were stored. It was a state regulation that was supposed to minimize the spread of blood-borne pathogens. "When I checked him 40 or 50 minutes ago," Jan said, "he was asleep. I gave him a shake. He opened his eyes and they were all bloodshot." "That's when I called Emerson," Claudette said. "And after I got the big no-way Jose from the girl on service, I called you. Are you going down now?" "Yes." "Good luck," Jan said. "Ring if you need something." "I will." "Why are you watching an infomercial for colon cleanser, Janny? Or is that too personal?" She yawned. "At this hour, the only other thing on is an infomercial for the Bra. I already have one of those." 4. The door of the Alan Shepard suite was standing half open, but Dan knocked anyway. When there was no response, he pushed it all the way open. Someone, probably one of the nurses, it almost certainly hadn't been Fred Carling, had cranked up the bed a little. The sheet was pulled to Charlie Hayes' chest. He was 91, painfully thin, and so pale he hardly seemed to be there at all. Dan had to stand still for 30 seconds before he could be absolutely sure the old man's pajama top was going up and down. Azzy was curled beside the scant bulge of one hip. When Dan came in, the cat surveyed him with those inscrutable eyes. "Mr. Hayes? Charlie?" Charlie's eyes didn't open. The lids were bluish. The skin beneath them was darker, a purple-black. When Dan got to the side of the bed, he saw more color, a little crust of blood beneath each nostril and in one corner of the folded mouth. Dan went into the bathroom, took a face cloth, wetted it in warm water, wrung it out. When he returned to Charlie's bedside, as he got to his feet and delicately stepped to the other side of the sleeping man, leaving Dan a place to sit down. The sheet was still warm from Azzy's body. Gently, Dan wiped the blood from beneath Charlie's nose. As he was doing the mouth, Charlie opened his eyes.
"Dan, it's you, isn't it? My eyes are a little blurry."
Bloody was what they were. "How are you feeling, Charlie? Any pain? If you're in pain, I can get Claudette to bring you a pill."
"No pain,"
Charlie said. His eyes shifted to Azzy, then went back to Dan.
"I know why he's here, and I know why you're here."
"I'm here because the wind woke me up. Azzy was probably just looking for some company. Cats are nocturnal, you know." Dan pushed up the sleeve of Charlie's pajama top to take a pulse and saw 4 purple bruises lined up on the old man's stick of a forearm. Late-stage leukemia patients bruised if you even breathed on them, but these were finger bruises, and Dan knew perfectly well where they had come from. He had more control over his temper now that he was sober, but it was still there, just like the occasional strong urge to take a drink. "Carling, you bastard. Wouldn't he move quick enough for you? Or were you just mad to have to be cleaning up a nosebleed when all you wanted to do was read magazines and eat those fucking yellow crackers?" He tried not to show what he was feeling, but as he seemed to sense it, he gave a small, troubled meow. Under other circumstances, Dan might have asked questions, but now he had more pressing matters to deal with. As he was right again. He only had to touch the old man to know.
"I'm pretty scared,"
Charlie said. His voice was little more than a whisper. The low, steady moan of the wind outside was louder.
"I didn't think I would be, but I am."
"There's nothing to be scared of." Instead of taking Charlie's pulse, there was really no point. He took one of the old man's hands in his. He saw Charlie's twin sons at 4 on swings. He saw Charlie's wife pulling down a shade in the bedroom, wearing nothing but the slip of Belgian lace he'd bought her for their first anniversary. Saw how her ponytail swung over one shoulder when she turned to look at him, her face lit in a smile that was all yes. He saw a Farmall tractor with a striped umbrella raised over the seat. He smelled bacon and heard Frank Sinatra singing "Come Fly With Me" from a cracked Motorola radio sitting on a work table littered with tools. He saw a hubcap full of rain reflecting a red barn. He tasted blueberries and gutted a deer and fished in some distant lake whose surface was dappled by steady autumn rain. He was 60, dancing with his wife in the American Legion Hall. He was 30, splitting wood. He was 5, wearing shorts and pulling a red wagon. Then the pictures blurred together the way cards do when they're shuffled in the hands of an expert, and the wind was blowing big snow down from the mountains, and in here was the silence and Azzy's solemn watching eyes. At times like this, Dan knew what he was for. At times like this, he regretted none of the pain and sorrow and anger and horror because they had brought him here to this room while the wind whooped outside. Charlie Hayes had come to the border.
I'm not scared of hell. I lived a decent life, and I don't think there is such a place anyway. I'm scared. There's nothing.
He struggled for breath. A pearl of blood was swelling in the corner of his right eye.
There was nothing before. We all know that. So doesn't it stand to reason that there's nothing after?
But there is. Dan wiped Charlie's face with a damp cloth. We never really end, Charlie. I don't know how that can be or what it means. I only know that it is.
Can you help me get over? They say you can help people.
Yes, I can help. He took Charlie's other hand as well. It's just going to sleep. And when you wake up, you will wake up. Everything is going to be better.
Heaven? Do you mean heaven?
I don't know, Charlie. The power was very strong tonight. He could feel it flowing through their clasped hands like an electric current, and cautioned himself to be gentle. Part of him was inhabiting the faltering body that was shutting down, and the failing senses, hurry up, please, that were turning off. He was inhabiting a mind, hurry up, please, it's time, that was still as sharp as ever, and aware it was thinking its last thoughts, at least as Charlie Hayes. The bloodshot eyes closed, then opened again, very slowly. Everything's all right, Dan said. You only need sleep. Sleep will make you better.
Is that what you call it?
Yes, I call it sleep, and it's safe to sleep.
Don't go.
I won't. I'm with you. So he was. It was his terrible privilege. Charlie's eyes closed again. Dan closed his own and saw a slow blue pulse in the darkness. Once, twice, stop. Once, twice, stop. Outside the wind was blowing. Sleep, Charlie. You're doing fine, but you're tired, and you need to sleep.
I see my wife.
The faintest of whispers. Do you?
She says.
There was no more. Just a final blue pulse behind Dan's eyes, and a final exhalation from the man on the bed. Dan opened his eyes, listened to the wind, and waited for the last thing. It came a few seconds later, a dull red mist that rose from Charlie's nose, mouth, and eyes. This was what an old nurse in Tampa, one who had about the same twinkle as Billy Freeman, called the gasp. She said she'd seen it many times. Dan saw it every time. It rose and hung above the old man's body. Then it faded. Dan slid up the right sleeve of Charlie's pajamas and felt for a pulse. It was just a formality. 5. Azzy usually left before it was over, but not tonight. He was standing on the counterpane beside Charlie's hip, staring at the door. Dan turned, expecting to see Claudette or Jan, but no one was there. Except there was. Hello? Nothing. Are you the little girl who writes on my blackboard sometimes? No response, but someone was there, all right. Is your name Abra? Faint, almost inaudible because of the wind, there came a ripple of piano notes. Dan might have believed it was his imagination. He could not always tell the difference between that and The Shining, if not for Azzy, whose ears twitched and whose eyes never left the empty doorway. Someone was there, watching. Are you Abra? There was another ripple of notes, then silence again. except this time it was absence. Whatever her name was, she was gone. As he stretched, leaped down from the bed, and left without a look back. Dan sat where he was a little longer, listening to the wind. Then he lowered the bed, pulled the sheet up over Charlie's face, and went back to the nurse's station to tell them there had been a death on the floor. 6. When his part of the paperwork was complete, Dan walked down to the snack alcove. There was a time he would have gone there on the run, fists already clenched, but those days were gone. Now he walked, taking long, slow breaths to calm his heart and mind. There was a saying in AA, think before you drink. But what Casey K told him during their once-a-week tete-a-tetes was to think before he did anything. You didn't get sober to be stupid, Danny. Keep it in mind the next time you start listening to that itty-bitty shitty committee inside your head. But those goddamn finger marks. Carling was rocked back in his chair, now eating Junior Mints. He had swapped Popular Mechanics for a photo mag with the latest bad boy sitcom star on the cover. Mr. Hayes has passed on, Dan said mildly. Sorry to hear it. Not looking up from the magazine. But that is what they're here for, isn't it? Dan lifted one foot, hooked it behind one of the tilted front legs of Carling's chair, and yanked. The chair spun away, and Carling landed on the floor. The box of Junior Mints flew out of his hand. He stared up at Dan unbelievingly. Have I got your attention? You son of a... Carling started to get up. Dan put his foot on the man's chest and pushed him back against the wall. I see I have. Good. It would be better right now if you didn't get up. Just sit there and listen to me. Dan bent forward and clasped his knees with his hands, tight, because all those hands wanted to do right now was hit, and hit, and hit. His temples were throbbing. Slow, he told himself. Don't let it get the better of you. But it was hard. The next time I see your finger marks on a patient, I'll photograph them and go to Mrs. Clausen, and you'll be out on the street no matter who you know. And once you're no longer a part of this institution, I'll find you and beat the living shit out of you. Carling got to his feet, using the wall to support his back and keeping a close eye on Dan as he did it. He was taller and outweighed Dan by 100 pounds at least. He balled his fists. I'd like to see you try. How about now? Sure, but not here, Dan said. Too many people trying to sleep, and we've got a dead man down the hall. One with your marks on him. I didn't do nothing but go to take his pulse. You know how easy they bruise when they got the leukemia. I do, Dan agreed. But you hurt him on purpose. I don't know why, but I know you did. There was a flicker in Carling's muddy eyes. Not shame. Dan didn't think the man was capable of feeling that. Just unease at being seen through, and fear of being caught. Big man, Dr. Sleep. Think your shit don't stink? Come on, Fred. Let's go outside. More than happy to. And this was true. There was a second Dan inside. He wasn't as close to the surface anymore, but he was still there and still the same ugly, irrational son of a bitch he'd always been. Out of the corner of his eye, Dan could see Claudette and Jan standing halfway down the hall, their eyes wide and their arms around each other. Carling thought it over. Yes, he was bigger, and yes, he had more reach, but he was also out of shape. Too many overstuffed burritos, too many beers, much shorter wind than he'd had in his 20s, and there was something worrisome in the skinny guy's face. He'd seen it before back in his Road Saints days. Some guys had lousy circuit breakers in their heads. They tripped easy, and once they did, those guys would burn on until they burned out. He had taken Torrance for some mousy little geek who wouldn't say shit if he had a mouthful, but he saw that he'd been wrong about that. His secret identity wasn't Dr. Sleep. It was Dr. Crazy. After considering this carefully, Fred said, I wouldn't waste my time. Dan nodded. Good. Save us both getting frostbite. Just remember what I said. If you don't want to go to the hospital, keep your hands to yourself from now on. Who died and left you in charge? I don't know, Dan said. I really don't. 7. Dan went back to his room and back to bed, but he couldn't sleep. He had made roughly 4 dozen deathbed visits during his time at Rivington House, and usually they left him calm. Not tonight. He was still trembling with rage. His conscious mind hated that red storm, but some lower part of him loved it. Probably it went back to plain old genetics, nature triumphing over nurture. The longer he stayed sober, the more old memories surfaced. Some of the clearest were of his father's rages. He had been hoping that Carling would take him up on it, would go outside into the snow and wind where Dan Torrance, son of Jack, would give that worthless puppy his medicine. God knew he didn't want to be his father, whose bouts of sobriety had been the white-knuckle kind. AA was supposed to help with anger, and mostly it did, but there were times like tonight when Dan realized what a flimsy barrier it was. Times when he felt worthless, and the booze seemed like all he deserved. At times like that, he felt very close to his father. He thought, Mama. He thought, can he? He thought, worthless pups need to take their medicine, and you know where they sell it, don't you? Damn near everywhere. The wind rose in a furious gust, making the turret groan. When it died, the blackboard girl was there. He could almost hear her breathing. He lifted one hand out from beneath the comforters. For a moment, it only hung there in the cold air, and then he felt hers, small, warm, slip into it. Abra, he said. Your name is Abra, but sometimes people call you Abby. Isn't that right? No answer came, but he didn't really need one. All he needed was the sensation of that warm hand in his. It only lasted for a few seconds, but it was long enough to soothe him. He closed his eyes and slept. 8. 20 miles away in the little town of Anniston, Abra Stone lay awake. The hand that had enfolded hers held on for a moment or two. Then it turned to mist and was gone. But it had been there. He had been there. She had found him in a dream, but when she woke, she had discovered the dream was real. She was standing in the doorway of a room. What she had seen there was terrible and wonderful at the same time. There was death, and death was scary, but there had also been helping. The man who was helping hadn't been able to see her, but the cat had. The cat had a name like hers, but not exactly. He didn't see me, but he felt me, and we were together just now. I think I helped him, like he helped the man who died. That was a good thought. Holding on to it, as she had held the phantom hand, Abra rolled over on her side, hugged her stuffed rabbit to her chest, and went to sleep. Chapter 5. The True Knot. 1. The True Knot wasn't incorporated, but if it had been, certain side-of-the-road communities in Maine, Florida, Colorado, and New Mexico would have been referred to as company towns. These were places where all the major businesses and large plots of land could be traced back through a tangle of holding companies to them. The True's towns, with colorful names like Dry Bend, Jerusalem's Lot, Ori, and Sidewinder, were safe havens, but they never stayed in those places for long. Mostly they were migratory. If you drive the turnpikes and main-traveled highways of America, you may have seen them. Maybe it was on I-95 in South Carolina, somewhere south of Dillon and north of Santee. Maybe it was on I-80 in Nevada, in the mountain country west of Draper, or in Georgia, while negotiating slowly, if you know what's good for you, that notorious Highway 41 speed trap outside Tifton. How many times have you found yourself behind a lumbering RV, eating exhaust and waiting impatiently for your chance to pass? Creeping along at 40 when you could be doing a perfectly legal 65 or even 70? And when there's finally a hole in the fast lane and you pull out, holy God, you see a long line of those damn things. Gas hogs driven at exactly 10 miles an hour below the legal speed limit by bespectacled golden oldies who hunch over their steering wheels, gripping them like they think they're going to fly away. Or maybe you've encountered them in the turnpike rest areas when you stop to stretch your legs and maybe drop a few quarters into one of the vending machines. The entrance ramps to those rest stops always divide in two, don't they? Cars in one parking lot, long-haul trucks and RVs in another. Usually the lot for the big rigs and RVs is a little farther away. You might have seen the Trues rolling motorhomes parked in that lot, all in a cluster. You might have seen their owners walking up to the main building, slow because many of them look old and some of them are pretty darn fat, always in a group, always keeping to themselves. Sometimes they pull off at one of the exits loaded with gas stations, motels, and fast food joints. And if you see those RVs parked at McDonald's or Burger King, you keep on going because you know they'll all be lined up at the counter, the men wearing floppy golf hats or long-billed fishing caps, the women in stretch pants, usually powder blue, and shirts that say things like, "Ask me about my grandchildren," or "Jesus is King," or "Happy Wanderer." You'd rather go half a mile farther down the road to the Waffle House or Shoney's, wouldn't you? Because you know they'll take forever to order, mooning over the menu, always wanting their quarter-pounders without the pickles or their Whoppers without the sauce, asking if there are any interesting tourist attractions in the area, even though anyone can see this is just another nothing three-stoplight burg where the kids leave as soon as they graduate from the nearest high school. You hardly see them, right? Why would you? They're just the RV people, elderly, retirees, and a few younger compatriots living their rootless lives on the turnpikes and blue highways, staying at campgrounds where they sit around in their Walmart lawn chairs and cook on their hibachis while they talk about investments and fishing tournaments and hot pot recipes and God knows what. They're the ones who always stop at flea markets and yard sales, parking their damn dinosaurs nose to tail, half on the shoulder and half on the road, so you have to slow to a crawl in order to creep by. They are the opposite of the motorcycle clubs you sometimes see on those same turnpikes and blue highways, the mild angels instead of the wild ones. They're annoying as hell when they descend en masse on a rest area and fill up all the toilets, but once their balky, road-stunned bowels finally work and you're able to take a pew yourself, you put them out of your mind, don't you? They're no more remarkable than a flock of birds on a telephone wire or a herd of cows grazing in a field beside the road. Oh, you might wonder how they can afford to fill those fuel-guzzling monstrosities, because they must be on comfy fixed incomes. How else could they spend all their time driving around like they do? And you might puzzle over why anyone would want to spend their golden years cruising all those endless American miles between hoot and holler, but beyond that you probably never spare them a thought. And if you happen to be one of those unfortunate people who's ever lost a kid, nothing left but a bike in the vacant lot down the street or a little cap lying in the bushes at the edge of a nearby stream, you probably never thought of them. Why would you? No, it was probably some hobo. Or, worse to consider but horribly plausible, some sick fuck from your very own town. Maybe your very own neighborhood. Maybe even your very own street. Some sick killer pervo who's very good at looking normal and will go on looking normal until someone finds a clatter of bones in the guy's basement or buried in his backyard. You'd never think of the RV people, those midlife pensioners and cheery older folks in their golf hats and sun visors with appliqued flowers on them.
And mostly you'd be right. There are thousands of RV people, but by 2011, there was only one knot left in America. The true knot. They liked moving around, and that was good because they had to. If they stayed in one place, they'd eventually attract attention because they don't age like other people. Apron Annie, or Dirty Phil, Rube names Anne Lamont and Phil Caputo, might appear to grow 20 years older overnight. The little twins, P and Pod, might snap back from 22 to 12, or almost, the age at which they turned, but their turning was long ago. The only member of the True who's actually young is Andrea Steiner, now known as Snakebite Andy, and even she's not as young as she looks. A tottery, grumpy old lady of 80 suddenly becomes 60 again. A leathery old gent of 70 is able to put away his cane. The skin tumors on his arms and face disappear. Black-eyed Susie loses her hitching limp. Diesel Doug goes from half-blind with cataracts to sharp-eyed, his bald spot magically gone. All at once, hey, presto, he's 45 again. Steamhead Steve's crooked back straightens. His wife, Baba the Red, ditches those uncomfortable continence pants, puts on her rhinestone-studded Ariat boots, and says she wants to go out line dancing. Given time to observe such changes, people would wonder and people would talk. Eventually some reporter would turn up, and the true knot shied away from publicity the way vampires supposedly shy away from sunlight. But since they don't live in one place, and when they stop for an extended period in one of their company towns they keep to themselves, they fit right in. Why not? They wear the same clothes as the other RV people. They wear the same El Cheapo sunglasses, they buy the same souvenir T-shirts, and consult the same AAA road maps. They put the same decals on their bounders and bagos, touting all the peculiar places they visited. I helped trim the world's biggest tree in Christmasland. And you find yourself looking at the same bumper stickers while you're stuck behind them. Old but not dead. Save Medicare. I'm a conservative and I vote, waiting for a chance to pass. They eat fried chicken from the Colonel and buy the occasional scratch ticket in those easy-on, easy-off convenience stores where they sell beer, bait, ammo, Motor Trend magazine, and 10,000 kinds of candy bars. If there's a bingo hall in the town where they stop, a bunch of them are apt to go on over, take a table, and play until the last coverall game is finished. At one of those games, Greedy G, Rube named Greta Moore, won $500. She gloated over that for months, and although the members of the True have all the money they need, it pissed off some of the other ladies to no end. Token Charlie wasn't too pleased either. He said he'd been waiting on B7 for 5 pulls from the hopper when the G finally bingoed. "Greedy, you're one lucky bitch," he said. "And you're one unlucky bastard," she replied. "One unlucky black bastard," and went off chortling. If one of them happens to get speed-trapped or stopped for some minor traffic offense, it's rare, but it does happen, the cops find nothing but valid licenses, up-to-date insurance cards, and paperwork in apple pie order. No voices are raised while the cop's standing there with his citation book, even if it's an obvious scam. The charges are never disputed, and all fines are paid promptly. America is a living body. The highways are its arteries, and the true knot slips along them like a silent virus. But there are no dogs. Ordinary RV people travel with lots of canine company, usually those little shit machines with white fur, gaudy collars, and nasty tempers. You know the kind. They have irritating barks that hurt your ears and ratty little eyes full of disturbing intelligence. You see them sniffing their way through the grass in the designated pet walking areas of the turnpike rest stops, their owners trailing behind, pooper scoopers at the ready. In addition to the usual decals and bumper stickers on the motorhomes of these ordinary RV people, you're apt to see yellow diamond-shaped signs reading "Pomeranian on board" or
I heart my poodle, not the true nut. They don't like dogs, and dogs don't like them. You might say dogs see through them, to the sharp and watchful eyes behind the cut-rate sunglasses, to the strong and long-muscled hunter's legs beneath the polyester slacks from Walmart, to the sharp teeth beneath the dentures, waiting to come out. They don't like dogs, but they like certain children. Oh yes, they like certain children very much. 2. In May of 2011, not long after Abra Stone celebrated her 10th birthday and Dan Torrance his 10th year of AA sobriety, Crow Daddy knocked on the door of Rosie the Hat's Earth Cruiser. The True was currently staying at the cozy campground outside Lexington, Kentucky. They were on their way to Colorado, where they would spend most of the summer in one of their bespoke towns, this one a place Dan sometimes revisited in his dreams. Usually, they were in no hurry to get anywhere, but there was some urgency this summer. All of them knew it, but none of them talked about it. Rose would take care of it. She always had. "Come," she said, and Crow Daddy stepped in. When on a business errand, he always stepped out in good suits and expensive shoes polished to a mirror gloss. If he was feeling particularly old school, he might even carry a walking stick. This morning, he was wearing baggy pants held up by suspenders, a strappy T-shirt with a fish on it, "Kiss My Bass," printed beneath, and a flat workman's cap, which he swept off as he closed the door behind him. He was her sometime lover, as well as her second-in-command, but he never failed to show respect. It was one of the many things Rose liked about him. She had no doubt that the True could carry on under his leadership if she died. For a while, at least. But for another 100 years, perhaps not. Probably not. He had a silver tongue and cleaned up well when he had to deal with the rubes, but Crow had only rudimentary planning skills and no real vision. This morning he looked troubled. Rose was sitting on the sofa in capri pants and a plain white bra, smoking a cigarette and watching the third hour of Today on her big wall-mounted TV. That was the soft hour when they featured celebrity chefs and actors doing PR for their new movies. Her top hat was cocked back on her head. Crow Daddy had known her for more years than the rubes lived, and he still didn't know what magic held it at that gravity-defying angle. She picked up the remote and muted the sound. "Why, it's Henry Rothman, as I live and breathe. Looking remarkably tasty, too, although I doubt you came to be tasted. Not at 10:15 in the morning, and not with that look on your face. Who died?" She meant it as a joke, but the wincing frown that tightened his forehead told her it wasn't one. She turned the TV off and made a business of butting her cigarette, not wanting him to see the dismay she felt. Once, the True had been over 200 strong. As of yesterday, they numbered 41. If she was right about the meaning of that wince, they were one less today. "Tommy the truck," he said. Went in his sleep. Cycled once and then boom. Didn't suffer at all, which is fucking rare, as you know. Did Nut see him? While he was still there to be seen, she thought, but did not add. Walnut, whose Rube driver's license and various Rube credit cards identified him as Peter Wallace of Little Rock, Arkansas, was the True's sawbones. No, it was too quick. Heavy Mary was with him. Tommy woke her up thrashing. She thought it was a bad dream and gave him an elbow. Only by then there was nothing left to poke but his pajamas. It was probably a heart attack. Tommy had a bad cold. Nut thinks that might have been a contributing factor. And you know the son of a bitch always smoked like a chimney. "We don't get heart attacks," Then reluctantly, "Of course, we usually don't get colds either. He was really wheezing the last few days, wasn't he? Poor old T.T." "Yeah, poor old T.T. Nuts says it'd be impossible to tell anything for sure without an autopsy." Which couldn't happen. By now there would be no body left to cut up. "How's Mary taking it?" "How do you think? She's broken fucking hearted. They go back to when Tommy the truck was Tommy the wagon. Almost 90 years. She was the one who took care of him after he turned. Gave him his first steam when he woke up the next day. Now she says she wants to kill herself." Rose was rarely shocked, but this did the job. No one in the True had ever killed themselves. Life was, to coin a phrase, their only reason for living. "Probably just talk," Crow Daddy said. Only what?" "You're right about us not usually getting colds, but there have been quite a few just lately. Mostly just sniffles that come and go. Nuts says it may be malnutrition. Of course, he's just guessing." Rose sat in thought, tapping her fingers against her bare midriff and staring at the blank rectangle of the TV. At last she said, "Okay, I agree that nourishment's been a bit thin lately, but we took steam in Delaware just a month ago, and Tommy was fine then. Plumped right up." "Yeah, but Rosie, the kid from Delaware wasn't much. More hunchhead than steamhead." She'd never thought of it just that way, but it was true. Also, he'd been 19, according to his driver's license, well past whatever stunted prime he might have had around puberty. In another 10 years, he'd have been just another rube. Maybe even 5. He hadn't been much of a meal, point taken. But you couldn't always have steak. Sometimes you had to settle for bean sprouts and tofu. At least they kept body and soul together until you could butcher the next cow. Except psychic tofu and bean sprouts hadn't kept Tommy the truck's body and soul together, had they? "There used to be more steam," Crow said. "Don't be daft. That's like the rube saying that 50 years ago people were more neighborly. It's a myth, and I don't want you spreading it around. People are nervous enough already." "You know me better than that, and I don't think it is a myth, darling. If you think about it, it stands to reason. 50 years ago, there was more of everything. Oil, wildlife, arable land, clean air. There were even a few honest politicians." "Yes," Rose cried. "Richard Nixon, remember him? Prince of the Rubes?" But he wouldn't go chasing up this false trail. Crow might be a bit lacking in the vision department, but he was rarely distracted. That was why he was her second. He might even have a point. Who was to say that humans capable of providing the nourishment the True needed weren't dwindling just like schools of tuna in the Pacific? "You better bust open one of the canisters, Rosie." He saw her eyes widen and raised a hand to stop her from speaking. "Nobody's saying that out loud, but the whole family's thinking about it." Rose had no doubt they were, and the idea that Tommy had died of complications resulting from malnutrition had a certain horrid plausibility. When steam was in short supply, life grew hard and lost its savor. They weren't vampires from one of those old Hammer horror pictures, but they still needed to eat. "And how long since we've had a 7th wave?" Crow asked. He knew the answer to that, and so did she. The True Knot had limited precognitive skills, but when a truly big rube disaster was approaching, a 7th wave, they all felt it. Although the details of the attack on the World Trade Center had only begun to clarify for them in the late summer of 2001, they had known something was going to happen in New York City for months in advance. She could still remember the joy and anticipation. She supposed hungry rubes felt the same way when they smelled a particularly savory meal cooking in the kitchen. There had been plenty for everybody that day, and in the days following. There might only have been a couple of true steamheads among those who died when the towers fell. But when the disaster was big enough, agony and violent death had an enriching quality, which was why the true was drawn to such sights, like insects to a bright light. Locating single Rube steamheads was far more difficult, and there were only 3 of them now with that specialized sonar in their heads. Grandpa Flick, Barry the Chink, and Rose herself. She got up, grabbed a neatly folded boat-neck top from the counter and pulled it over her head. As always, she looked gorgeous in a way that was a bit unearthly, those high cheekbones and slightly tipped eyes, but extremely sexy. She put her hat back on and gave it a tap for good luck. "How many full canisters do you think are left, Crow?" He shrugged. "A dozen? 15? "In that neighborhood," she agreed. Better that none of them knew the truth, not even her second. The last thing she needed was for the current unease to become outright panic. When people panicked, they ran in all directions. If that happened, the true might disintegrate. Meanwhile, Crow was looking at her and closely. Before he could see too much, she said, "Can you four-wall this place tonight?" "You kidding? With the price of gas and diesel what it is, the guy who owns it can't fill half his spots even on weekends. He'll jump at the chance." "Then do it. We're going to take canister steam. Spread the word." "You've got it." He kissed her, caressing one of her breasts as he did so. "This is my favorite top." She laughed and pushed him away. "Any top with tits in it is your favorite top. Go on." But he lingered, a grin tipping one corner of his mouth. "Is Rattlesnake girl still sniffing around your door, beautiful?" She reached down and briefly squeezed him below the belt. "Oh my gosh, is that your jealous bone I'm feeling?" "Say it is." She doubted it, but was flattered anyway. "She's with Sayri now, and the 2 of them are perfectly happy. But since we're on the subject of Andy, she can help us. You know how. Spread the word, but speak to her first." After he left, she locked the Earth cruiser, went to the cockpit, and dropped to her knees. She worked her fingers into the carpet between the driver's seat and the control pedals. A strip of it came up. Beneath was a square of metal with an embedded keypad. Rose ran the numbers, and the safe popped open an inch or 2. She lifted the door the rest of the way and looked inside. 15 or a dozen full canisters left. That had been Crow's guess, and although she couldn't read members of the tribe the way she could read the Rubes, Rose was sure he had been purposely lowballing to cheer her up. If he only knew, she thought. The safe was lined with styrofoam to protect the canisters in case of a road accident, and there were 40 built-in cradles. On this fine May morning in Kentucky, 37 of the canisters in those cradles were empty. Rose took one of the remaining full ones and held it up. It was light. If you hefted it, you would have guessed it too was empty. She took the cap off, inspected the valve beneath to make sure the seal was still intact, then reclosed the safe and put the canister carefully, almost reverently, on the counter where her top had been folded. After tonight there would only be 2. They had to find some big steam and refill at least a few of those empty canisters, and they had to do it soon. The True's back wasn't to the wall, not quite yet, but it was only inches away. 3. The cozy campground owner and his wife had their own trailer, a permanent job set up on painted concrete blocks. April showers had brought lots of May flowers, and Mr. and Mrs. Cozy's front yard was full of them. Andrea Steiner paused a moment to admire the tulips and pansies before mounting the 3 steps to the door of the big Redmond trailer, where she knocked. Mr. Cozy opened up eventually. He was a small man, with a big belly currently encased in a bright red strappy undershirt. In one hand he held a can of Pabst Blue Ribbon. In the other was a mustard-smeared brat wrapped in a slice of spongy white bread. Because his wife was currently in the other room, he paused for a moment to do a visual inventory of the young woman before him, ponytailed to sneakers. Yeah? Several in the tribe had a bit of sleeper talent, but Andy was by far the best, and her turning had proved of enormous benefit to the True. She still used the ability on occasion to lift cash from the wallets of certain older rube gentlemen who were attracted to her. Rose found this risky and childish, but knew from experience that in time what Andy called her issues would fade away. For the True Knot, the only issue was survival. "I just had a quick question," Andy said. "If it's about the toilets, darling, the cockasucker don't come until Thursday." "It's not about that." "What then?" "Aren't you tired? Don't you want to go to sleep?" Mr. Cozy immediately closed his eyes. The beer and the brat tumbled out of his hands, leaving a mess on the rug. "Oh, well," Andy thought. "Crow fronted the guy $1,200. Mr. Cozy can afford a bottle of carpet cleaner, maybe even 2. Andy took him by the arm and led him into the living room. Here was a pair of chintz-covered cozy armchairs with TV trays set up in front of them. "Sit," she said. Mr. Cozy sat, eyes shut. "You like to mess with young girls?" Andy asked him. "You would if you could, wouldn't you? If you could run fast enough to catch them anyway." She surveyed him, hands on hips. "You're disgusting. Can you say that?" "I'm disgusting," Mr. Cozy agreed. Then he began to snore. Mrs. Cozy came in from the kitchen. She was gnawing on an ice cream sandwich. "Here now, who are you? What are you telling him? What do you want?" "For you to sleep," Andy told her. Mrs. Cozy dropped her ice cream. Then her knees unhinged and she sat on it. "Ah, fuck," Andy said. "I didn't mean there. Get up." Mrs. Cozy got up with the squashed ice cream sandwich sticking to the back of her dress. Snakebite Andy put her arm around the woman's mostly non-existent waist and led her to the other cozy chair, pausing long enough to pull the melting ice cream sandwich off her butt. Soon the two of them sat side by side, eyes shut. "You'll sleep all night," Andy instructed them. "Mister can dream about chasing young girls. Mrs., you can dream he died of a heart attack and left you $1 million insurance policy. How's that sound? Sound good?" She snapped on the TV and turned it up loud. Patch Sajak was being embraced by a woman with enormous jahoobies who had just finished solving the puzzle, which was "Never Rest on Your Laurels." Andy took a moment to admire the mammoth mammaries, then turned back to the cozies. "When the 11 o'clock news is over, you can turn off the TV and go to bed. When you wake up tomorrow, you won't remember I was here. Any questions?" They had none. Andy left them and hurried back to the cluster of RVs. She was hungry, had been for weeks, and tonight there would be plenty for everybody. As for tomorrow, it was Rosa's job to worry about that. And as far as Snakebite Andy was concerned, she was welcome to it. 4. It was full dark by 8 o'clock. At 9, the True gathered in the cozy campground's picnic area. Rose the Hat came last, carrying the canister. A small, greedy murmur went up at the sight of it. Rose knew how they felt. She was plenty hungry herself. She mounted one of the initial scarred picnic tables and looked at them one by one. "We are the True Knot. We are the True Knot," they responded. Their faces were solemn, their eyes avid and hungry. "What is tied may never be untied. We are the True Knot, and we endure. We endure. We are the chosen ones. We are the fortunate ones. We are chosen and fortunate. They are the makers. We are the takers. We take what they make. Take this and use it well. We will use it well." Once, early in the last decade of the 20th century, there had been a boy from Enid, Oklahoma, named Richard Galesworthy. "I swear that child can read my mind," his mother sometimes said. People smiled at this, but she wasn't kidding, and maybe not just her mind. Richard got A's on tests he hadn't even studied for. He knew when his father was going to come home in a good mood and when he was going to come home fuming about something at the plumbing supply company he owned. Once, the boy begged his mother to play the Pick-Six lottery because he swore he knew the winning numbers. Mrs. Galesworthy refused. They were good Baptists. But later she was sorry. Not all 6 of the numbers Richard wrote down on the kitchen note-minder board came up, but 5 did. Her religious convictions had cost them $70,000. She had begged the boy not to tell his father, and Richard had promised he wouldn't. He was a good boy. A lovely boy. 2 months or so after the lottery win that wasn't, Mrs. Galesworthy was shot to death in her kitchen, and the good and lovely boy disappeared. His body had long since rotted away beneath the gone-to-seed backfield of an abandoned farm. But when Rose the Hat opened the valve on the silver canister, his essence, his steam, escaped in a cloud of sparkling silver mist. It rose to a height of about 3 feet above the canister and spread out in a plain. The True stood looking up at it with expectant faces. Most were trembling. Several were actually weeping. "Take nourishment and endure," Rose said, and raised her hands until her spread fingers were just below the flat plane of mist. She beckoned. The mist immediately began to sink, taking on an umbrella shape as it descended toward those waiting below. When it enveloped their heads, they began to breathe deeply. This went on for 5 minutes, during which several of them hyperventilated and swooned to the ground. Rose felt herself swelling physically and sharpening mentally. Every fragrant odor of the spring night declared itself. She knew that the faint lines around her eyes and mouth were disappearing. The white strands in her hair were turning dark again. Later tonight, Crow would come to her camper, and in her bed they would burn like torches. They inhaled Richard Galesworthy until he was gone, really and truly gone. The white mist thinned and then disappeared. Those who had fainted sat up and looked around, smiling. Grandpa Flick grabbed Petty the Chink, Barry's wife, and did a nimble little jig with her. "Let go of me, you old donkey!" she snapped, but she was laughing. Snakebite Andy and Silent Sari were kissing deeply. Andy's hands plunged into Sari's mouse-colored hair. Rose leaped down from the picnic table and turned to Crow. He made a circle with his thumb and forefinger, grinning back at her. "Everything's cool," that grin said, and so it was. For now. But in spite of her euphoria, Rose thought of the canisters in her safe. Now there were 38 empties instead of 37. Their backs were a step closer to the wall. 5. The True rolled out the next morning just after first light. They took Route 12 to I-64, the 14 RVs in a nose-to-tail caravan. When they reached the interstate, they would spread out so they weren't quite so obviously together, staying in touch by radio in case trouble arose, or if opportunity knocked. Ernie and Maureen Salkowicz, fresh from a wonderful night's sleep, agreed those RV folks were just about the best they'd ever had. Not only did they pay cash and bus up their sights neat as a pin, someone left an apple bread pudding on the top step of their trailer with a sweet thank you note on top. With any luck, the Salkowiczes told each other as they ate their gift dessert for breakfast, they'd come back next year. "Do you know what?" Maureen said. "I dreamed that lady on the insurance commercials, Flo, sold you a big insurance policy. Wasn't that a crazy dream?" Ernie grunted and splooshed more whipped cream onto his bread pudding. "Did you dream, honey?" "Nope." But his eyes slid away from hers as he said it. 6. The True Knot's luck turned for the better on a hot July day in Iowa. Rose was leading the caravan, as she always did, and just west of Adair, the sonar in her head gave a ping. Not a head blaster by any means, but moderately loud. She hopped on the CB at once to Barry the Chink, who was about as Asian as Tom Cruise. "Barry, did you feel that? Come back."
"Yeah?"
Barry was not the garrulous type. "Who's Grandpa Flick riding with today?" Before Barry could answer, there was a double break on the CB, and Apron Annie said,
"He's with me and Long Paul, sweetie. Is it a good one?"
Annie sounded anxious, and Rose could understand that. Richard Galesworthy had been a very good one, but 6 weeks was a long time between meals, and he was beginning to wear off. "Is the old feller compass, Annie?" Before she could answer, a raspy voice came back.
"I'm fine, woman."
And for a guy who sometimes couldn't remember his own name, Grandpa Flick did sound pretty much okay. Testy, sure, but Testy was a lot better than befuddled. A second ping hit her, this one not as strong, as if to underline a point that needed no underlining. Grandpa said,
"We're going the wrong fucking way."
Rose didn't bother answering, just clicked another double break on her mic.
"Crow, come back, honey bunch."
"I'm here," prompt as always, just waiting to be called.
"Pull 'em in at the next rest area. Except for me, Barry, and Flick. We'll take the next exit and double back."
"Will you need a crew?"
"I won't know until we get closer, but I don't think so."
"Okay." A pause, then he added, "Shit." Rose racked the mic and looked out at the unending acres of corn on both sides of the 4-lane. Crow was disappointed, of course. They all would be. Big steamheads presented problems because they were all but immune to suggestion. That meant taking them by force. Friends or family members often tried to interfere. They could sometimes be put to sleep, but not always. A kid with big steam could block even Snakebite Andy's best efforts in that regard. So sometimes people had to be killed. Not good, but the prize was always worth it. Life and strength stored away in a steel canister. Stored for a rainy day. In many cases, there was even a residual benefit. Steam was hereditary, and often everyone in the target's family had at least a little. 7. While most of the true knot waited in a pleasantly shady rest area 40 miles east of Council Bluffs, the RVs containing the 3 finders turned around, left the turnpike at Adair, and headed north. Once away from I-80 and out in the Tules, they spread apart and began working the grid of graveled, well-maintained farm roads that parceled this part of Iowa into big squares. Moving in on the ping from different directions, triangulating. It got stronger, a little stronger still, then leveled off. Good steam, but not great steam. Ah, well. Beggars couldn't be choosers. 8. Bradley Trevor had been given the day off from his usual farm chores to practice with the local Little League All-Star team. If his pa had refused him this, the coach probably would have led the rest of the boys in a lynch party because Brad was the team's best hitter. You wouldn't think it to look at him. He was skinny as a rake handle and only 11. But he was able to tag even the district's best pitchers for singles and doubles. The meatballers he almost always took deep. Some of it was plain farm boy's strength, but by no means all of it. Brad just seemed to know what pitch was coming next. It wasn't a case of stealing signs, a possibility upon which some of the other district coaches had speculated darkly. He just knew. The way he knew the best location for a new stock well, or where the occasional lost cow had gotten off to, or where Ma's engagement ring was the time she'd lost it. Look under the floor mat of the Suburban, he'd said, and there it was. That day's practice was an especially good one, but Brad seemed lost in the ozone during the debriefing afterward and declined to take a soda from the tub filled with ice when it was offered. He said he thought he'd better get home and help his ma take in the clothes. "Is it going to rain?" Micah Johnson, the coach, asked. They'd all come to trust him on such things. "Dunno," Brad said listlessly. "You feel okay, son? You look a little peaked." In fact, Brad didn't feel well, had gotten up that morning headachy and a bit feverish. That wasn't why he wanted to go home now, though. He just had a strong sense that he no longer wanted to be at the baseball field. His mind didn't seem quite his own. He wasn't sure if he was here or only dreaming he was. How crazy was that? He scratched absently at a red spot on his forearm. Same time tomorrow, right? Coach Johnson said that was the plan, and Brad walked off with his glove trailing from one hand. Usually he jogged. They all did. But today he didn't feel like it. His head still ached, and now his legs did too. He disappeared into the corn behind the bleachers, meaning to take a shortcut back to the farm 2 miles away. When he emerged onto Town Road D, brushing silk from his hair with a slow and dreamy hand, a mid-sized Wander King was idling on the gravel. Standing beside it, smiling, was Barry the Chink. "Well, there you are," Barry said. "Who are you?" "A friend. Hop in. I'll take you home." "Sure," Brad said, feeling the way he did a ride would be fine. He scratched at the red spot on his arm. "You're Barry Smith. You're a friend. I'll hop in and you'll take me home." He stepped into the RV. The door closed. The Wander King drove away. By the next day, the whole county would be mobilized in a hunt for the Adair All-Stars center fielder and best hitter. A state police spokesman asked residents to report any strange cars or vans. There were many such reports, but they all came to nothing. And although the 3 RVs carrying the finders were much bigger than vans, and Rose the Hat's was truly huge, nobody reported them. They were the RV people, after all, and traveling together. Brad was just gone. Like thousands of other unfortunate children, he had been swallowed up, seemingly in a single bite. 9. They took him north to an abandoned ethanol processing plant that was miles from the nearest farmhouse. Crow carried the boy out of Rose's earth cruiser and laid him gently on the ground. Brad was bound with duct tape and weeping. As the true knot gathered around him, like mourners over an open grave, he said, "Please take me home. I'll never tell." Rose dropped to one knee beside him and sighed. "I would if I could, son, but I can't." His eyes found Barry.
You said you were one of the good guys. I heard you. You said so.
"Sorry, pal." Barry didn't look sorry. What he looked was hungry. "It's not personal." Brad shifted his eyes back to Rose.
Are you going to hurt me? Please don't hurt me.
Of course they were going to hurt him. It was regrettable, but pain purified steam, and the true had to eat. Lobsters also felt pain when they were dropped into pots of boiling water, but that didn't stop the rubes from doing it. Food was food, and survival was survival. Rose put her hands behind her back. Into one of these, Greedy G placed a knife. It was short but very sharp. Rose smiled down at the boy and said, "As little as possible." The boy lasted a long time. He screamed until his vocal cords ruptured and his cries became husky barks. At one point, Rose paused and looked around. Her hands, long and strong, wore bloody red gloves. "Something?" Crow asked. "We'll talk later," Rose said, and went back to work. The light of a dozen flashlights had turned a piece of ground behind the ethanol plant into a makeshift operating theater. Brad Trevor whispered, "Please kill me." Rose the Hat gave him a comforting smile. "Soon." But it wasn't. Those husky barks recommenced, and eventually they turned to steam. At dawn, they buried the boy's body. Then they moved on. Chapter 6. Weird Radio. 1. It hadn't happened in at least 3 years, but some things you don't forget. Like when your child begins screaming in the middle of the night. Lucy was on her own because David was attending a 2-day conference in Boston, but she knew if he'd been there, he would have raced her down the hall to Abra's room. He hadn't forgotten either. Their daughter was sitting up in bed, her face pale, her hair standing out in a sleep scruff all around her head, her eyes wide and staring blankly into space. The sheet, all she needed to sleep under during warm weather, had been pulled free and was balled up around her like a crazy cocoon. Lucy sat beside her and put an arm around Abra's shoulders. It was like hugging stone. This was the worst part, before she came all the way out of it. Being ripped from sleep by your daughter's screams was terrifying, but the non-responsiveness was worse. Between the ages of 5 and 7, these night terrors had been fairly common, and Lucy was always afraid that sooner or later the child's mind would break under the strain. She would continue to breathe, but her eyes would never unlock from whatever world it was that she saw and they couldn't. It won't happen, David had assured her, and John Dalton had doubled down on that.
Kids are resilient. If she's not showing any lingering after effects, withdrawal, isolation, obsessional behavior, bedwetting, you're probably okay.
But it wasn't okay for children to wake themselves shrieking from nightmares. It wasn't okay that sometimes wild piano chords sounded from downstairs in the aftermath, or that the faucets in the bathroom at the end of the hall might turn themselves on, or that the light over Abra's bed sometimes blew out when she or David flipped the switch. Then her invisible friend had come, and intervals between nightmares had grown longer. Eventually they stopped. Until tonight. Not that it was night anymore exactly. Lucy could see the first faint glow on the eastern horizon, and thank God for that. "Abs, it's Mommy. Talk to me." There was still nothing for 5 or 10 seconds. Then at last the statue Lucy had her arm around relaxed and became a little girl again. Abra took a long, shuddering breath. "I had one of my bad dreams. Like in the old days." "I kind of figured that, honey." Abra could hardly ever remember more than a little, it seemed. Sometimes it was people yelling at each other or hitting with their fists. "He knocked the table over chasing after her," she might say. Another time the dream had been of a one-eyed Raggedy Ann doll lying on a highway. Once, when Abra was only 4, she told them she had seen ghosty people riding the Helen Rivington, which was a popular tourist attraction in Fraser. It ran a loop from Teenytown out to Cloud Gap and then back again. "I could see them because of the moonlight," Abra told her parents that time. Lucy and David were sitting on either side of her, their arms around her. Lucy still remembered the dank feel of Abra's pajama top, which was soaked with sweat. "I knew they were ghosty people because they had faces like old apples, and the moon shone right through." By the following afternoon, Abra had been running and playing and laughing with her friends again, but Lucy had never forgotten the image. Dead people riding that little train through the woods, their faces like transparent apples in the moonlight. She had asked Conchetta if she had ever taken Abra on the train during one of their girl days. Chetta said no. They had been to Teenytown, but the train had been under repairs that day, so they rode the carousel instead. Now Abra looked up at her mother and said, "When will Daddy be back?" "Day after tomorrow. He said he'd be in time for lunch." "That's not soon enough," Abra said. A tear spilled from her eye, rolled down her cheek, and plopped onto her pajama top. "Soon enough for what? What do you remember, Abadoo?" "They were hurting the boy." Lucy didn't want to pursue this, but felt she had to. There had been too many correlations between Abra's earlier dreams and things that had actually happened. It was David who had spotted the picture of the one-eyed Raggedy Ann in the North Conway Sun under the heading, 3 Killed in Ossipee Crash. It was Lucy who had hunted out police blotter items about domestic violence arrests in the days following 2 of Abra's people were yelling and hitting dreams. Even John Dalton agreed that Abra might be picking up transmissions on what he called the weird radio in her head. So now she said, "What boy? Does he live around here? Do you know?" Abra shook her head. Far away. I can't remember. Then she brightened. The speed at which she came out of these fugues was to Lucy almost as eerie as the fugues themselves. But I think I told Tony. He might tell his daddy. Tony, her invisible friend. She hadn't mentioned him in a couple of years, and Lucy hoped this wasn't some sort of regression. 10 was a little old for invisible friends. Tony's daddy might be able to stop it. Then Abra's face clouded. I think it's too late, though. Tony hasn't been around in a while, has he? Lucy got up and fluffed out the displaced sheet. Abra giggled when it floated against her face. The best sound in the world, as far as Lucy was concerned. A sane sound, and the room was brightening all the time. Soon the first birds would begin to sing. Mommy, that tickles. Mommies like to tickle. It's part of their charm. Now what about Tony? He said he'd come any time I needed him, Abra said, settling back under the sheet. She patted the bed beside her, and Lucy lay down, sharing the pillow. That was a bad dream, and I needed him. I think he came, but I can't really remember. His daddy works in a hot spice. This was new. Is that like a chili factory? No, silly. It's for people who are going to die. Abra sounded indulgent, almost teacherly, but a shiver went up Lucy's back. Tony says that when people get so sick they can't get well, they go to the hot spice, and his daddy tries to make them feel better. Tony's daddy has a cat with a name like mine. I'm Abra, and the cat is Azzy. Isn't that weird, but in a funny way? Yes, weird but funny. John and David would both probably say, based on the similarity of the names, that the stuff about the cat was the confabulation of a very bright little 10-year-old girl. But they would only half believe it, and Lucy hardly believed it at all. How many 10-year-olds knew what a hospice was, even if they mispronounced it? Tell me about the boy in your dream. Now that Abra was calmed down, this conversation seemed safer. Tell me who was hurting him, Abadoo. I don't remember, except he thought Barney was supposed to be his friend. Or maybe it was Barry. Mama, can I have Hoppy? Her stuffed rabbit, now sitting in lop-eared exile on the highest shelf in her room. Abra hadn't slept with him in at least 2 years. Lucy got the hopster and put him in her daughter's arms. Abra hugged the rabbit to her pink pajama top and was asleep almost at once. With luck, she'd be out for another hour, maybe even 2. Lucy sat beside her, looking down. Let this stop for good in another few years, just like John said it would. Better yet, let it stop today, this very morning. No more, please. No more hunting through the local papers to see if some little boy was killed by his stepfather or beaten to death by bullies who were high on glue or something. Let it end. God, she said in a very low voice, if you're there, would you do something for me? Would you break the radio in my little girl's head? 2. When the True headed west again along I-80, rolling toward the town in the Colorado high country where they would spend the summer, always assuming the opportunity to collect some nearby big steam did not come up, Crow Daddy was riding in the shotgun seat of Rose's earth cruiser. Jimmy Numbers, the tribe's whiz-bang accountant, was piloting Crow's Affinity Country coach for the time being. Rose's satellite radio was tuned to outlaw country and currently playing Hank Jr.'s Whiskey Bent and Hell Bound. It was a good tune, and Crow let it run its course before pushing the off button. You said we'd talk later. This is later. What happened back there? We had a looker, Rose said. Really? Crow raised his eyebrows. He had taken as much of the Trevor kid's steam as any of them, but he looked no younger. He rarely did after eating. On the other hand, he rarely looked older between meals unless the gap was very long. Rose thought it was a good trade-off, probably something in his genes. Assuming they still had genes, Nut said they almost certainly did. A steamhead, you mean? She nodded. Ahead of them, I-80 unrolled under a faded blue denim sky dotted with drifting cumulus clouds. Big steam? Oh, yeah, huge. How far away? East Coast, I think. You're saying someone looked in from what? Almost 1,500 miles away? Could have been even further. Could have been way the hell and gone up in Canada. Boy or girl? Probably a girl, but it was only a flash. 3 seconds at most. Does it matter? It didn't. How many canisters could you fill from a kid with that much steam in the boiler? Hard to say. 3, at least. This time it was Rose who was lowballing. She guessed the unknown looker might fill 10 canisters, maybe even a dozen. The presence had been brief but muscular. The looker had seen what they were doing, and her horror, if it was a her, had been strong enough to freeze Rose's hands and make her feel a momentary loathing. It wasn't her own feeling, of course. Gutting a rube was no more loathsome than gutting a deer, but a kind of psychic ricochet. Maybe we ought to turn around, Crow said. Get her while the getting's good. No, I think this one's still getting stronger. We'll let her ripen a bit. Is that something you know, or just intuition? Rose waggled her hand in the air. An intuition strong enough to risk her getting killed by a hit-and-run driver, or grabbed by some child-molesting perv? Crow said this without irony. Or what about leukemia, or some other cancer? You know they're susceptible to stuff like that. If you asked Jimmy numbers, he'd say the actuarial tables are on our side. Rose smiled and gave his thigh an affectionate pat. You worry too much, Daddy. We'll go on to Sidewinder, as planned, then head down to Florida in a couple of months. Both Barry and Grandpa Flick think this might be a big year for hurricanes. Crow made a face. That's like scavenging out of dumpsters. Maybe, but the scraps in some of those dumpsters are pretty tasty. And nourishing. I'm still kicking myself that we missed that tornado in Joplin. But of course we get less warning on sudden storms like that. This kid, she saw us. Yes. And what we were doing. Your point, Crow. Could she nail us? Honey, if she's more than 11, I'll eat my hat. Rose tapped it for emphasis. Her parents probably don't know what she is or what she can do. Even if they do, they're probably minimizing it like hell in their own minds so they don't have to think about it too much. Or they'll send her to a psychiatrist who'll give her pills, Crow said, which will muffle her and make her harder to find. Rose smiled. If I got it right, and I'm pretty sure I did, giving Paxil to this kid would be like throwing a piece of saran wrap over a searchlight. We'll find her when it's time. Don't worry. If you say so. You're the boss. That's right, honey bunch. This time, instead of patting his thigh, she squeezed his basket. Omaha tonight. It's a La Quinta Inn. I reserved the entire back end of the first floor. Good. My intent is to ride you like a roller coaster. We'll see who rides who, Crow said. He was feeling frisky from the Trevor kid. So was Rose. So were they all. He turned the radio on again, got cross-Canadian ragweed singing about the boys from Oklahoma who rolled their joints all wrong. The true rolled west. 3. There were easy AA sponsors and hard AA sponsors, and then there were ones like Casey Kingsley who took absolutely zero shit from their pigeons. At the beginning of their relationship, Casey ordered Dan to do 90 and 90 and instructed him to telephone every morning at 7 o'clock. When Dan completed his 90 consecutive meetings, he was allowed to drop the morning calls. Then they met 3 times a week for coffee at the Sunspot Cafe. Casey was sitting in a booth when Dan came in on a July afternoon in 2011, and although Casey hadn't made it to retirement just yet, to Dan, his longtime AA sponsor and first New Hampshire employer, looked very old. Most of his hair was gone, and he walked with a pronounced limp. He needed a hip replacement, but kept putting it off. Dan said hi, sat down, folded his hands, and waited for what Casey called the catechism. "You sober today, Dano?" "Yes." "How did that miracle of restraint happen?" He recited, "Thanks to the program of Alcoholics Anonymous and the God of my understanding, my sponsor may also have played a small part." "Lovely compliment, but don't blow smoke up my dress and I won't blow any up yours." Patty Noyes came over with a coffee pot and poured Dan a cup, unasked. "How are you, handsome?" Dan grinned at her. "I'm good." She ruffled his hair, then headed back to the counter with a little extra swing in her stride. The men followed the sweet tick-tock of her hips as men do. Then Casey returned his gaze to Dan. "Made any progress with that God of my understanding stuff?" "Not much," Dan said. "I've got an idea it may be a lifetime work." "But you asked for help to stay away from a drink in the morning?" "Yes." "On your knees?" "Yes." "Say thank you at night?" "Yes, and on my knees." "Why?" "Because I need to remember the drink put me there," Dan said. It was the absolute truth. Casey nodded. "That's the first 3 steps. Give me the short form." "I can't. God can. I think I'll let him." He added, "The God of my understanding." "Which you don't understand." "Right." "Now tell me why you drank." "Because I'm a drunk." "Not because Mommy didn't give you no love." "No." Wendy had had failings, but her love for him and his for her had never wavered. "Because Daddy didn't give you no love?" "No. Although once he broke my arm, and at the end he almost killed me." "Because it's hereditary?" "No." Dan sipped his coffee. "But it is. You know that, right?" "Sure. I also know it doesn't matter. We drink because we're drunks. We never get better. We get a daily reprieve based on our spiritual condition, and that's it." "Yes, boss. Are we through with this part?" "Almost. Did you think about taking a drink today?" "No. Did you?" "No." Casey grinned. It filled his face with light and made him young again. "It's a miracle. Would you say it's a miracle, Danny?" "Yes, I would." Patty came back with a big dish of vanilla pudding. Not just 1 cherry on top, but 2, and stuck it in front of Dan. "Eat that. On the house. You're too thin." "What about me, sweetheart?" Casey asked. Patty sniffed. "You're a horse. I'll bring you a pine tree float if you want. That's a glass of water with a toothpick in it." Having gotten the last word, she sashayed off. "You still hitting that?" Casey asked as Dan began to eat his pudding. "Charming," Dan said. "Very sensitive and new age." "Thanks. Are you still hitting it?" "We had a thing that lasted maybe 4 months, and that was 3 years ago, Case. Patty's engaged to a very nice boy from Grafton." "Grafton," Casey said dismissively. "Pretty views, shit town. She doesn't act so engaged when you're in the house." "Casey." "No, don't get me wrong. I'd never advise a pidge of mine to stick his nose or his dick into an ongoing relationship. That's a terrific setup for a drink. But, are you seeing anybody?" "Is it your business?" "Happens it is." "Not currently. There was a nurse from Rivington House. I told you about her." "Sarah something." "Olson. We talked a little about moving in together, then she got a great job down at Mass General. We email sometimes." "No relationships for the first year, that's the rule of thumb," Casey said. "Very few recovering alkies take it seriously. You did. But Dano, it's time you got regular with somebody." "Oh, gee, my sponsor just turned into Dr. Phil," Dan said. "Is your life better? Better than it was when you showed up here fresh off the bus with your ass dragging and your eyes bleeding?" "You know it is. Better than I ever could have imagined." "Then think about sharing it with somebody. All I'm saying." "I'll make a note of it." Now can we discuss other things, the Red Sox maybe?
I need to ask you something else as your sponsor first. Then we can just be friends again, having a coffee.
Okay. Dan looked at him warily.
We've never talked much about what you do at the hospice, how you help people.
No, Dan said, and I'd just as soon keep it that way. You know what they say at the end of every meeting, right? What you saw here, what you heard here, when you leave here, let it stay here. That's how I am about the other part of my life.
How many parts of your life were affected by your drinking?
Dan sighed. You know the answer to that. All of them.
So?
And when Dan said nothing,
the Rivington staff calls you Dr. Sleep. Word gets around, Dano.
Dan was silent. Some of the pudding was left, and Patty would rag him about it if he didn't eat it, but his appetite had flown. He supposed he'd known this conversation had been coming, and he also knew that after 10 years without a drink, and with a pigeon or two of his own to watch over these days, Casey would respect his boundaries, but he still didn't want to have it.
You help people to die. Not by putting pillows over their faces or anything. Nobody thinks that. But just by, I don't know. Nobody seems to know.
I sit with them, that's all. Talk to them a little, if it's what they want.
Do you work the steps, Dano?
If Dan had believed this was a new conversational tack, he would have welcomed it, but he knew it was not. You know I do. You're my sponsor.
Yeah, you ask for help in the morning and say thanks at night. You do it on your knees. So that's the first 3. 4 is all that moral inventory shit. How about number 5?
There were 12 in all. After hearing them read aloud at the beginning of every meeting he'd attended, Dan knew them by heart. Admitted to God, ourselves, and another human being the exact nature of our wrongs.
Yeah.
Casey lifted his coffee cup, sipped, and looked at Dan over the rim.
Have you done that one?
Most of it. Dan found himself wishing he were somewhere else. Almost anywhere else. Also, for the first time in quite a while, he found himself wishing for a drink.
Let me guess. You've told yourself all of your wrongs, and you've told the God of your not understanding all of your wrongs, and you've told one other person, that would be me, most of your wrongs. Would that be a bingo?
Dan said nothing.
Here's what I think, Casey said, and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. Steps 8 and 9 are about cleaning up the wreckage we left behind when we were drunk on our asses pretty much 24/7. I think at least part of your work at the hospice, the important part, is about making those amends. And I think there's one wrong you can't quite get past because you're too fucking ashamed to talk about it. If that's the case, you wouldn't be the first, believe me.
Dan thought, Mama. Dan thought, can he? He saw the red wallet and the pathetic wad of food stamps. He also saw a little money, $70, enough for a 4-day drunk. 5 if it was parceled out carefully and food was kept to a bare nutritional minimum. He saw the money first in his hand and then going into his pocket. He saw the kid in the Braves shirt and the sagging diaper. He thought the kid's name was Tommy. He thought, not for the first time or the last, I will never speak of this.
Dano, is there anything you want to tell me? I think there is. I don't know how long you've been dragging the motherfucker around, but you can leave it with me and walk out of here 100 pounds lighter. That's how it works.
He thought of how the kid had trotted to his mother. Deanie. Her name was Deanie. And how, even deep in her drunken slumber, she had put an arm around him and hugged him close. They had been face to face in the morning sun shafting through the bedroom's dirty window. There's nothing, he said.
Let it go, Dan. I'm telling you that as your friend as well as your sponsor.
Dan gazed at the other man steadily and said nothing. Casey sighed.
How many meetings have you been at where someone said you're only as sick as your secrets? 100? Probably 1,000. Of all the old AA chestnuts, that's just about the oldest. Dan said nothing. "We all have a bottom," Casey said. "Someday you're going to have to tell somebody about yours. If you don't, somewhere down the line, you're going to find yourself in a bar with a drink in your hand." "Message received," Dan said. "Now can we talk about the Red Sox?" Casey looked at his watch. "Another time. I've got to get home." Right, Dan thought. To your dog and your goldfish. "Okay." He grabbed the check before Casey could. "Another time." 4. When Dan got back to his turret room, he looked at his blackboard for a long time before slowly erasing what was written there. "They are killing the baseball boy." When the board was blank again, he asked, "What baseball boy would that be?" No answer. "Abra, are you still here?" No, but she had been. If he'd come back from his uncomfortable coffee meeting with Casey 10 minutes earlier, he might have seen her phantom shape. But had she come for him? Dan didn't think so. It was undeniably crazy, but he thought she might have come for Tony, who had been his invisible friend once upon a time, the one who sometimes brought visions, the one who sometimes warned, the one who had turned out to be a deeper and wiser version of himself. For the scared little boy trying to survive in the Overlook Hotel, Tony had been a protective older brother. The irony was that now, with the booze behind him, Daniel Anthony Torrance had become an authentic adult, and Tony was still a kid. Maybe even the fabled inner child the New Age gurus were always going on about. Dan felt sure that inner child stuff was brought into service to excuse a lot of selfish and destructive behavior, what Casey liked to call the gotta-have-it-now syndrome, but he also had no doubt that grown men and women held every stage of their development somewhere in their brains, not just the inner child, but the inner infant, the inner teenager, and the inner young adult. And if the mysterious Abra came to him, wasn't it natural that she'd hunt past his adult mind, looking for someone her own age? A playmate? A protector, even? If so, it was a job Tony had done before. But did she need protection? Certainly there had been anguish. "They are killing the baseball boy," in her message, but anguish went naturally with The Shining, as Dan had found out long ago. Mere children were not meant to know and see so much. He could seek her out, maybe try to discover more. But what would he say to the parents? "Hi, you don't know me, but I know your daughter. She visits my room sometimes, and we've gotten to be pretty good pals." Dan didn't think they'd sick the county sheriff on him, but he wouldn't blame them if they did, and given his checkered past, he had no urge to find out. Better to let Tony be her long-distance friend, if that was what was really going on. Tony might be invisible, but at least he was more or less age-appropriate. Later, he could replace the names and room numbers that belonged on his blackboard. For now, he picked the stub of chalk out of the ledge and wrote, "Tony and I wish you a happy summer day, Abra. Your other friend, Dan." He studied this for a moment, nodded, and went to the window. A beautiful late summer afternoon, and still his day off. He decided to go for a walk and try to get the troubling conversation with Casey out of his mind. Yes, he supposed Deanie's apartment in Wilmington had been his bottom, but if keeping to himself what had happened there hadn't stopped him from piling up 10 years of sobriety, he didn't see why keeping it to himself should stop him from getting another 10 or 20. And why think about years anyway when the AA motto was one day at a time? Wilmington was a long time ago. That part of his life was done. He locked his room when he left, as he always did, but a lock wouldn't keep the mysterious Abra out if she wanted to visit. When he came back, there might be another message from her on the blackboard. "Maybe we can become pen pals." Sure, and maybe a cabal of Victoria's Secret lingerie models would crack the secret of hydrogen fusion. Grinning, Dan went out. 5. The Anniston Public Library was having its annual summer book sale,
and when Abra asked to go, Lucy was delighted to put aside her afternoon chores and walk down to Main Street with her daughter. Card tables loaded with various donated volumes had been set up on the lawn, and while Lucy browsed the paperback table, $1 each, 6 for $5, you pick 'em, looking for Jodi Picoult's she hadn't read, Abra checked out the selections on the tables marked Young Adults. She was still a long way from adulthood of even the youngest sort, but she was a voracious and precocious reader with a particular love of fantasy and science fiction. Her favorite T-shirt had a huge, complicated machine on the front above the declaration, "Steampunk Rules." Just as Lucy was deciding she'd have to settle for an old Dean Koontz and a slightly newer Lisa Gardner, Abra came running over to her. She was smiling. "Mom! Mommy! His name is Dan." "Whose name is Dan, sweetheart?" "Tony's father. He told me to have a happy summer day." Lucy looked around, almost expecting to see a strange man with a boy Abra's age in tow. There were plenty of strangers. It was summer after all, but no pairs like that. Abra saw what she was doing and giggled. "Oh, he's not here." "Then where is he?" "I don't know exactly, but close." "Well, I guess that's good, hon." Lucy had just enough time to tousle her daughter's hair before Abra ran back to renew her hunt for rocketeers, time travelers, and sorcerers. Lucy stood watching her, her own choices hanging forgotten in her hand. Tell David about this when he called from Boston or not? She thought not. Weird radio, that was all. Better to let it pass. 6. Dan decided to pop into Java Express, buy a couple of coffees, and take one to Billy Freeman over in Teenytown. Although Dan's employment by the Fraser Municipal Department had been extremely short, the two men had remained friendly over the last 10 years. Part of that was having Casey in common, Billy's boss, Dan's sponsor, but mostly it was simple liking. Dan enjoyed Billy's no-bullshit attitude. He also enjoyed driving the Helen Rivington. Probably that inner child thing again. He was sure a psychiatrist would say so. Billy was usually willing to turn over the controls, and during the summer season he often did so with relief. Between the 4th of July and Labor Day, the Riv made the 10-mile loop out to Cloud Gap and back 10 times a day, and Billy wasn't getting any younger. As he crossed the lawn to Cranmore Avenue, Dan spied Fred Carling sitting on a shady bench in the walkway between Rivington House proper and Rivington 2. The orderly who had once left a set of finger marks on poor old Charlie Hayes still worked the night shift and was as lazy and ill-tempered as ever, but he had at least learned to stay clear of Dr. Sleep. That was fine with Dan. Carling, soon to go on shift, had a grease-spotted McDonald's bag on his lap and was munching a Big Mac. The two men locked eyes for a moment. Neither said hello. Dan thought Fred Carling was a lazy bastard with a sadistic streak, and Carling thought Dan was a holier-than-thou meddler, so that balanced. As long as they stayed out of each other's way, all would be well, and all would be well, and all manner of things would be well. Dan got the coffees, Billy's with 4 sugars, then crossed to the Common, which was busy in the golden early evening light. Frisbees soared. Mothers and dads pushed toddlers on swings or caught them as they flew off the slides. A game was in progress on the softball field. Kids from the Fraser YMCA against a team with Anniston Rec Department on their orange shirts. He spied Billy in the train station, standing on a stool and polishing the Riv's chrome. It all looked good. It looked like home. If it isn't, Dan thought, it's as close as I'm ever going to get. All I need now is a wife named Sally, a kid named Pete, and a dog named Rover. He strolled up the Teenytown version of Cranmore Avenue and into the shade of Teenytown Station. "Hey, Billy, I brought you some of that coffee-flavored sugar you like." At the sound of his voice, the first person to offer Dan a friendly word in the town of Fraser turned around. "Why, ain't you the neighborly one? I was just thinking I could use—" "Oh, shitsky, there it goes." The cardboard tray had dropped from Danny's hands. He felt warmth as hot coffee splattered his tennis shoes, but it seemed far away, unimportant. There were flies crawling on Billy Freeman's face. 7. Billy didn't want to go see Casey Kingsley the following morning, didn't want to take the day off, and certainly didn't want to go see no doctor. He kept telling Dan he felt fine, in the pink, absolutely tip-top. He even missed the summer cold that usually hit him in June and July. Dan, however, had lain sleepless most of the previous night and wouldn't take no for an answer. He might have if he'd been convinced it was too late, but he didn't think it was. He had seen the flies before and had learned to gauge their meaning. A swarm of them, enough to obscure the person's features behind a veil of nasty, jostling bodies, and you knew there was no hope. A dozen or so meant something might be done. Only a few, and there was time. There had been only 3 or 4 on Billy's face. He never saw any at all on the faces of the terminal patients in the hospice. Dan remembered visiting his mother 9 months before her death, on a day when she had also claimed to feel fine, in the pink, absolutely tickety-boo. "What are you looking at, Danny?" Wendy Torrance had asked. "Have I got a smudge?" She had swiped comically at the tip of her nose, her fingers passing right through the hundreds of death flies that were covering her from chin to hairline, like a caul. 8. Casey was used to mediating. Fond of irony, he liked to tell people it was why he made that enormous 6-figure annual salary. First he listened to Dan. Then he listened to Billy's protests about how there was no way he could leave, not at the height of the season, with people already lining up to ride the Riv on its 8 a.m. run. Besides, no doctor would see him on such short notice. It was the height of the season for them, too. "When's the last time you had a checkup?" Casey asked once Billy finally ran down. Dan and Billy were standing in front of his desk. Casey was rocked back in his office chair, head resting in its accustomed place, just below the cross on the wall, fingers laced together across his belly. Billy looked defensive. "I guess back in '06. But I was fine then, Case. Doc said my blood pressure was 10 points lower than his." Casey's eyes shifted to Dan. They held speculation and curiosity, but no disbelief. AA members mostly kept their lips zipped during their various interactions with the wider world, but inside the groups people talked, and sometimes gossiped, quite freely. Casey therefore knew that Dan Torrance's talent for helping terminal patients die easily was not his only talent. According to the grapevine, Dan T. had certain helpful insights from time to time. The kind that can't exactly be explained. "You're tight with Johnny Dalton, aren't you?" he asked Dan now. "The pediatrician?" "Yes, I see him most Thursday nights in North Conway." "Got his number?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Dan had a whole list of AA contact numbers in the back of the little notebook Casey had given him, which he still carried. "Call him. Tell him it's important this Yobo here sees someone right away. Don't suppose you know what kind of a doctor it is he needs, do you? Sure as hell isn't a pediatrician at his age." "Casey," Billy began. "Hush," Casey said, and returned his attention to Dan. "I think you do know, by God. Is it his lungs? That seems the most likely, the way he smokes." Dan decided he had come too far to turn back now. He sighed and said, "No, I think it's something in his guts." "Except for a little indigestion, my guts are—" "Hush," I said. Then turning back to Dan. "A gut doctor, then. Tell Johnny D. it's important." He paused. "Will he believe you?" This was a question Dan was glad to hear. He had helped several AAs during his time in New Hampshire, and although he asked them all not to talk, he knew perfectly well that some had and still did. He was happy to know John Dalton hadn't been one of them. "I think so." "Okay." Casey pointed at Billy. "You got the day off, and with pay, medical leave." "The Riv—"
there's a dozen people in this town that can drive the Riv. I'll make some calls, then take the first 2 runs myself. Your bad hip. Balls to my bad hip. Do me good to get out of this office. But, Casey, I feel for... I don't care if you feel good enough to run a foot race all the way to Lake Winnipesaukee. You're going to see the doctor, and that's the end of it. Billy looked resentfully at Dan. See the trouble you got me in? I didn't even get my morning coffee. The flies were gone this morning, except they were still there. Dan knew that if he concentrated, he could see them again if he wanted to. But who in Christ's name would want to? I know, Dan said. There is no gravity. Life just sucks. Can I use your phone, Casey? Be my guest. Casey stood up. Guess I'll toddle on over to the train station and punch a few tickets. You got an engineer's cap that'll fit me, Billy? No. Mine will, Dan said. 9. For an organization that didn't advertise its presence, sold no goods, and supported itself with crumpled dollar bills thrown into past baskets or baseball caps, Alcoholics Anonymous exerted a quietly powerful influence that stretched far beyond the doors of the various rented halls and church basements where it did its business. It wasn't the old boys' network, Dan thought, but the old drunks' network. He called John Dalton, and John called an internal medicine specialist named Greg Fellerton. Fellerton wasn't in the program, but he owed Johnny D. a favor. Dan didn't know why and didn't care. All that mattered was that later that day, Billy Freeman was on the examining table in Fellerton's Lewiston office. Said office was a 70-mile drive from Fraser, and Billy bitched the whole way. Are you sure indigestion's all that's been bothering you? Dan asked as they pulled into Fellerton's little parking area on Pine Street. Yeah, Billy said. Then he reluctantly added, It's been a little worse lately, but nothing that keeps me up at night. Liar, Dan thought, but let it pass. He'd gotten the contrary old son of a bitch here, and that was the hard part. Dan was sitting in the waiting room, leafing through a copy of OK with Prince William and his pretty but skinny new bride on the cover, when he heard a lusty cry of pain from down the hall. 10 minutes later, Fellerton came out and sat down beside Dan. He looked at the cover of OK and said, That guy may be heir to the British throne, but he's still going to be as bald as a 9-ball by the time he's 40. You're probably right. Of course I'm right. In human affairs, the only real king is genetics. I'm sending your friend up to Central Maine General for a CT scan. I'm pretty sure what it'll show. If I'm right, I'll schedule Mr. Freeman to see a vascular surgeon for a little cut and splice early tomorrow morning. What's wrong with him? Billy was walking up the hall buckling his belt. His tanned face was now sallow and wet with sweat. He says there's a bulge in my aorta, like a bubble on a car tire. Only car tires don't yell when you poke 'em. An aneurysm, Fellerton said. Oh, there's a chance it's a tumor, but I don't think so. In any case, time's of the essence. Damn thing's the size of a ping-pong ball. It's good you got him in for a look-see. If it had burst without a hospital nearby. Fellerton shook his head. 10. The CT scan confirmed Fellerton's aneurysm diagnosis, and by 6 that evening, Billy was in a hospital bed where he looked considerably diminished. Dan sat beside him. I'd kill for a cigarette, Billy said wistfully. Can't help you there. Billy sighed. High time I quit anyway. Won't they be missing you at Rivington House? Day off. And ain't this one hell of a way to spend it? Tell you what, if they don't murder me with their knives and forks tomorrow morning, I guess I'm going to owe you my life. I don't know how you knew, but if there's anything I can ever do for you, I mean anything at all, you just have to ask. Dan thought of how he'd descended the steps of an interstate bus 10 years ago, stepping into a snow flurry as fine as wedding lace. He thought of his delight when he had spotted the bright red locomotive that pulled the Helen Rivington. Also of how this man had asked him if he liked the little train instead of telling him to get the fuck away from what he had no business touching.
Just a small kindness, but it had opened the door to all he had now. "Billy boy, I'm the one who owes you, and more than I could ever repay." 11. He had noticed an odd fact during his years of sobriety. When things in his life weren't going so well, the morning in 2008 when he had discovered someone had smashed in the rear window of his car with a rock came to mind, he rarely thought of a drink. When they were going well, however, the old dry thirst had a way of coming back on him. That night, after saying goodbye to Billy, on the way home from Lewiston with everything okie-dokie, he spied a roadhouse bar called the Cowboy Boot and felt a nearly insurmountable urge to go in. To buy a pitcher of beer and get enough quarters to fill the jukebox for at least an hour. To sit there listening to Jennings and Jackson and Haggard, not talking to anyone, not causing any trouble, just getting high. Feeling the weight of sobriety, sometimes it was like wearing lead shoes, fall away. When he got down to his last 5 quarters, he'd play Whiskey Bent and Hellbound 6 times straight. He passed the roadhouse, turned in at the gigantic Walmart parking lot just beyond, and opened his phone. He let his finger hover over Casey's number, then remembered their difficult conversation in the cafe. Casey might want to revisit that discussion, especially the subject of whatever Dan might be holding back. That was a non-starter. Feeling like a man having an out-of-body experience, he returned to the roadhouse and parked in the back of the dirt lot. He felt good about this. He also felt like a man who has just picked up a loaded gun and put it to his temple. His window was open and he could hear a live band playing an old Derailers tune, Lover's Lie. They didn't sound too bad, and with a few drinks in them they would sound great. There would be ladies in there who would want to dance. Ladies with curls, ladies with pearls, ladies in skirts, ladies in cowboy shirts. There always were. He wondered what kind of whiskey they had in the well, and great God, he was so thirsty. He opened the car door, put one foot out on the ground, then sat there with his head lowered. 10 years. 10 good years. And he could toss them away in the next 10 minutes. It would be easy enough to do. Like honey to the bee. We all have a bottom. Someday you're going to have to tell somebody about yours. If you don't, somewhere down the line, you're going to find yourself in a bar with a drink in your hand. And I can blame you, Casey, he thought coldly. I can say you put the idea in my head while we were having coffee in the Sunspot. There was a flashing red arrow over the door and a sign reading, "Pitchers, $2 until 9 p.m. Miller Lite. Come on in." Dan closed the car door, opened his phone again, and called John Dalton. "Is your buddy okay?" John asked. "Tucked up and ready to go tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. John, I feel like drinking." "Oh, no!" John cried in a trembling falsetto. "Not booze!" And just like that, the urge was gone. Dan laughed. "Okay, I needed that, but if you ever do the Michael Jackson voice again, I will drink." "You should hear me on Billie Jean. I'm a karaoke monster. Can I ask you something?" "Sure." Through the windshield, Dan could see the Cowboy Boot patrons come and go, probably not talking of Michelangelo. "Whatever you've got, did drinking... I don't know. Shut it up?" Muffled it, put a pillow over its face, and made it struggle for air. "And now?" "Like Superman, I use my powers to promote truth, justice, and the American way." "Meaning you don't want to talk about it?" "No," Dan said, "I don't. But it's better now. Better than I ever thought it could be. When I was a teenager..." He trailed off. When he'd been a teenager, every day had been a struggle for sanity. The voices in his head were bad. The pictures were frequently worse. He had promised both his mother and himself that he would never drink like his father, but when he finally began as a freshman in high school, it had been such a huge relief that he had, at first, only wished he'd started sooner. Morning hangovers were 1,000 times better than nightmares all night long. All of which sort of led to a question: how much of his father's son was he? In how many ways? "When you were a teenager, what?" John asked. "Nothing. It doesn't matter. Listen, I better get moving. I'm sitting in a bar parking lot." "Really?" John sounded interested. "Which bar?" "Place called the Cowboy Boot. It's $2 pitchers until 9 o'clock. "Dan." "Yes, John?" "I know that place from the old days. If you're going to flush your life down the toilet, don't start there. The ladies are skanks with meth mouth, and the men's room smells like moldy jockstraps. The Boot is strictly for when you hit your bottom." There it was, that phrase again. "We all have a bottom," Dan said, "don't we?" "Get out of there, Dan." John sounded dead serious now. "Right this second. No more fucking around. And stay on the phone with me until that big neon cowboy boot on the roof is out of your rearview mirror." Dan started his car, pulled out of the lot, and back onto Route 11. "It's going," he said. "It's going, and it's gone." He felt inexpressible relief. He also felt bitter regret. How many $2 pitchers could he have gotten through before 9 o'clock? "Not going to pick up a 6 or a bottle of wine before you get back to Fraser, are you?" "No, I'm good." "Then I'll see you Thursday night. Come early. I'm making the coffee. Folgers from my special stash." "I'll be there," Dan said. 12. When he got back to his turret room and flipped on the light, there was a new message on the blackboard. "I had a wonderful day. Your friend, Abra." "That's good, honey," Dan said. "I'm glad." Buzz. The intercom. He went over and hit talk. "Hey there, Dr. Sleep," Loretta Ames said. "I thought I saw you come in. I guess it's still technically your day off, but do you want to pay a house call?" "On who? Mr. Cameron or Mr. Murray?" "Cameron. Hazzie's been visiting with him since just after dinner." Ben Cameron was in Rivington 1, second floor, an 83-year-old retired accountant with congestive heart failure. Hell of a nice guy. Good Scrabble player and an absolute pest at Parcheesi, always setting up blockades that drove his opponents crazy. "I'll be right over," Dan said. On his way out, he paused for a single backward glance at the blackboard. "Good night, hon," he said. He didn't hear from Abra Stone for another 2 years. During those same 2 years, something slept in the True Knot's bloodstream. A little parting gift from Bradley Trevor, a.k.a. the baseball boy. Part 2. Empty Devils. Chapter 7. Have You Seen Me? 1. On an August morning in 2013, Conchetta Reynolds awoke early in her Boston condo apartment. As always, the first thing she was aware of was that there was no dog curled up in the corner by the dresser. Betty had been gone for years now, but Chetta still missed her. She put on her robe and headed for the kitchen, where she intended to make her morning coffee. This was a trip she had made thousands of times before, and she had no reason to believe this one would be any different. Certainly, it never crossed her mind to think it would prove to be the first link in a chain of malignant events. She didn't stumble, she would tell her granddaughter Lucy later that day, nor did she bump into anything. She just heard an unimportant snapping sound from about halfway down her body on the right-hand side and then she was on the floor with warm agony rushing up and down her leg. She lay there for 3 minutes or so, staring at her faint reflection in the polished hardwood floor, willing the pain to subside. At the same time, she talked to herself. Stupid old woman, not to have a companion. David's been telling you for the last 5 years that you're too old to live alone, and now he'll never let you hear the end of it. But a live-in companion would have needed the room she'd set aside for Lucy and Abra, and Chetta lived for their visits. More than ever, now that Betty was gone and all the poetry seemed to be written out of her. And 97 or not, she'd been getting around well and feeling fine. Good genes on the female side. Hadn't her own Momo buried 4 husbands and 7 children and lived to be 102. Although, truth be told, if only to herself, she hadn't felt quite so fine this summer. This summer things had been difficult. When the pain finally did abate a bit, she began crawling down the short hall toward the kitchen, which was now filling up with dawn. She found it was harder to appreciate that lovely rose light from floor level. Each time the pain became too great, she stopped with her head laid on one bony arm, panting. During these rest stops, she reflected on the 7 ages of man and how they described a perfect and perfectly stupid circle. This had been her mode of locomotion long ago, during the 4th year of World War I, also known as, how funny, the war to end all wars. Then she had been Concetta Abruzzi, crawling across the dooryard of her parents' farm in Davoli, intent on capturing chickens that easily outpaced her. From those dusty beginnings, she had gone on to lead a fruitful and interesting life. She had published 20 books of poetry, taken tea with Graham Greene, dined with 2 presidents, and, best of all, had been gifted with a lovely, brilliant, and strangely talented great-granddaughter. And what did all those wonderful things lead to? More crawling, that was what. Back to the beginning. Dio mi benedica. She reached the kitchen and eeled her way through an oblong of sun to the little table where she took most of her meals. Her cell phone was on it. Chetta grabbed one leg of the table and shook it until her phone slid to the edge and dropped off. And, meno male, landed unbroken. She punched in the number they told you to call when shit like this happened, then waited while a recorded voice summed up all the absurdity of the 21st century by telling her that her call was being recorded. And finally, praise Mary, an actual human voice. "This is 911. What is your emergency?" The woman on the floor, who had once crawled after the chickens in southern Italy, spoke clearly and coherently in spite of the pain. "My name is Concetta Reynolds, and I live on the 3rd floor of a condominium at 219 Marlborough Street. I seem to have broken my hip. Can you send an ambulance?" "Is there anyone with you, Mrs. Reynolds?" "For my sins, no. You're speaking to a stupid old lady who insisted she was fine to live alone. And by the way, these days I prefer Ms. 2. Lucy got the call from her grandmother shortly before Concetta was wheeled into surgery. "I've broken my hip, but they can fix it," she told Lucy. "I believe they put in pins and such." "Momo, did you fall?" Lucy's first thought was for Abra, who was away at summer camp for another week. "Oh, yes, but the break that caused the fall was completely spontaneous. Apparently, this is quite common in people my age, and since there are ever so many more people my age than there used to be, the doctors see a lot of it. There's no need for you to come immediately, but I think you'll want to come quite soon. It seems that we'll need to have a talk about various arrangements." Lucy felt a coldness in the pit of her stomach. What sort of arrangements? Now that she was loaded with Valium or morphine or whatever it was they'd given her, Concetta felt quite serene. "It seems that a broken hip is the least of my problems." She explained. It didn't take long. She finished by saying, "Don't tell Abra, Cara. I've had dozens of emails from her, even an actual letter, and it sounds like she's enjoying her summer camp a great deal. Time enough later for her to find her old Momos circling the drain." Lucy thought, if you really believe I'll have to tell her. "I can guess what you're thinking without being psychic, amore, but maybe this time bad news will give her a miss." "Maybe," Lucy said. She had barely hung up when the phone rang. "Mom? Mommy?" It was Abra, and she was crying. "I want to come home. Momo's got cancer, and I want to come home." 3. Following her early return from Camp Tapawingo in Maine, Abra got an idea of what it would be like to shuttle between divorced parents. She and her mother spent the last 2 weeks of August and the first week of September in Chetta's Marlborough Street condo. The old woman had come through her hip surgery quite nicely and had decided against a longer hospital stay or any sort of treatment for the pancreatic cancer the doctors had discovered. "No pills, no chemotherapy. 97 years are enough. As for you, Lucia, I refuse to allow you to spend the next 6 months bringing me meals and pills and the bedpan. You have a family, and I can afford round-the-clock care." "You're not going to live the end of your life among strangers," Lucy said, speaking in her she-who-must-be-obeyed voice. It was the one both Abra and her father knew not to argue with. Not even Concetta could do that. There was no discussion about Abra staying. On September 9th, she was scheduled to start the 8th grade at Anniston Middle School. It was David Stone's sabbatical year, which he was using to write a book comparing the Roaring Twenties to the Go-Go 60s, and so, like a good many of the girls with whom she'd gone to Camp Tap, Abra shuttled from one parent to the other. During the week, she was with her father. On the weekends, she shipped down to Boston to be with her mom and Momo. She thought that things could not get worse, but they always can, and often do. 4. Although he was working at home now, David Stone never bothered to walk down the driveway and get the mail. He claimed the U.S. Postal Service was a self-perpetuating bureaucracy that had ceased to have any relevance around the turn of the century. Every now and then a package turned up, sometimes books he'd ordered to help with his work, more often something Lucy had ordered from a catalog, but otherwise he claimed it was all junkola. When Lucy was home, she retrieved the post from the mailbox by the gate and looked the stuff over while she had her mid-morning coffee. It was mostly crap, and it went directly into what Dave called the circular file. But she wasn't home that early September, so it was Abra, now the nominal woman of the house, who checked the box when she got off the school bus. She also washed the dishes, did a load of laundry for herself and her dad twice a week, and set the Roomba RoboVac going, if she remembered. She did these chores without complaint, because she knew that her mother was helping Momo and that her father's book was very important. He said this one was popular instead of academic. If it was successful, he might be able to stop teaching and write full-time, at least for a while. On this day, the 17th of September, the mailbox contained a Walmart circular, a postcard announcing the opening of a new dental office in town, "We guarantee miles of smiles," and 2 glossy come-ons from local realtors selling timeshares at the Mount Thunder ski resort. There was also a local bulk mail rag called the Anniston Shopper. This had a few wire service stories on the front 2 pages, and a few local stories, heavy on regional sports, in the middle. The rest was ads and coupons. If she had been home, Lucy would have saved a few of these latter and then tossed the rest of the shopper into the recycling bin. Her daughter would never have seen it. On this day, with Lucy away in Boston, Abra did. She thumbed through it as she idled her way up the driveway, then turned it over. On the back page, there were 40 or 50 photographs not much bigger than postage stamps, most in color, a few in black and white. Above them was this heading: "Have you seen me? A weekly service of your Anniston shopper." For a moment, Abra thought it was some sort of contest, like a scavenger hunt. Then she realized these were missing children, and it was as if a hand had grasped the soft lining of her stomach and squeezed it like a washcloth. She had bought a 3-pack of Oreos in the cafe at lunch and had saved them for the bus ride home. Now she seemed to feel them being wadded up toward her throat by that clutching hand. "Don't look at it if it bothers you," she told herself. It was the stern and lecturely voice she often employed when she was upset or confused, a Momo voice, although she had never consciously realized this. "Just toss it in the garage trash can with the rest of this gluck." Only she seemed unable not to look at it. Here was Cynthia Abelard, D.O.B., June 9, 2005. After a moment's thought, Abra realized D.O.B. stood for date of birth. So Cynthia would be 8 now, if she was still alive, that is. She had been missing since 2009. How does somebody lose track of a 4-year-old? Abra wondered. She must have really crappy parents. But of course the parents probably hadn't lost her. Probably some weirdo had been cruising around the neighborhood, seen his chance, and stolen her. Here was Merton Askew, D.O.B. September 4, 1998. He had disappeared in 2010. Here, halfway down the page, was a beautiful little Hispanic girl named Angel Barbera, who had disappeared from her Kansas City home at the age of 7 and had already been gone for 9 years. Abra wondered if her parents really thought this tiny picture would help them get her back. And if they did, would they still even know her? For that matter, would she know them? "Get rid of that thing," the Momo voice said. "You've got enough to worry about without looking at a lot of missing kids." Her eyes found a picture in the very bottom row, and a little sound escaped her. Probably it was a moan. At first she didn't even know why, although she almost did. It was like how you sometimes knew the word you wanted to use in an English composition, but you still couldn't quite get it. The damn thing just sat there on the tip of your tongue. This photo was of a white kid with short hair and a great big goofy-ass grin. It looked like he had freckles on his cheeks. The picture was too small to tell for sure, but they're freckles. You know they are. Abra was somehow sure, anyway. Yes, they were freckles, and his big brothers had teased him about them, and his mother told him they would go away in time. She told him freckles are good luck, Abra whispered. Bradley Trevor, D.O.B., March 2, 2000. Missing since July 12, 2011. Race, Caucasian. Location, Bankerton, Iowa. Current age, 13. And below this, below all these pictures of mostly smiling children, if you think you have seen Bradley Trevor, contact the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Only no one was going to contact him about Bradley, because no one was going to see him. His current age wasn't 13 either. Bradley Trevor had stopped at 11. He had stopped like a busted wristwatch that shows the same time 24 hours a day. Abra found herself wondering if freckles faded underground. "The baseball boy," she whispered. There were flowers lining the driveway. Abra leaned over, hands on her knees, pack all at once far too heavy on her back, and threw up her Oreos and the undigested portion of her school lunch into her mother's asters. When she was sure she wasn't going to puke a second time, She went into the garage and tossed the mail into the trash. All the mail. Her father was right. It was junk cola. 5. The door of the little room her dad used as his study was open, and when Abra stopped at the kitchen sink for a glass of water to rinse the sour chocolate taste of used Oreos out of her mouth, she heard the keyboard of his computer clicking steadily away. That was good. When it slowed down or stopped completely, he had a tendency to be grumpy. Also, he was more apt to notice her. Today, she didn't want to be noticed. "Abadoo, is that you?" her father half sang. Ordinarily, she would have asked him to please stop using that baby name, but not today. "Yup, it's me." "School go okay?" The steady click, click, click had stopped. "Please don't come out here," Abra prayed. "Don't come out and look at me and ask me why I'm so pale or something." "Fine. How's the book?" "Having a great day," he said. "Writing about the Charleston and the Black Bottom. Vo-do-de-o-do." Whatever that meant. The important thing was the click, click, click started up again. Thank God. "Terrific," she said, rinsing her glass and putting it in the drainer. "I'm going upstairs to start my homework." "That's my girl. Think Harvard in 18. "Okay, Dad." And maybe she would. Anything to keep herself from thinking about Bankerton, Iowa in 11. 6. Only she couldn't stop. Because what? Because why? Because, well, because there are things I can do. She IM'd with Jessica for a while, but then Jessica went to the mall in North Conway to have dinner at Panda Garden with her parents, so Abra opened her social studies book. She meant to go to Chapter 4, a majorly boresome 20 pages titled How Our Government Works, but instead the book had fallen open to Chapter 5, Your Responsibilities as a Citizen. Oh, God. If there was a word she didn't want to see this afternoon, it was responsibilities. She went into the bathroom for another glass of water because her mouth still tasted blick and found herself staring at her own freckles in the mirror. There were exactly 3, 1 on her left cheek and 2 on her schnoz. Not bad. She had lucked out in the freckles department. Nor did she have a birthmark like Bethany Stevens, or a cocked eye like Norman McGinley, or a stutter like Jenny Whitlaw, or a horrible name like poor picked-on Pence Eversham. Abra was a little strange, of course, but Abra was fine. People thought it was interesting instead of just weird, like Pence, who was known among the boys, but girls always somehow found these things out, as Pence the penis. And the biggie. I didn't get cut apart by crazy people who paid no attention when I screamed and begged them to stop. I didn't have to see some of the crazy people licking my blood off the palms of their hands before I died. Abadoo is one lucky ducky. But maybe not such a lucky ducky after all. Lucky duckies didn't know things they had no business knowing. She closed the lid of the toilet, sat on it, and cried quietly with her hands over her face. Being forced to think of Bradley Trevor again and how he died was bad enough, but it wasn't just him. There were all those other kids to think about. So many pictures that they were crammed together on the last page of the shopper like the school assembly from hell. All those gap-toothed smiles, and all those eyes that knew even less of the world than Abra did herself. And what did she know? Not even how our government works. What did the parents of those missing children think? How did they go on with their lives? Was Cynthia or Merton or Angel the first thing they thought about in the morning and the last thing they thought about at night? Did they keep their rooms ready for them in case they came home? Or did they give all their clothes and toys away to the Goodwill? Abra had heard that was what Lenny O'Meara's parents did after Lenny fell out of a tree and hit his head on a rock and died. Lenny O'Meara, who got as far as the 5th grade and then just stopped. But of course Lenny's parents knew he was dead. There was a grave where they could go and put flowers, and maybe that made it different. Maybe not. But Abra thought it would, because otherwise you'd pretty much have to wonder, wouldn't you? Like when you were eating breakfast, you'd wonder if you're missing Cynthia, Merton, Angel, was also eating breakfast somewhere, or flying a kite, or picking oranges with a bunch of migrants, or whatever. In the back of your mind, you'd have to be pretty sure he or she was dead. That's what happened to most of them. You only had to watch Action News at 6 to know, but you couldn't be sure. There was nothing she could do about that uncertainty for the parents of Cynthia Abelard, or Merton Askew, or Angel Barbera. She had no idea what had happened to them, but that wasn't true of Bradley Trevor. She had almost forgotten him. Then that stupid newspaper. Those stupid pictures. And the stuff that had come back to her. Stuff she didn't even know she knew. As if the pictures had been startled out of her subconscious. And those things she could do. Things she had never told her parents about because it would worry them. The way she guessed it would worry them if they knew she had made out with Bobby Flanagan. Just a little, no sucking face or anything gross like that, one day after school. That was something they wouldn't want to know. Abra guessed, and about this she wasn't entirely wrong, although there was no telepathy involved, that in her parents' minds she was sort of frozen at 8 and would probably stay that way at least until she got boobs, which she sure hadn't yet, not that you'd notice anyway. So far they hadn't even had the talk with her. Julie Vandiver said it was almost always your mom who gave you the lowdown, but the only lowdown Abra had gotten lately was on how important it was for her to get the trash out on Thursday mornings before the bus came. "We don't ask you to do many chores," Lucy said, "and this fall it's especially important for all of us to pitch in." Momo had at least approached the talk. In the spring, she had taken Abra aside one day and said, "Do you know what boys want from girls once boys and girls get to be about your age?" "Sex, I guess," Abra had said, although all that humble, scurrying Pence Eversham ever seemed to want was one of her cookies, or to borrow a quarter for the vending machines, or to tell her how many times he'd seen The Avengers. Momo had nodded. "You can't blame human nature. It is what it is. But don't give it to them. Period. End of discussion. You can rethink things when you're 19 if you want." That had been a little embarrassing, but at least it was straight and clear. There was nothing clear about the thing in her head. That was her birthmark, invisible but real. Her parents no longer talked about the crazy shit that had happened when she was little. Maybe they thought the thing that had caused that stuff was almost gone. Sure, she'd known Momo was sick, but that wasn't the same as the crazy piano music, or turning on the water in the bathroom, or the birthday party, which she barely remembered, when she had hung spoons all over the kitchen ceiling. She had just learned to control it. Not completely, but mostly. And it had changed. Now she rarely saw things before they happened, or take moving stuff around. When she was 6 or 7, she could have concentrated on her pile of school books and lifted them all the way to the ceiling. Nothing to it. Easy as knitting kitten breeches, as Momo liked to say. Now, even if it was only a single book, she could concentrate until it felt like her brains were going to come splooshing out her ears, and she might only be able to shove it a few inches across her desk. That was on a good day. On many, she couldn't even flutter the pages. But there were other things she could do, and in many cases far better than she'd been able to as a little kid. Looking into people's heads, for instance. She couldn't do it with everyone. Some people were entirely enclosed. Others only gave off intermittent flashes. But many people were like windows with the curtains pulled back. She could look in any time she felt like it. Mostly she didn't want to, because the things she discovered were sometimes sad and often shocking. Finding out that Mrs. Moran, her beloved 6th-grade teacher, was having an affair had been the biggest mind-blower so far, and not in a good way. These days, she mostly kept the seeing part of her mind shut down. Learning to do that had been difficult at first, like learning to skate backwards or print with her left hand, but she had learned. Practice didn't make perfect, not yet at least, but it sure helped. She still sometimes looked, but always tentatively, ready to pull back at the first sign of something weird or disgusting. And she never peeked into her parents' minds or into Momo's. It would have been wrong. Probably it was wrong with everyone, but it was like Momo herself had said, you can't blame human nature, and there was nothing more human than curiosity. Sometimes she could make people do things. Not everyone, not even half of everyone, but a lot of people were very open to suggestions. Probably they were the same ones who thought the stuff they sold on TV really would take away their wrinkles or make their hair grow back. Abra knew this was a talent that could grow if she exercised it like a muscle, but she didn't. It scared her. There were other things, too, some for which she had no name, but the one she was thinking about now did have one. She called it far-seeing. Like the other aspects of her special talent, it came and went, but if she really wanted it, and if she had an object to fix upon, she could usually summon it. I could do that now. "Shut up, Abadoo," she said in a low, strained voice. "Shut up, Abadoo-doo." She opened early algebra to tonight's homework page, which she had bookmarked with a sheet on which she had written the names Boyd, Steve, Cam, and Pete at least 20 times each. Collectively, they were Round Here, her favorite boy band. So hot, especially Cam. Her best friend, Emma Dean, thought so too. Those blue eyes, that careless tumble of blonde hair. Maybe I could help. His parents would be sad, but at least they'd know. "Shut up, Abadoo. Shut up, Abadoo-doo for brains." If 5x minus 4 equals 26, what does x equal? 60 zillion, she said. Who cares? Her eyes fell on the names of the cute boys in Round Here, written in the pudgy cursive she and Emma affected. Writing looks more romantic that way, Emma had decreed. And all at once, they looked stupid and babyish and all wrong. They cut him up and licked his blood, and then they did something even worse to him. In a world where something like that could happen, mooning over a boy band seemed worse than wrong. Abra slammed her book shut, went downstairs. The click-click-click from her dad's study continued unabated, and out to the garage. She retrieved the shopper from the trash, brought it up to her room, and smoothed it flat on her desk. All those faces, but right now she cared about only one. 7. Her heart was thumping hard, hard, hard. She'd been scared before when she consciously tried to far-see or thought-read, but never scared like this. Never even close. What are you going to do if you find out? That was a question for later, because she might not be able to. A sneaking, cowardly part of her mind hoped for that. Abra put the first 2 fingers of her left hand on the picture of Bradley Trevor, because her left hand was the one that saw better. She would have liked to get all her fingers on it, and if it had been an object she would have held it, but the picture was too small. Once her fingers were on it, she couldn't even see it anymore. Except she could. She saw it very well. Blue eyes, like Cam Knowles in Round Here. You couldn't tell from the picture, but they were that same deep shade. She knew. Right-handed, like me, but left-handed like me, too. It was the left hand that knew what pitch was coming next, fastball or curveball. Abra gave a little gasp. The baseball boy had known things. The baseball boy really had been like her. Yes, that's right. That's why they took him. She closed her eyes and saw his face. Bradley Trevor. Brad, to his friends. The baseball boy. Sometimes he turned his cap around because that way it was a rally cap. His father was a farmer. His mother cooked pies and sold them at a local restaurant, also at the family farm stand. When his big brother went away to college, Brad took all his AC/DC discs. He and his best friend Al especially liked the song Big Balls. They'd sit on Brad's bed and sing it together and laugh and laugh. He walked through the corn, and a man was waiting for him. Brad thought he was a nice man, one of the good guys, because the man... Barry, Abra whispered in a low voice. Behind her closed lids, her eyes moved rapidly back and forth like those of a sleeper in the grip of a vivid dream. His name was Barry the Chunk. He fooled you, Brad, didn't he? But not just Barry. If it had been just him, Brad might have known. It had to be all of the flashlight people working together, sending the same thought, that it would be okay to get into Barry the Chunk's truck or camper van or whatever it was, because Barry was good. One of the good guys. A friend. And they took him. Abra went deeper. She didn't bother with what Brad had seen because he hadn't seen anything but a gray rug. He was tied up with tape and lying face down on the floor of whatever Barry the Chunk was driving. That was okay, though. Now that she was tuned in, she could see wider than him. She could see his glove, a Wilson baseball glove, and Barry the Chunk. Then that part flew away. It might swoop back or it might not. It was night. She could smell manure. There was a factory. Some kind of, it's busted, factory. There was a whole line of vehicles going there. Some small, most big, a couple of them enormous. The headlights were off in case someone was looking, but there was a 3/4 moon in the sky. Enough light to see by. They went down a potholed and bumpy tar road. They went past a water tower. They went past a shed with a broken roof. They went through a rusty gate that was standing open. They went past a sign. It went by so fast she couldn't read it. Then the factory. A busted factory with busted smokestacks and busted windows. There was another sign, and thanks to the moonlight, this one she could read. No trespassing by order of the Canton County Sheriff's Department. They were going around the back, and when they got there, they were going to hurt Brad, the baseball boy, and go on hurting him until he was dead. Abra didn't want to see that part, so she made everything go backwards. That was a little hard, like opening a jar with a really tight cap, but she could do it. When she got back where she wanted, she let go. Barry the Chunk liked that glove because it reminded him of when he was a little boy. That's why he tried it on, and smelled the oil Brad used to keep it from getting stiff, and bopped his fist in the pocket a few times. But now things were reeling forward, and she forgot about Brad's baseball glove again. Water tower, shed with broken roof, rusty gate, and then the first sign. What did it say? Nope, still too quick even with the moonlight. She rewound again. Now beads of sweat were standing out on her forehead, and let go. Water tower, shed with broken roof. Get ready, here it comes. Rusty gate, then the sign. This time she could read it, although she wasn't sure she understood it. Abra grabbed the sheet of notepaper on which she had curly-cued all those stupid boy names and turned it over. Quickly, before she forgot, she scrawled down everything she had seen on that sign. Organic Industries, and Ethanol Plant Number 4, and Freeman, Iowa, and closed until further notice. Okay, now she knew where they had killed him and where, she was sure, they had buried him, baseball glove and all. What next? If she called the number for missing and exploited children, they would hear a little kid's voice and pay no attention, except maybe to give her telephone number to the police, who would probably have her arrested for trying to prank on people who were already sad and unhappy. She thought of her mother next, but with Momo sick and getting ready to die, it was out of the question. Mom had enough to worry about without this. Abra got up, went to the window, and stared out at her street, at the lickety-split convenience store on the corner, which the older kids called the lickety-spliff because of all the dope that got smoked behind it where the dumpsters were, and the white mountains poking up at a clear blue late summer sky. She had begun to rub her mouth, an anxiety tic her parents were trying to break her of, but they weren't here, so boo on that. Boo all over that. Dad's right downstairs. She didn't want to tell him either. Not because he had to finish his book, but because he wouldn't want to get involved in something like this, even if he believed her. Abra didn't have to read his mind to know that. So who? Before she could think of the logical answer, the world beyond her window began to turn, as if it were mounted on a gigantic disk. A low cry escaped her, and she clutched at the sides of the window, bunching the curtains in her fists. This had happened before, always without warning, and she was terrified each time it did, because it was like having a seizure. She was no longer in her own body. She was far being instead of far seeing, and what if she couldn't get back? The turntable slowed, then stopped. Now, instead of being in her bedroom, she was in a supermarket. She knew because ahead of her was the meat counter. Over it, the sign, easy to read thanks to bright fluorescence, was a promise. At Sam's, every cut is a blue ribbon cowboy cut. For a moment or two, the meat counter drew closer because the turntable had slid her into someone who was walking and shopping. Barry the Chunk. No, not him, although Barry was near. Barry was how she had gotten here. Only she had been drawn away from him by someone much more powerful. Abra could see a cart loaded with groceries at the bottom of her vision. Then the forward movement stopped, and there was this sensation, this rummaging, prying, crazy feeling of someone inside her. And Abra suddenly understood that for once she wasn't alone on the turntable. She was looking toward a meat counter at the end of a supermarket aisle, and the other person was looking out her window at Richland Court and the White Mountains beyond. Panic exploded inside her. It was as if gasoline had been poured on a fire. Not a sound escaped her lips, which were pressed together so tightly that her mouth was only a stitch, but inside her head she produced a scream louder than anything of which she would ever have believed herself capable. "No! Get out of my head!" 8. When David felt the house rumble and saw the overhead light fixture in his study swaying on its chain, his first thought was, Abra, that his daughter had had one of her psychic outbursts, though there hadn't been any of that telekinetic crap in years and never anything like this. As things settled back to normal, his second, and to his mind far more reasonable thought, was that he had just experienced his first New Hampshire earthquake. He knew they happened from time to time, but wow! He got up from his desk, not neglecting to hit save before he did, and ran into the hall. From the foot of the stairs he called, "Abra, did you feel that?" She came out of her room looking pale and a little scared. "Yeah, sorta. I think I—" "It was an earthquake," David told her, beaming. "Your first earthquake. Isn't that neat?" "Yes," Abra said, not sounding very thrilled. "Neat." He looked out the living room window and saw people standing on their stoops and lawns. His good friend Matt Renfrew was among them. "I'm going to go across the street and talk to Matt, hon. You want to come with?" "I guess I better finish my math." David started toward the front door, then turned to look up at her. "You're not scared, are you? You don't have to be. It's over." Abra only wished it was. 9. Rose the hat was doing a double shop because Grandpa Flick was feeling poorly again. She saw a few other members of the True in Sam's and nodded to them. She stopped a while in canned goods to talk to Barry the Chink, who had his wife's list in one hand. Barry was concerned about Flick. "He'll bounce back," Rose said. "You know Grandpa." Barry grinned. "Tougher'n a boiled owl." Rose nodded and got her cart rolling again. "You bet he is." Just an ordinary weekday afternoon at the supermarket, and as she took her leave of Barry, she at first mistook what was happening to her for something mundane, maybe low sugar. She was prone to sugar crashes and usually kept a candy bar in her purse. Then she realized someone was inside her head. Someone was looking. Rose had not risen to her position as head of the True Knot by being indecisive. She halted with her cart pointed toward the meat counter, her plan to next stop, and immediately leaped into the conduit some nosy and potentially dangerous person had established. Not a member of the True, she would have known any one of them immediately, but not an ordinary rube either. No, this was far from ordinary. The market swung away, and suddenly she was looking out at a mountain range. Not the Rockies. She would have recognized those. These were smaller. The Catskills? The Adirondacks? It could have been either, or some other. As for the looker, Rose thought it was a child, almost certainly a girl, and one she had encountered before. "I have to see what she looks like. Then I can find her any time I want to. I have to get her to look in a mirror." But then a thought as loud as a shotgun blast in a closed room, "No! Get out of my head!" wiped her mind clean and sent her staggering against shelves of canned soups and vegetables. They went cascading to the floor, rolling everywhere. For a moment or two, Rose thought she was going to follow them, swooning like the dewy heroine of a romance novel. Then she was back. The girl had broken the connection, and in rather spectacular fashion. Was her nose bleeding? She wiped it with her fingers and checked. No. Good. One of the stock boys came rushing up. "Are you okay, ma'am?" "Fine. Just felt a little faint for a second or two. Probably from the tooth extraction I had yesterday. It's passed off now. I've made a mess, haven't I? Sorry. Good thing it was cans instead of bottles." No problem at all. Would you like to come up front and sit on the taxi bench?" "That won't be necessary," Rose said, and it wasn't, but she was done shopping for the day. She rolled her cart 2 aisles over and left it there. 10. She had brought her Tacoma, old but reliable, down from the high country campground west of Sidewinder, and once she was in the cab, she pulled her phone out of her purse and hit speed dial. It rang at the other end just a single time. "What's up, Rosie girl?" crowed Eddie. "We've got a problem." Of course, it was also an opportunity. A kid with enough in her boiler to set off a blast like that, to not only detect Rose but send her reeling, wasn't just a steamhead, but the find of the century. She felt like Captain Ahab for the first time sighting his great white whale. "Talk to me. All business now." "A little over 2 years ago, the kid in Iowa. Remember him?" "Sure." "You also remember me telling you we had a looker?" "Yeah, East Coast. You thought it was probably a girl." "It was a girl, all right. She just found me again. I was in Sam's, minding my own business, and then all at once, there she was." "Why, after all this time?" "I don't know, and I don't care, but we have to have her, Crow. We have to have her." "Does she know who you are? Where we are?" Rose had thought about this while walking to the truck. The intruder hadn't seen her, of that much she was sure. The kid had been on the inside looking out. As to what she had seen, a supermarket aisle. How many of those were there in America? Probably 1 million. "I don't think so, but that's not the important part.
Then what is?
Remember me telling you she was big steam? Huge steam? Well, she's even bigger than that. When I tried to turn it around on her, she blew me out of her head like I was a piece of milkweed fluff. Nothing like that's ever happened to me before. I would have said it was impossible.
Is she potential true or potential food?
I don't know. But she did. They needed steam, stored steam, a lot more than they needed fresh recruits. Besides, Rose wanted no one in the True with that much power.
Okay, how do we find her? Any ideas?
Rose thought of what she'd seen through the girl's eyes before she had been so unceremoniously booted back to Sam's supermarket in Sidewinder. Not much, but there had been a store. She said, "The kids call it the lickety-spliff."
Huh? Nothing. Never mind.
I need to think about it. But we're going to have her, Crow. We've got to have her. There was a pause. When he spoke again, Crow sounded cautious.
The way you're talking, there might be enough to fill a dozen canisters. If, that is, you really don't want to try turning her.
Rose gave a distracted, yapping laugh.
If I'm right, we don't have enough canisters to store the steam from this one. If she was a mountain, she'd be Everest.
He made no reply.
Rose didn't need to see him or poke into his mind to know he was flabbergasted.
Maybe we don't have to do either one.
I don't follow.
Of course he didn't. Long think had never been Crow's specialty. Maybe we don't have to turn her or kill her. Think cows.
Cows.
You can butcher one and get a couple of months' worth of steaks and hamburgers. But if you keep it alive and take care of it, it will give milk for 6 years, maybe even 8. Silence. Long. She let it stretch. When he replied, he sounded more cautious than ever.
I've never heard of anything like that. We kill 'em once we've got the steam, or if they've got something we need and they're strong enough to survive the turn, we turn 'em. The way we turned Andy back in the 80s. Grandpa Flick might say different. If you believe him, he remembers all the way back to when Henry VIII was killing his wives, but I don't think the True has ever tried just holding on to a steamhead. If she's as strong as you say, it could be dangerous.
Tell me something I don't know. If you'd felt what I did, you'd call me crazy to even think about it. And maybe I am. But she was tired of spending so much of her time, the whole family's time, scrambling for nourishment, of living like 10th century gypsies when they should have been living like the kings and queens of creation, which was what they were. Talk to Grandpa if he's feeling better, and Heavy Mary, she's been around almost as long as Flick. Snakebite Andy, she's new, but she's got a good head on her shoulders. Anyone else you think might have valuable input?
Jesus, Rosie, I don't know.
Neither do I, not yet. I'm still reeling. All I'm asking right now is for you to do some spade work. You are the advance man, after all.
Okay.
Oh, and make sure you talk to Walnut. Ask him what drugs might keep a rube child nice and docile for a long period of time.
This girl doesn't sound like much of a rube to me.
Oh, she is. A big, old, fat rube milk cow. Not exactly true. A great big white whale, that's what she is.
Rose ended the call without waiting to see if Crow Daddy had anything else to say. She was the boss, and as far as she was concerned, the discussion was over.
She's a white whale, and I want her.
But Ahab hadn't wanted his whale just because Moby would provide tons of blubber and almost endless barrels of oil, and Rose didn't want the girl because she might, given the right drug cocktails and a lot of powerful psychic soothing, provide a nearly endless supply of steam.
It was more personal than that. Turn her? Make her part of the True Knot? Never. The kid had kicked Rose the hat out of her head as if she were some annoying religious goofball going door to door and handing out end-of-the-world tracts. No one had ever given her that kind of bum's rush before. No matter how powerful she was, she had to be taught a lesson. And I'm just the woman for the job. Rose the Hat started her truck, pulled out of the supermarket parking lot, and headed for the family-owned Bluebell Campground. It was a really beautiful location, and why not? One of the world's great resort hotels had once stood there. But of course, the overlook had burned to the ground long ago. 11. The Renfrews, Matt and Cassie, were the neighborhood's party people, and they decided on the spur of the moment to have an earthquake barbecue. They invited everyone on Richland Court, and almost everyone came. Matt got a case of soda, a few bottles of cheap wine, and a beer ball from the lickety-split up the street. It was a lot of fun, and David Stone enjoyed himself tremendously. As far as he could tell, Abra did too. She hung with her friends Julie and Emma, and he made sure that she ate a hamburger and some salad. Lucy had told him they had to be vigilant about their daughter's eating habits because she'd reached the age when girls started to be very conscious about their weight and looks, the age at which anorexia or bulimia were apt to show their skinny, starveling faces. What he didn't notice, although Lucy might have had she been there, was that Abra wasn't joining in her friend's apparently non-stop giggle fest. And after eating a bowl of ice cream, a small bowl, she asked her father if she could go back across the street and finish her homework. "Okay," David said, "but thank Mr. and Mrs. Renfrew first." This Abra would have done without having to be reminded, but she agreed without saying so. "You're very welcome, Abby," Mrs. Renfrew said. Her eyes were almost preternaturally bright from 3 glasses of white wine. "Isn't this cool? We should have earthquakes more often. Although I was talking to Vicki Fenton, you know the Fentons on Pond Street? That's just a block over, and she said they didn't feel anything. Isn't that weird?" "Sure is," Abra agreed, thinking that when it came to weird, Mrs. Renfrew didn't know the half of it. 12. She finished her homework and was downstairs watching TV with her dad when Mom called. Abra talked to her a while, then turned the phone over to her father. Lucy said something, and Abra knew what it had been even before Dave glanced at her and said, "Yeah, she's fine. Just blitzed from homework, I think. They give the kids so much now. Did she tell you we had a little earthquake?" "Going upstairs, Dad," Abra said, and he gave her an absent wave. She sat at her desk, turned on her computer, then turned it off again. She didn't want to play Fruit Ninja, and she certainly didn't want to IM with anyone. She had to think about what to do, because she had to do something. She put her school books in her backpack, then looked up, and the woman from the supermarket was staring in at her from the window. That was impossible because the window was on the 2nd floor, but she was there. Her skin was unblemished and purest white, her cheekbones high, her dark eyes wide set and slightly tilted at the corners. Abra thought she might be the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Also, she realized at once, and without a shadow of a doubt, she was insane. Masses of black hair framed her perfect, somehow arrogant face and streamed down over her shoulders. Staying in place on this wealth of hair, in spite of the crazy angle at which it was cocked, was a jaunty top hat of scuffed velvet. "She's not really there, and she's not in my head either. I don't know how I can be seeing her, but I am, and I don't think she kn—" The mad woman in the darkening window grinned, and when her lips spread apart, Abra saw she only had one tooth on top, a monstrous, discolored tusk. She understood it had been the last thing Bradley Trevor had ever seen, and she screamed as loudly as she could, but only inside because her throat was locked and her vocal cords were frozen. Abra shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the grinning white-faced woman was gone. Not there, but she could come. She knows about me, and she could come. In that moment, she realized what she should have known as soon as she saw the abandoned factory. There was really only one person she could call on, only one who could help her. She closed her eyes again, this time not to hide from a horrible vision looking in at her from the window, but to summon help. "Tony, I need your dad. Please, Tony, please." Still, with her eyes shut, but now feeling the warmth of tears on her lashes and cheeks, she whispered, "Help me, Tony. I'm scared." Chapter 8. Abra's Theory of Relativity. 1. The last run of the day on the Helen Rivington was called the Sunset Cruise, and many evenings when Dan wasn't on shift at the hospice, he took the controls. Billy Freeman, who had made the run roughly 25,000 times during his years as a town employee, was delighted to turn them over. "You never get tired of it, do you?" he asked Dan once. Put it down to a deprived childhood. It hadn't been, not really, but he and his mother had moved around a lot after the settlement money ran out, and she had worked a lot of jobs. With no college degree, most of them had been low-paying. She'd kept a roof over their heads and food on the table, but there had never been much extra. Once, he'd been in high school, the two of them living in Bradenton, not far from Tampa. He'd asked her why she never dated. By then, he was old enough to know she was still a very good-looking woman. Wendy Torrance had given him a crooked smile and said, "One man was enough for me, Danny. Besides, now I've got you." "How much did she know about your drinking?" Casey Kay had asked him during one of their meetings at the Sunspot. "You started pretty young, right?" Dan had needed to give that one some thought. "Probably more than I knew at the time, but we never talked about it. I think she was afraid to bring it up. Besides, I never got in trouble with the law. Not then, anyway. And I graduated high school with honors." He had smiled grimly at Casey over his coffee cup. "And of course I never beat her up. I suppose that made a difference." Never got that train set either. But the basic tenet AAs lived by was don't drink and things will get better. They did, too. Now he had the biggest little choo-choo a boy could wish for, and Billy was right. It never got old. He supposed it might in another 10 or 20 years, but even then Dan thought he'd probably still offer to drive the last circuit of the day just to pilot the Riv at sunset out to the turnaround at Cloud Gap. The view was spectacular, and when the Saco was calm, which it usually was once its spring convulsions had subsided, you could see all the colors twice, once above and once below. Everything was silence at the far end of the Riv's run. It was as if God was holding his breath. The trips between Labor Day and Columbus Day, when the Riv shut down for the winter, were the best of all. The tourists were gone, and the few riders were locals, many of whom Dan could now call by name. On weeknights like tonight, there were less than a dozen paying customers, which was fine by him. It was fully dark when he eased the Riv back into its dock at Teenytown Station. He leaned against the side of the first passenger car with his cap, Engineer Dan stitched in red above the bill, tipped back on his head, wishing his handful of riders a very good night. Billy was sitting on a bench, the glowing tip of his cigarette intermittently lighting his face. He had to be nearly 70, but he looked good, had made a complete recovery from his abdominal surgery 2 years before, and said he had no plans to retire. "What would I do?" he'd asked on the single occasion Dan had brought the subject up. "Retire to that death farm where you work? Wait for your pet cat to pay me a visit? Thanks, but no thanks." When the last 2 or 3 riders had ambled on their way, probably in search of dinner, Billy butted his cigarette and joined him. "I'll put her in the barn, unless you want to do that too." "No, go right ahead. You've been sitting on your ass long enough." "When are you going to give up the smokes, Billy? You know the doctor said they contributed to your little gut problem." "I've cut down to almost nothing," Billy said, but with a telltale downward shift in his gaze. Dan could have found out just how much Billy had cut down. He probably wouldn't even need to touch the guy in order to get that much info, but he didn't. One day in the summer just past, he'd seen a kid wearing a T-shirt with an octagonal road sign printed on it. Instead of stop, the sign said TMI. When Danny asked him what it meant, the kid had given him a sympathetic smile he probably reserved strictly for gentlemen of a 40-ish persuasion. Too much information, he'd said. Dan thanked him, thinking, story of my life, young fellow. Everyone had secrets. This he had known from earliest childhood. Decent people deserved to keep theirs, and Billy Freeman was decency personified. "Want to go for a coffee, Dano? You got time? Won't take me 10 minutes to put this bitch to bed." Dan touched the side of the engine lovingly. "Sure, but watch your mouth. This is no bitch. This is a lit." That was when his head exploded. 2. When he came back to himself, he was sprawled on the bench where Billy had been smoking. Billy was sitting beside him looking worried. Hell, looking scared half to death. He had his phone in one hand, with his finger poised over the buttons. "Put it away," Dan said. The words came out in a dusty croak. He cleared his throat and tried again. "I'm okay." "You sure? Jesus Christ, I thought you was having a stroke. I thought it for sure." That's what it felt like. For the first time in years, Dan thought of Dick Halloran, the Overlook Hotel's chef extraordinaire back in the day. Dick had known almost at once that Jack Torrance's little boy shared his own talent. Dan wondered now if Dick might still be alive. Almost certainly not. He'd been pushing 60 back then. "Who's Tony?" Billy asked. "Huh?" "You said, 'Please, Tony, please.' Who's Tony?" "A guy I used to know back in my drinking days." As an improvisation, it wasn't much, but it was the first thing to come into his still dazed mind. "A good friend." Billy looked at the lighted rectangle of his cell a few seconds longer, then slowly folded the phone and put it away. "You know, I don't believe that for a minute. I think you had one of your flashes. Like on the day you found out about my—" He tapped his stomach. "Well," Billy raised a hand. "Say no more, as long as you're okay, that is, and as long as it isn't something bad about me, because I'd want to know if it was. I don't suppose that's true of everyone, but it is with me." "Nothing about you." Dan stood up and was pleased to discover his legs held him just fine. "But I'm going to take a rain check on that coffee, if you don't mind." "Not a bit. You need to go back to your place and lie down. You're still pale. Whatever it was, it hit you hard." Billy glanced at the Riv. "Glad it didn't happen while you were up there in the peak seat rolling along at 40. "Tell me about it," Dan said. 3. He crossed Cranmore Avenue to the Rivington House side, meaning to take Billy's advice and lie down, but instead of turning in at the gate giving on the big old Victorian's flower-bordered walk, he decided to stroll a little while. He was getting his wind back now, getting himself back, and the night air was sweet. Besides, he needed to consider what had just happened, and very carefully. Whatever it was, it hit you hard. That made him think again of Dick Halloran, and of all the things he had never told Casey Kingsley. Nor would he. The harm he had done to Deanie, and to her son, he supposed, simply by doing nothing, was lodged deep inside like an impacted wisdom tooth, and there it would stay. But at 5, Danny Torrance had been the one harmed, along with his mother, of course, and his father had not been the only culprit. About that, Dick had done something. If not, Dan and his mother would have died in the Overlook. Those old things were still painful to think about, still bright with the childish primary colors of fear and horror. He would have preferred never to think of them again, but now he had to, because everything that goes around comes around. Maybe it's luck, or maybe it's fate, but either way, it comes back around. What was it Dick said that day he gave me the lockbox? When the pupil is ready, the teacher will appear. Not that I'm equipped to teach anyone anything, except maybe that if you don't take a drink, you won't get drunk. He'd reached the end of the block. Now he turned around and headed back. He had the sidewalk entirely to himself. It was eerie how fast Fraser emptied out once the summer was over, and that made him think of the way the Overlook had emptied out, how quickly the little Torrance family had had the place entirely to themselves. Except for the ghosts, of course. They never left. 4. Halloran had told Danny he was headed to Denver, and from there he'd fly south to Florida. He had asked if Danny would like to help him down to the Overlook's parking lot with his bags, and Danny had carried one to the cook's rental car. Just a little thing, hardly more than a briefcase, but he'd needed to use both hands to tote it. When the bags were safely stowed in the trunk and they were sitting in the car, Halloran had put a name to the thing in Danny Torrance's head, the thing his parents only half believed in. You got a knack. Me, I've always called it the shining. That's what my grandmother called it, too. Get you kind of lonely, thinking you were the only one? Yes, he had been lonely, and yes, he had believed he was the only one. Halloran had disabused him of that notion. In the years since, Dan had run across a lot of people who had, in the cook's words, a little bit of shine to them. Billy, for one. But never anyone like the girl who had screamed into his head tonight. It had felt like that cry might tear him apart. Had he been that strong? He thought he had been, or almost. On closing day at the Overlook, Halloran had told the troubled little boy sitting beside him to... What had he said? He said to give him a blast. Dan had arrived back at Rivington House and was standing outside the gate. The first leaves had begun to fall, and an evening breeze whisked them around his feet. And when I asked him what I should think about, he told me anything. Just think it hard, he said. So I did, but at the last second I softened it, at least a little. If I hadn't, I think I might have killed him. He jerked back. No, he slammed back and bit his lip. I remember the blood. He called me a pistol, and later he asked about Tony, my invisible friend, so I told him. Tony was back, it seemed, but he was no longer Dan's friend. Now he was the friend of a little girl named Abra. She was in trouble, just as Dan had been, but grown men who sought out little girls attracted attention and suspicion. He had a good life here in Fraser, and he felt it was one he deserved after all the lost years. But when he needed Dick, at the Overlook and later in Florida when Mrs. Massey had come back, Dick had come. In AA, people called that kind of thing a 12th step call, because when the pupil was ready, the teacher would appear. On several occasions, Dan had gone with Casey Kingsley and some other guys in the program to pay 12th step calls on men who were over their heads in drugs or booze. Sometimes it was friends or bosses who asked for this service. More often it was relatives who had exhausted every other resource and were at their wits' end. They'd had a few successes over the years, but most visits ended with slammed doors or an invitation for Casey and his friends to stick their sanctimonious, quasi-religious bullshit up their asses. One fellow, a meth-addled veteran of George Bush's splendid Iraq adventure, had actually waved a pistol at them. Heading back from the Chicoria hole-in-the-wall shack where the vet was denned up with his terrified wife, Dan had said, "That was a waste of time." "It would be if we did it for them," Casey said, "but we don't. We do it for us. You like the life you're living, Danny boy?" It wasn't the first time he'd asked this question, and it wouldn't be the last. Yes, no hesitation on that score. Maybe he wasn't the president of General Motors or doing nude love scenes with Kate Winslet, but in Dan's mind he had it all. "Think you earned it?" "No," Dan said, smiling. "Not really. Can't earn this." "So what was it that got you back to a place where you like getting up in the morning? Was it luck or grace?" He'd believed that Casey wanted him to say it was Grace. But during the sober years, he had learned the sometimes uncomfortable habit of honesty. I don't know. That's okay, because when your back's against the wall, there's no difference. 5. Abra, 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 he said, as he walked up the path to Rivington House. What have you gotten yourself into, girl? And what are you getting me into? He was thinking he'd have to try to get in touch with her by using The Shining, which was never completely reliable, but when he stepped into his turret room, he saw that wouldn't be necessary. Written neatly on his blackboard was this: cadabra@nhml.com. He puzzled over her screen name for a few seconds, then got it and laughed. Good one, kid, good one. He powered up his laptop. A moment later, he was looking at a blank email form. He typed in her address and then sat watching the blinking cursor. How old was she? As far as he could calculate by their few previous communications, somewhere between a wise 12 and a slightly naive 16. Probably closer to the former. And here he was, a man old enough to have salt speckles in his stubble if he skipped shaving. Here he was getting ready to start compu-chatting with her. To catch a predator, anyone? Maybe it's nothing. It could be. She's just a kid, after all. Yes, but one who was damn scared. Plus, he was curious about her. Had been for some time, the same way he supposed that Halloran had been curious about him. I could use a little bit of grace right now, and a whole lot of luck. In the subject box at the top of the email form, Dan wrote, "Hello, Abra." He dropped the cursor, took a deep breath, and typed 4 words. Tell me what's wrong. 6. On the following Saturday afternoon, Dan was sitting in bright sunshine on one of the benches outside the ivy-covered stone building that housed the Anniston Public Library. He had a copy of the Union Leader open in front of him, and there were words on the page, but he had no idea what they said. He was too nervous. Promptly at 2 o'clock, a girl in jeans rode up on her bike and lodged it in the rack at the foot of the lawn. She gave him a wave and a big smile. So, Abra, as in cadabra. She was tall for her age, most of that height in her legs. Masses of curly blonde hair were held back in a thick ponytail that looked ready to rebel and spray everywhere. The day was a bit chilly, and she was wearing a light jacket with Anniston Cyclones screen-printed on the back. She grabbed a couple of books that were bungee-corded to the rear bump of her bike, then ran up to him, still with that open smile. Pretty, but not beautiful, except for her wide-set blue eyes. They were beautiful. "Uncle Dan! Gee, it's good to see you." And she gave him a hearty smack on the cheek. That hadn't been in the script. Her confidence in his basic okayness was terrifying. "Good to see you too, Abra. Sit down." He had told her they would have to be careful, and Abra, a child of her culture, understood at once. They had agreed that the best thing would be to meet in the open, and there were few places in Anniston more open than the front lawn of the library, which was situated near the middle of the small downtown district. She was looking at him with frank interest, perhaps even hunger. He could feel something like tiny fingers patting lightly at the inside of his head. "Where's Tony?" Dan touched a finger to his temple. Abra smiled, and that completed her beauty, turned her into a girl who would break hearts in another 4 or 5 years. "Hi, Tony!" That was loud enough to make him wince, and he thought again of how Dick Halloran had recoiled behind the wheel of his rental car, his eyes going momentarily blank. "We need to talk out loud." "Okay, yes." "I'm your father's cousin, okay? Not really an uncle, but that's what you call me." Right, your Uncle Dan. We'll be fine as long as my mother's best friend doesn't come along. Her name's Gretchen Silverlake. I think she knows our whole family tree, and there isn't very much of it." Oh, great, Dan thought, the nosy best friend. "It's okay," Abra said. Her older son's on the football team, and she never misses a Cyclones game. Almost everyone goes to the game, so stop worrying that someone will think you're—" She finished the sentence with a mental picture, a cartoon, really. It blossomed in an instant, crude but clear. A little girl in a dark alley was being menaced by a hulking man in a trench coat. The little girl's knees were knocking together, and just before the picture faded, Dan saw a word balloon form over her head. "Eek! A freak!" Actually, not that funny. He made his own picture and sent it back to her. Dan Torrance in jail stripes, being led away by two big policemen. He had never tried anything like this, and it wasn't as good as hers, but he was delighted to find he could do it at all. Then, almost before he knew what was happening, she appropriated his picture and made it her own. Dan pulled a gun from his waistband, pointed it at one of the cops, and pulled the trigger. A handkerchief with the word "POW" on it shot from the barrel of the gun. Dan stared at her, mouth open. Abra put fisted hands to her mouth and giggled. "Sorry, couldn't resist. We could do this all afternoon, couldn't we? And it would be fun." He guessed it would also be a relief. She had spent years with a splendid ball, but no one to play catch with. And of course it was the same with him. For the first time since childhood, since Halloran, he was sending as well as receiving. "You're right, it would be, but now's not the time. You need to run through this whole thing again. The email you sent only hit the high spots." "Where should I start?" "How about with your last name? Since I'm your honorary uncle, I probably should know." That made her laugh. Dan tried to keep a straight face and couldn't. God help him, he liked her already. "I'm Abra Raphaela Stone," she said. Suddenly the laughter was gone. "I just hope the lady in the hat never finds that out." 7. They sat together on the bench outside the library for 45 minutes with the autumn sun warm on their faces. For the first time in her life, Abra felt unconditional pleasure, joy even, in the talent that had always puzzled and sometimes terrified her. Thanks to this man, she even had a name for it. The Shining. It was a good name, a comforting name, because she'd always thought of it as a dark thing. There was plenty to talk about, volumes of notes to compare, and they had hardly gotten started when a stout 50-ish woman in a tweed skirt came over to say hello. She looked at Dan with curiosity, but not untoward curiosity. "Hi, Mrs. Gerard. This is my Uncle Dan. I had Mrs. Gerard for language arts last year." "Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Dan Torrance." Mrs. Gerard took his offered hand and gave it a single no-nonsense pump. Abra could feel Dan, Uncle Dan, relaxing. That was good. "Are you in the area, Mr. Torrance?" "Just down the road in Fraser. I work in the hospice there. Helen Rivington House." "Ah, that's good work you do. Abra, have you read The Fixer yet? The Malamud novel I recommended." Abra looked glum. "It's on my Nook. I got a gift card for my birthday, but I haven't started it yet. It looks hard." "You're ready for hard things," Mrs. Gerard said. "More than ready. High school will be here sooner than you think, and then college. I suggest you get started today. Nice to have met you, Mr. Torrance. You have an extremely smart niece. But Abra, with brains comes responsibility." She tapped Abra's temple to emphasize this point, then mounted the library steps and went inside. She turned to Dan. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" "So far, so good," Dan agreed. "Of course, if she talks to your parents—" "She won't. Mom's in Boston helping with my Momo. She's got cancer. I'm very sorry to hear it. Is Momo your grandmother? Great-grandmother?" "Besides," Abra said, "we're not really lying about you being my uncle. In science last year, Mr. Staley told us that all humans share the same genetic plan. He said that the things that make us different are very small things. Did you know that we share something like 99% of our genetic makeup with dogs?" "No," Dan said, "but it explains why Alpo has always looked so good to me." She laughed. "So you could be my uncle or a cousin or whatever. All I'm saying." "That's Abra's theory of relativity, is it?" "I guess so. And do we need the same color eyes or hairline to be related? We've got something else in common that hardly anyone has. That makes us a special kind of relatives. Do you think it's a gene, like the one for blue eyes or red hair? And by the way, did you know that Scotland has the highest ratio of people with red hair? I didn't, Dan said. You're a font of information. Her smile faded a little. Is that a put-down? Not at all. I guess the shining might be a gene, but I really don't think so. I think it's unquantifiable. Does that mean you can't figure it out? Like God and heaven and stuff like that? Yes. He found himself thinking of Charlie Hayes and all those before and after Charlie whom he'd seen out of this world in his Dr. Sleep persona. Some people called the moment of death passing on. Dan liked that because it seemed just about right. When you saw men and women pass on before your eyes, leaving the teeny town people called reality for some cloud gap of an afterlife, it changed your way of thinking. For those in mortal extremis, it was the world that was passing on. In those gateway moments, Dan had always felt in the presence of some not-quite-seen enormity. They slept, they woke, they went somewhere. They went on. He'd had reason to believe that even as a child. "What are you thinking?" Abra asked. "I can see it, but I don't understand it. And I want to." "I don't know how to explain it," he said. "It was partly about the ghosty people, wasn't it? I saw them once, on the little train in Fraser. It was a dream, but I think it was real." His eyes widened. "Did you really?" "Yes. I don't think they wanted to hurt me. They just looked at me, but they were kind of scary. I think maybe they were people who rode the train in olden days. Have you seen ghosty people? You have, haven't you?" "Yes, but not for a very long time. And some that were a lot more than ghosts. Ghosts didn't leave residue on toilet seats and shower curtains." "Abra, how much do your parents know about your shine?" "My dad thinks it's gone except for a few things, like me calling from camp because I knew Momo was sick, and he's glad. My mom knows it's still there, because sometimes she'll ask me to help her find something she's lost. Last month it was her car keys. She left them on Dad's work table in the garage, but she doesn't know how much is still there. They don't talk about it anymore." She paused. "Momo knows. She's not scared of it like Mom and Dad, but she told me I have to be careful, because if people found out—" She made a comic face, rolling her eyes and poking her tongue out the corner of her mouth. "Eek, a freak! You know?" "Yes." She smiled gratefully. "Sure you do." "Nobody else?" "Well, Momo said I should talk to Dr. John because he already knew about some of the stuff. He, saw something I did with spoons when I was just a little kid. I kind of hung them on the ceiling. This wouldn't by chance be John Dalton, would it?" Her face lit up. "You know him?" "As a matter of fact, I do. I found something once for him. Something he lost. A watch." "That's right." "I don't tell him everything," Abra said. She looked uneasy. "I sure didn't tell him about the baseball boy, and I'd never tell him about the woman in the hat, because he'd tell my folks and they've got a lot on their minds already. Besides, what could they do? Let's just file that away for now. Who's the baseball boy?" "Bradley Trevor. Brad. Sometimes he used to turn his hat around and call it a rally cap. Do you know what that is?" Dan nodded. "He's dead. They killed him. But they hurt him first. They hurt him so bad." Her lower lip began to tremble, and all at once she looked closer to 9 than almost 13. "Don't cry, Abra. We can't afford to attract." I know. She lowered her head, took several deep breaths, and looked up at him again. Her eyes were overbright, but her mouth had stopped trembling. "I'm okay," she said. "Really, I'm just glad not to be alone with this inside my head." 8. He listened carefully as she described what she remembered of her initial encounter with Bradley Trevor 2 years ago. It wasn't much, The clearest image she retained was of many crisscrossing flashlight beams illuminating him as he lay on the ground. And his screams. She remembered those. They had to light him up because they were doing some kind of operation, Abra said. That's what they called it anyway, but all they were really doing was torturing him. She told him about finding Bradley again on the back page of the Aniston Shopper with all the other missing children, how she had touched his picture to see if she could find out about him. "Can you do that?" she asked. "Touch things and get pictures in your head? Find things out?" "Sometimes, not always. I used to be able to do it more and more reliably when I was a kid." "Do you think I'll grow out of it? I wouldn't mind that." She paused, thinking. "Except I sort of would. It's hard to explain." "I know what you mean. It's our thing, isn't it? What we can do." Abra smiled. "You're pretty sure you know where they killed this boy?" "Yes, and they buried him there. They even buried his baseball glove." Abra handed him a piece of notebook paper. It was a copy, not the original. She would have been embarrassed for anyone to see how she had written the names of the boys in round here, not just once, but over and over again. Even the way they had been written now seemed all wrong, those big fat letters that were supposed to express not L-O-V-E, but L-U-V. "Don't get bent out of shape about it," Dan said absently, studying what she'd printed on the sheet. "I had a thing for Stevie Nicks when I was your age. Also for Ann Wilson of Heart. You've probably never even heard of her. She's old school, but I used to daydream about inviting her to one of the Friday night dances at Glenwood Junior High. How's that for stupid?" She was staring at him open-mouthed. "Stupid, but normal. Most normal thing in the world, so cut yourself some slack. And I wasn't peeking, Abra. It was just there, kind of jumped out in my face." "Oh, God." Abra's cheeks had gone bright red. "This is going to take some getting used to, isn't it?" "For both of us, kiddo." He looked back down at the sheet. "No trespassing by order of the Canton County Sheriff's Department. Organic Industries. Ethanol Plant Number 4, Freeman, Iowa. Closed until further notice." "You got this by what? Watching it over and over? Rerunning it like a movie?" "The no trespassing sign was easy, but the stuff about Organic Industries and the ethanol plant, yeah. Can't you do that?" "I never tried. Maybe once, but probably not anymore." "I found Freeman, Iowa on the computer," she said, "and when I ran Google Earth, I could see the factory. Those places are really there." Dan's thoughts returned to John Dalton. Others in the program had talked about Dan's peculiar ability to find things. John never had. Not surprising, really. Doctors took a vow of confidentiality similar to the one in AA, didn't they? Which in John's case made it a kind of double coverage. Abra was saying, "You could call Bradley Trevor's parents, couldn't you? Or the sheriff's office in Canton County? They wouldn't believe me, but they'd believe a grown-up." "I suppose I could. But of course a man who knew where the body was buried would automatically go to the head of the suspect list, so if he did it, he would have to be very, very careful about the way he did it." "Abra, the trouble you're getting me into." "Sorry," she whispered. He put his hand over hers and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Don't be. That's one you weren't supposed to hear." She straightened. "Oh, God, here comes Yvonne Stroud. She's in my class." Dan pulled his hand back in a hurry. He saw a plump brown-haired girl about Abra's age coming up the sidewalk. She was wearing a backpack and carrying a loose-leaf notebook curled against her chest. Her eyes were bright and inquisitive. "She'll want to know everything about you," Abra said. "I mean everything. And she talks." Uh-oh. Dan looked at the oncoming girl. "We're not interesting." "Help me, Abra," he said, and felt her join in. Once they were together, the thought instantly gained depth and strength. "We're not a bit interesting." "That's good," Abra said. "A little more. Do it with me, like singing." "You hardly see us. We're not interesting." And besides, you have better things to do. Yvonne Stroud hurried along the walk, flipping one hand to Abra in a vague hello gesture, but not slowing down. She ran up the library steps and disappeared inside. "I'll be your monkey's uncle," Dan said. She looked at him seriously. "According to Abra's theory of relativity, you really could be very similar." She sent a picture of pants flapping on a clothesline. "Jeans." Then they were both laughing. 9. Dan made her go over the turntable thing 3 times, wanting to make sure he was getting it right. "You never did that either?" Abra asked. "The far-seeing thing?" "Astral projection? No. Does it happen to you a lot?" "Only once or twice," she considered. "Maybe 3 times. Once I went into a girl who was swimming in the river. I was looking at her from the bottom of our backyard. I was 9 or 10. I don't know why it happened. She wasn't in trouble or anything, just swimming with her friends. That one lasted the longest. It went on for at least 3 minutes. Is astral projection what you call it? Like outer space?" "It's an old term from seances back 100 years ago, and probably not a very good one. All it means is an out-of-body experience, if you could label anything like that at all. But I want to make sure I've got this straight. The swimming girl didn't go into you?" Abra shook her head emphatically, making her ponytail fly. "She didn't even know I was there. The only time it worked both ways was with that woman, the one who wears the hat. Only I didn't see the hat then because I was inside her." Dan used one finger to describe a circle. "You went into her, she went into you." "Yes," Abra shivered. "She was the one who cut Bradley Trevor until he was dead. When she smiles, she has one big, long tooth on top." Something about the hat struck a chord, something that made him think of Deanie from Wilmington. Because Deanie had worn a hat? Nope. At least not that he remembered. He'd been pretty blitzed. It probably meant nothing. Sometimes the brain made phantom associations, that was all, especially when it was under stress, and the truth, little as he liked to admit it, was that Deanie was never far from his thoughts. Something as random as a display of cork-soled sandals in a store window could bring her to mind. "Who's Deanie?" Abra asked. Then she blinked rapidly and drew back a little, as if Dan had suddenly flapped a hand in front of her eyes. "Oops, not supposed to go there, I guess. Sorry." "It's okay," he said. "Let's go back to your hat woman. When you saw her later, in your window, that wasn't the same?" "No, I'm not even sure that was a shining. I think it was a remembering from when I saw her hurting the boy." "So she didn't see you then either. She's never seen you." If the woman was as dangerous as Abra believed, this was important. "No, I'm sure she hasn't. But she wants to." She looked at him, her eyes wide, her mouth trembling again. "When the turntable thing happened, she was thinking mirror. She wanted me to look at myself. She wanted to use my eyes to see me." "What did she see through your eyes? Could she find you that way?" Abra thought it over carefully. At last she said, "I was looking out my window when it happened. All I can see from there is the street. And the mountains, of course, but there are lots of mountains in America, right?" "Right." Could the woman in the hat match the mountains she'd seen through Abra's eyes to a photo if she did an exhaustive computer search? Like so much else in this business, there was just no way to be sure. "Why did they kill him, Dan? Why did they kill the baseball boy?" He thought he knew, and he would have hidden it from her if he could, but even this short meeting was enough to tell him he would never have that sort of relationship with Abra Rafaela Stone. Recovering alcoholics strove for complete honesty in all our affairs, but rarely achieved it. He and Abra could not avoid it. "Food." She stared at him aghast. "They ate his shining?" "I think so." "They're vampires," Vin allowed. Like in Twilight? Not like them, Dan said. And for God's sake, Abra, I'm only guessing. The library door opened. Dan looked around, afraid it might be the overly curious Yvonne Stroud, but it was a boy-girl couple that only had eyes for each other. He turned back to Abra. We have to wrap this up. I know. She raised a hand, rubbed at her lips, realized what she was doing, and put it back in her lap. But I have so many questions. There's so much I want to know. It would take hours. Which we don't have. You're sure it was a Sam's? Huh? She was in a Sam's supermarket. Oh, yes. I know the chain. I've even shopped in one or two, but not around here. She grinned. Course not, Uncle Dan. There aren't any. They're all out west. I went on Google for that, too. The grin faded. There are hundreds of them, all the way from Nebraska to California. I need to think about this some more, and so do you. You can stay in touch with me by email if it's important, but it would be better if we just... He tapped his forehead. Zip, zip, you know? Yes, she said, and smiled. The only good part of this is having a friend who knows how to zip, zip, and what it's like. Can you use the blackboard? Sure, it's pretty easy. You need to keep one thing in mind, one above all others. The Hat Woman probably doesn't know how to find you, but she knows you're out there someplace. She had grown very still. He reached for her thoughts, but Abra was guarding them. Can you set a burglar alarm in your mind, so that if she's someplace near, either mentally or in person, you'll know? You think she's going to come for me, don't you? She might try. 2 reasons. First, just because you know she exists. And her friends, Abra whispered. She has lots of friends. With flashlights. What's the other reason? And before he could reply, because I'd be good to eat. Like the baseball boy was good to eat. Right? There was no point denying it. To Abra, his forehead was a window. Can you set an alarm? A proximity alarm? I know what proximity means. I don't know, but I'll try. He knew what she was going to say next before she said it, and there was no mind reading involved. She was only a child, after all. This time, when she took his hand, he didn't pull away. Promise, you won't let her get me, Dan. Promise. He did, because she was a kid and needed comforting. But of course, there was only one way to keep such a promise, and that was to make the threat go away. He thought it again. Abra, the trouble you're getting me into. And she said it again, but this time not out loud. Sorry. Not your fault, kid. You didn't ask for this any more than I did. Go on in with your books. I have to get back to Fraser. I'm on shift tonight. Okay, but we're friends, right? Totally friends. I'm glad. And I bet you'll like The Fixer. I think you'll get it, because you've fixed a few things in your time, haven't you? Pretty dimples deepened the corners of her mouth. You'd know. Oh, believe me, Dan said. He watched her start up the steps, then pause and come back. I don't know who the woman in the hat is, but I know one of her friends. His name is Barry the Chunk, or something like that. I bet wherever she is, Barry the Chunk is someplace close, and I could find him if I had the baseball boy's glove. She looked at him, a steady, level glance from those beautiful blue eyes. I'd know, because for a little while, Barry the Chunk was wearing it. 10. Halfway back to Fraser, mulling over Abra's Hat Woman, Dan remembered something that sent a jolt straight through him. He almost swerved over the double yellow line, and an oncoming truck westbound on Route 16 honked at him irritably. 12 years ago it had been, when Fraser was still new to him and his sobriety had been extremely shaky. He'd been walking back to Mrs. Robertson's, where he had just that day secured a room. A storm was coming, so Billy Freeman had sent him off with a pair of boots. They don't look like much, but at least they match. and as he turned the corner from Moorhead onto Elliott, he'd seen... Just ahead was a rest area. Dan pulled in and walked toward the sound of running water. It was the Saco, of course. It ran through 24 little New Hampshire towns between North Conway and Crawford Notch, connecting them like beads on a string. I saw a hat blowing up the gutter. A battered old top hat like a magician might wear, or an actor in an old musical comedy. Only it wasn't really there, because when I closed my eyes and counted to 5, it was gone. Okay, it was a shining, he told the running water, but that doesn't necessarily make it the hat Abra saw. Only he couldn't believe that, because later that night he dreamed of Deanie. She had been dead, her face hanging off her skull like dough on a stick. Dead and wearing the blanket Dan had stolen from a bum's shopping cart. "Stay away from the woman in the hat, honey bear." That was what she'd said. And something else. What? "She's the queen bitch of Castle Hell." "You don't remember that," he told the running water. "Nobody remembers dreams 12 years later." But he did, and now he remembered the rest of what the dead woman from Wilmington had said. "If you mess with her, she'll eat you alive." 11. He let himself into his turret room shortly after 6, carrying a tray of food from the caff. He looked first at the blackboard and smiled at what was printed there. "Thank you for believing me." As if I had any choice, hun. He erased Abra's message, then sat down at his desk with his dinner. After leaving the rest area, his thoughts had turned back to Dick Halloran. He supposed it was natural enough when someone finally asked you to teach them, you went to your own teacher to find out how to do it. Dan had fallen out of touch with Dick during the drinking years, mostly out of shame, but he thought it might just be possible to find out what had happened to the old fellow. Possibly even to get in touch if Dick was still alive. And hey, lots of people lived into their 90s if they took care of themselves. Abra's great-grandma, for instance, she had to be really getting up there. "I need some answers, Dick, and you're the only person I know who might have a few. So do me a favor, my friend, and still be alive." He fired up his computer and opened Firefox. He knew that Dick had spent his winters cooking at a series of Florida resort hotels, but he couldn't remember the names or even which coasts they had been on. Probably both. Naples 1 year, Palm Beach the next, Sarasota or Key West the year after that. There was always work for a man who could tickle palates, especially rich palates, and Dick had been able to tickle them like nobody's business. Dan had an idea that his best shot might be the quirky spelling of Dick's last name. Not Halloran, but Hallorannn. He typed Richard Halloran and Florida into the search box, then punched Enter. He got back thousands of hits, but he was pretty sure the one he wanted was third from the top, and a soft sigh of disappointment escaped him. He clicked the link, and an article from the Miami Herald appeared. No question. When the age as well as the name appeared in the headline, you knew exactly what you were looking at. Noted South Beach chef Richard Dick Halloran, 81. There was a photo. It was small, but Dan would have recognized that cheerful, knowing face anywhere. Had he died alone? Dan doubted it. The man had been too gregarious and too fond of women. His deathbed had probably been well attended, but the 2 people he'd saved that winter in Colorado hadn't been there. Wendy Torrance had a valid excuse. She'd predeceased him. Her son, however. Had he been in some dive, full of whiskey and playing truck-driving songs on the jukebox when Dick passed on? Maybe in jail for the night on a drunken disorderly? Cause of death had been a heart attack. He scrolled back up and checked the date. January 19th, 1999. The man who had saved Dan's life and the life of his mother had been dead almost 15 years. There would be no help from that quarter. From behind him, he heard the soft squeak of chalk on slate. He sat where he was for a moment, with his cooling food and his laptop before him. Then slowly he turned around. The chalk was still on the ledge at the bottom of the blackboard, but a picture was appearing anyway. It was crude but recognizable. It was a baseball glove. When it was done, her chalk, invisible but still making that low squeaking sound, drew a question mark in the glove's pocket. "I need to think about it," he said, but before he could do so, the intercom buzzed, paging Dr. Sleep. Chapter 9. The Voices of Our Dead Friends. 1. At 102, Eleanor Willette was the oldest resident of Rivington House in that fall of 2013, old enough so her last name had never been Americanized. She answered not to Willette, but to a much more elegant French pronunciation, Oulé. Dan sometimes called her Miss Ooh-la-la, which always made her smile. Ron Stimpson, one of 4 docs who made regular day rounds at the hospice, once told Dan that Eleanor was proof that living was sometimes stronger than dying. "Her liver function is nil, her lungs are shot from 80 years of smoking, she has colorectal cancer, moving at a snail's pace but extremely malignant, and the walls of her heart are as thin as a cat's whisker, yet she continues." If Azriel was right, and in Dan's experience he was never wrong, Eleanor's long-term lease on life was about to expire. But she certainly didn't look like a woman on the threshold. She was sitting up in bed stroking the cat when Dan walked in. Her hair was beautifully permed. The hairdresser had been in just the day before, and her pink nightie was as immaculate as always, the top half giving a bit of color to her bloodless cheeks, the bottom half spread away from the sticks of her legs like a ball gown. Dan raised his hands to the sides of his face, the fingers spread and wiggling. "Ooh la la, une belle femme, je suis amoureux." She rolled her eyes and cocked her head and smiled at him. "Maurice Chevalier you ain't, but I like you, cher. You're cheery, which is important. You're cheeky, which is more important, and you've got a lovely bottom, which is all important. The ass of a man is the piston that drives the world, and you have a good one. In my prime, I would have corked it with my thumb and then eaten you alive. Preferably by the pool of Le Méridien, in Monte Carlo, with an admiring audience to applaud my front-side and back-side efforts." Her voice, hoarse but cadenced, managed to render this image charming rather than vulgar. To Dan, Eleanor's cigarette rasp was the voice of a cabaret singer who had seen and done it all, even before the German army goose-stepped down the Champs-Élysées in the spring of 1940. Washed up, maybe, but far from washed out. And while it was true she looked like the death of God in spite of the faint color reflected onto her face by her craftily chosen nightgown, she had looked like the death of God since 2009, the year she had moved into room 15 of Rivington 1. Only Azzy's attendant said that tonight was different. "I'm sure you would have been marvelous," he said. "Are you seeing any ladies, cher?" "Not currently, no. With one exception, she was years too young for amour." "A shame, because in later years, this," she raised a bony forefinger, then let it dip, "becomes this. You'll see." He smiled and sat on her bed, as he had sat on so many. "How are you feeling, Eleanor?" "Not bad." She watched Azzy jump down and oil out the door, his work for the evening done. "I've had many visitors. They made your cat nervous, but he stuck it out until you came." "He's not my cat, Eleanor. He belongs to the house." "No," she said, as if the subject no longer interested her much. "He's yours." Dan doubted if Eleanor had had even one visitor, other than Azriel it was. Not tonight, not in the last week or month, not in the last year. She was alone in the world. Even the dinosaur of an accountant who had overseen her money matters for so many years, lumbering in to visit her once every quarter and toting a briefcase the size of a Saab's trunk, had now gone to his reward. Miss Ooh-la-la claimed to have relatives in Montreal,
but I have not quite enough money left to make visiting me worthwhile, cher.
Who's been in, then? Thinking she might mean Gina Weems or Andrea Botstein, the two nurses working the 3-11 in Riv 1 tonight. Or possibly Pole Larson, a slow-moving but decent orderly, whom Dan thought of as the anti-Fred Carling, had stopped by for a natter.
As I said, many. They are passing even now. An endless parade of them. They smile. They bow. A child wags his tongue like a dog's tail. Some of them speak. Do you know the poet George Safaris?
No, ma'am, I don't. Were there others here? He had reason to believe it was possible, but he had no sense of them. Not that he always did.
Mr. Safaris asks, are these the voices of our dead friends, or just the gramophone? The children are the saddest. There was a boy here who fell down a well.
Is that so?
Yes, and a woman who committed suicide with a bed spring.
He felt not even the slightest hint of a presence. Could his encounter with Abra Stone have sapped him? It was possible, and in any case the shining came and went in tides he had never been able to chart. He didn't think that was it, however. He thought Eleanor had probably lapsed into dementia, or she might be having him on. It wasn't impossible. Quite the wag was Eleanor Ooh-la-la. Someone, was it Oscar Wilde, was reputed to have made a joke on his deathbed. Either that wallpaper goes or I do.
You are to wait,
Eleanor said. There was no humor in her voice now.
The lights will announce an arrival. There may be other disturbances. The door will open. Then your visitor will come.
Dan looked doubtfully at the door to the hall, which was open already. He always left it open so as he could leave if he wanted to. He usually did once Dan showed up to take over. Eleanor, would you like some cold juice?
I would, if there were time,
she began, and then the life ran out of her face like water from a basin with a hole in it. Her eyes fixed at a point over his head, and her mouth fell open. Her cheeks sagged, and her chin dropped almost to her scrawny chest. The top plate of her dentures also dropped, slid over her lower lip, and hung in an unsettling open-air grin. Fuck, that was quick. Carefully, he hooked a finger beneath the denture plate and removed it. Her lip pulled out, then snapped back with a tiny plip sound. Dan put the plate on her night table, started to get up, then settled back. He waited for the red mist the old Tampa nurse had called the gasp, as though it were a pulling in instead of a letting out. It didn't come.
You are to wait.
All right, he could do that, at least for a while. He reached for Abra's mind and found nothing. Maybe that was good. She might already be taking pains to guard her thoughts. Or maybe his own ability, his sensitivity, had departed. If so, it didn't matter. It would be back. It always had been, at any rate. He wondered, as he had before, why he had never seen flies on the face of any Rivington House guest. Maybe because he didn't need to. He had Azzy, after all. Did Azzy see something with those wise green eyes of his? Maybe not flies, but something? He must.
Are these the voices of our dead friends, or just the gramophone?
It was so quiet on this floor tonight, and still so early. There was no sound of conversation from the common room at the end of the hall. No TV or radio played. He couldn't hear the squeak of Poole's sneakers or the low voices of Gina or Andrea down at the nurse's station. No phone rang. As for his watch, Dan raised it. No wonder he couldn't hear its faint ticking. It had stopped. The overhead fluorescent bar went off, leaving only Eleanor's table lamp. The fluorescent came back on, and the lamp flickered out. It came on again, and then it and the overhead went off together. On, off. on. Is someone here? The pitcher on the night table rattled, then stilled. The dentures he had removed gave a single, unsettling clack. A queer ripple ran along the sheet of Eleanor's bed as if something beneath it had been startled into sudden motion. A puff of warm air pressed a quick kiss against Anne's cheek, then was gone. Who is it? His heartbeat remained regular, but he could feel it in his neck and wrists. The hair on the back of his neck felt thick and stiff. He suddenly knew what Eleanor had been seeing in her last moments. A parade of ghostly people, the dead, passing into her room from one wall and passing out through the other. Passing out? No, passing on. He didn't know Sepharis, but he knew Auden. Death takes the rolling in money, the screamingly funny, and those who are very well hung. She had seen them all, and they were here but they weren't. He knew they weren't. The ghosts Eleanor had seen were gone, and she had joined their parade. He had been told to wait. He was waiting. The door to the hall swung slowly shut. Then the bathroom door opened. From Eleanor Oulé's dead mouth came a single word. Danny.